Preface. The investigation, whose conclusions are partly described in the following treatise, was undertaken with a view to discovering the actual circumstances of women's lives in the 17th century. It is perhaps impossible to divest historical inquiry from all personal bias. But in this case, the bias has simply consisted in a conviction that the conditions under which the obscure mass of women live and fulfill their duties as human beings have a vital influence upon the destinies of the human race, and that a little knowledge of what these conditions have actually been in the past will be of more value to the sociologist than many volumes of carefully elaborated theory based on abstract ideas. The theories with which I began this work of investigation as to the position occupied by women in a former social organization have been abandoned and have been replaced by others, which, though still only held tentatively, have at least the merit of resting solely on ascertained fact. If these theories should in turn have to be discarded when a deeper understanding of history becomes possible, yet the picture of human life presented in the following pages will not entirely lose its value. The picture cannot pretend to be complete. The 17th century provides such a wealth of historical material that only a small fraction could be examined, and though the selection has been as representative as possible, much that is of the greatest importance from the point of view from which the inquiry has been made is not yet available. Many records of guilds, companies, quarter sessions, and boroughs, which must be studied in extenso before a just idea can be formed of women's position, have up to the present been published only in an abbreviated form, if at all. Another difficulty has been the absence of knowledge regarding women's position in the years preceding the 17th century. This want has to some extent been supplied through the kindness of Miss Eileen Power, who has permitted me to use some of the material collected by her on this subject, but not yet published. The 17th century itself forms a sort of watershed between two very widely differing eras in the history of English women, the Elizabethan and the 18th century. Thus, characteristics of both can be studied in the women who move through its varied scenes, either in the pages of dramatists or as revealed by domestic papers or in more public records. Only one aspect of their lives has been described in the present volume, namely their place in the economic organization of society. This has its own special bearing on the industrial problems of modern times, but life is a whole and cannot safely be separated into watertight departments. The productive activity which is here described was not the work of women who were separated from the companionship of married life and the joys and responsibilities of motherhood. These aspects of their life have not been forgotten and will, I hope, be dealt with in a later volume, along with the whole question of girls' education. How inseparably intertwined are these different threads of life will be shown by the fact that apprenticeship and service are left to be dealt with in the later volume as links in the educational chain, although in many respects they were essential features of women's economic position. The conception of the sociological importance of past economic conditions for women I owe to Olive Schreiner, whose epoch-making book, Women and Labor, first drew the attention of many workers in the emancipation of women to the difference between reality and the commonly received generalizations as to women's productive capacity. From my friend, Dr. K. A. Gerlach, came the suggestion that I, myself, should attempt to supply further evidence along the lines so imaginatively outlined by Mrs. Schreiner. To Dr. Lillian Knowles, I am indebted for the unwearied patience with which she has watched and directed my researches, and to Mrs. Bernard Shaw for the generous scholarship with which she assists those who wish to devote themselves to the investigation of women's historic past. I should like here to express the deep sense of gratitude which I feel to those who have helped my work in these different ways, and to Mrs. George, whose understanding of 17th century conditions has rendered the material she collected for me particularly valuable. My thanks are also due to many other friends whose sympathy and interest have played a larger part than they know in the production of this book. Millfield Street, Somerset. Chapter 1. Introductory. Effect of environment on women's development. Possible reaction on men's development. Importance of 17th century in historic development of English women. Influence of economic position. Division of women's productive powers into domestic, industrial, and professional, three systems of industrial organization: domestic industry, family industry, capitalistic industry or industrialism, definition of these terms, historic sequence. Effect of Industrial Revolution on women, in capitalistic class, in agriculture, in textile industries, in crafts and other trades. Transference of productive industry from married women to unmarried women, with consequent increase of economic independence for the latter and its loss for the former. Similar evolution in professions shows this was not due wholly to effect of capitalism. Hitherto, the historian has paid little attention to the circumstances of women's lives, for women have been regarded as a static factor in social developments. A factor which, remaining itself essentially the same, might be expected to exercise a constant and unvarying influence on society. This assumption has, however, no basis in fact, for the most superficial consideration will show how profoundly women can be changed by their environment. Not only do the women of the same race exhibit great differences from time to time in regard to the complex social instincts and virtues, but even their more elemental sexual and maternal instincts are subject to modification. While in extreme cases the sexual impulses are liable to perversion, it sometimes happens that the maternal instinct disappears altogether, and women neglect, or, like a tigress in captivity, may even destroy their young. These variations deserve the most careful examination, for, owing to the indissoluble bond uniting the sexes, and the emotional power which women exert over men, the character of men's development is determined in some sort by the development which is achieved by women. In a society where women are highly developed, men's characters are insensibly modified by association with them. And in a society where women are secluded and immature, men lack that stimulus which can only be supplied by the other sex. It may be true, as Goethe said, that the eternal feminine leadeth us onwards, but whether this be upwards or downwards depends upon the characters of individual women. Owing to the subtle reactions which exist between men and women, and between the individual and the social organism in which he or she lives, accurate and detailed knowledge of the historic circumstances of human life becomes essential for the sciences of sociology and psychology. The investigation, of which the results are described in the following chapters, was undertaken with the object of discovering these circumstances as regards women in a limited field and during a short period. The economic field has been chosen because, though woman no more than man lives by bread alone, yet without bread assuredly she cannot live at all, and without an abundant supply of it she cannot worthily perform her maternal and spiritual functions. These latter are therefore dependent upon the source of her food supply. The economic position has a further attraction to the student because it rests upon facts which can be elucidated with some degree of certainty. When these have once been made clear, the way will have been prepared for the consideration of other aspects of women's lives. The period under review, namely the 17th century, forms an important crisis in the historic development of English women. The gulf which separates the women of the Restoration period from those of the Elizabethan era can be perceived by the most casual reader of contemporary drama. To the objection that the heroines of Shakespeare on the one hand and of Congreve and Wycherley on the other are creations of the imagination, it must be replied that the dramatic poet can only present life as he knows it. It was part of Shakespeare's good fortune to live in a period so rich and vivid in its social life as was the reign of Elizabeth, and the objective character of his portraits can be proved by the study of contemporary letters and domestic papers. Similarly, the characters of the Restoration ladies described in the diary of Samuel Pepys and by other writers confirm the picture of society drawn by Congreve. So profound a change occurring in the character of women indicates the 17th century as a period of special interest for social investigation. And consequently, the economic position has been approached less from its direct effect upon the production of wealth than from its influence upon women's development. The mechanical aspect has in fact only been touched incidentally, an attempt being rather made to discover how far the extent of women's productive capacity and the conditions under which it was exercised affected their maternal functions and reacted upon their social influence both within and beyond the limits of the family. Generalizations are of little service for this purpose. Spinoza has said that the objects of God's knowledge are not universals but particulars, and it is in harmony with this idea that the following chapters consist chiefly of the record of small details in individual lives, which indicate the actual relation of women to business and production, whether on a large scale or a small. The pictures given are widely representative, including not only the women of the upper classes, but still more important, those of the common people, the husbandmen and tradesmen who formed the backbone of the English people, and also those of the tragic class of wage earners, who, though comparatively few in numbers, already constituted a serious problem in the 17th century. In the course of the investigation, comparison is frequently made with the economic position of medieval women on the one hand, and with women's position under modern industrial conditions on the other. It must be admitted, however, that comparisons with the Middle Ages rest chiefly on conjecture. Owing to the greater complexity of a woman's life, her productive capacity must be classified on different lines from those which are generally followed in dealing with the economic life of men. For the purposes of this essay, the highest, most intense forms to which women's productive energy is directed have been excluded. That is to say, the spiritual creation of the home and the physical creation of the child. Though essentially productive, such achievements of creative power transcend the limitations of economics, and one instinctively feels that there would be something almost degrading in any attempt to weigh them in the balance with productions that are bought and sold in the market, or even with professional services. Nevertheless, it must never be forgotten that the productive energy, which is described in the ensuing chapters, was in no sense alternative to the exercise of these higher forms of creative power, but was employed simultaneously with them. It may be suspected that the influences of home life were stronger in the social life of the 17th century than they are in modern England. And certainly, the birth rate was much higher in every class of the community, except perhaps the very poorest. But leaving these two forms of creative power aside, there remains another special factor complicating women's economic position, namely, the extent of her production for domestic purposes, as opposed to industrial and professional purposes. The domestic category includes all goods and services, either material or spiritual, which are produced solely for the benefit of the family, while the industrial and professional are those which are produced either for sale or exchange. In modern life, the majority of English women devote the greater part of their lives to domestic occupations, while men are freed from domestic occupations of any sort, being generally engaged in industrial or professional pursuits, and spending their leisure over public services or personal pleasure and amusement. Under modern conditions, the ordinary domestic occupations of English women consist in tending babies and young children, either as mothers or servants, in preparing household meals, and in keeping the house clean, while laundry work, preserving fruit, and the making of children's clothes are still often included in the domestic category. In the 17th century, it embraced a much wider range of production, for brewing, dairy work, the care of poultry and pigs, the production of vegetables and fruit, spinning flax and wool, nursing and doctoring, all formed part of domestic industry. Therefore, the part which women played in industrial and professional life was in addition to a much greater productive activity in the domestic sphere than is required of them under modern conditions. On the other hand, it may be urged that, if women were upon the whole more actively engaged in industrial work during the 17th century than they were in the first decade of the 20th century, men were much more occupied with domestic affairs then than they are now. Men in all classes gave time and care to the education of their children, and the young unmarried men who generally occupied positions as apprentices and servants were partly employed over domestic work. Therefore, though now it is taken for granted that domestic work will be done by women, a considerable proportion of it in former days fell to the share of men. These circumstances have led to a different use of terms in this essay from that which has generally been adopted. A difference rendered necessary from the fact that other writers on industrial evolution have considered it only from the man's point of view, whereas this investigation is concerned primarily with its effect upon the position of women. To facilitate the inquiry, organization for production is divided into three types: A. Domestic industry, B. Family industry, C. Capitalistic industry or industrialism. No hard and fast line exists in practice between these three systems, which merge imperceptibly into one another. In the 17th century, all three existed side by side, often obtaining at the same time in the same industries, but the underlying principles are quite distinct and may be defined as follows. A. Domestic industry is the form of production in which the goods produced are for the exclusive use of the family and are not therefore subject to an exchange or money value. B. Family industry is the form in which the family becomes the unit for the production of goods to be sold or exchanged. The family consisted of father, mother, children, household servants, and apprentices, the apprentices and servants being children and young people of both sexes who earned their keep, and in the latter case a nominal wage, but who did not expect to remain permanently as wage earners, hoping on the contrary in due course to marry and set up in business on their own account. The profits of family industry belonged to the family and not to individual members of it. During his lifetime, they were vested in the father, who was regarded as the head of the family. He was expected to provide from them marriage portions for his children as they reached maturity, and on his death, the mother succeeded to his position as head of the family, his right of bestowal by will being strictly limited by custom and public opinion. Two features are the main characteristics of family industry in its perfect form. First, the unity of capital and labor for the family, whether that of a farmer or tradesman, owned stock and tools and themselves contributed the labor. Second, the situation of the workshop within the precincts of the home. These two conditions were rarely completely fulfilled in the 17th century. For the richer, farmers and tradesmen often employed permanent wage earners in addition to the members of their family. And in other cases, craftsmen no longer owned their stock, but made goods to the order of the capitalist who supplied them with the necessary material. Nevertheless, the character of family industry was retained as long as father, mother, and children worked together, and the money earned was regarded as belonging to the family, not to the individual members of it. From the point of view of the economic position of women, a system can be classed as family industry while the father works at home. But when he leaves home to work on the capitalists' premises, the last vestige of family industry disappears and industrialism takes its place. C. Capitalistic industry, or industrialism, is the system by which production is controlled by the owners of capital, and the laborers or producers, men, women, and children receive individual wages. Footnote 1. The term individual wages is used here to denote wages paid either to men or women as individuals, and regarded as belonging to the individual person, while family wages are those which cover the services of the whole family and belong to the family as a whole. This definition differs from the common use of the terms, but is necessary for the explanation of some important points. In ordinary conversation, individual wages indicate those which maintain an individual only, while family wages are those upon which a family lives. This does not imply a real difference in the wages, as the same amount of money can be used to support one individual in comfort or a family in penury. In modern times, the law recognizes a theoretic obligation on the part of a man to support his children, but has no power to divert his wages to that purpose. His wages are in fact recognized as his individual property. The position of the family was very different in the 17th century. Domestic and family industry existed side by side during the Middle Ages. For example, brewing, baking, spinning, cheese, and butter making were conducted both as domestic arts and for industrial purposes. Both were gradually supplanted by capitalistic industry, the germ of which was apparently introduced about the 13th century and gradually developed strength for a more rapid advance in the 17th century. While the development of capitalistic industry will always be one of the most interesting subjects for the student of political economy, its effect upon the position and capacity of women becomes of paramount importance to the sociologist. This effect must be considered from three standpoints. 1. Does the capitalistic organization of industry increase or diminish women's productive capacity? 2. Does it make them more or less successful in their special function of motherhood? 3. Does it strengthen or weaken their influence over morals and their position in the general organization of human society? These 3 questions were not asked by the men who were actors in the Industrial Revolution, and apparently their importance has hitherto escaped the notice of those who have written chapters of its history. Mankind, lulled by its faith in the eternal feminine, has reposed in the belief that women remain the same, however completely their environment may alter, and having once named a place, the home, thinks it makes no difference whether it consists of a workshop or a boudoir. But the effect of the Industrial Revolution on home life, and through that upon the development and characters of women and upon their productive capacity, deeply concerns the sociologist. For the increased productive capacity of mankind may be dearly bought by the disintegration of social organization and a lowering of women's capacity for motherhood. The succeeding chapters will show how the spread of capitalism affected the productive capacity of women. 1. In the capitalist class, where the energy and hardiness of Elizabethan ladies gave way before the idleness and pleasure, which characterized the Restoration period. 2. In agriculture, where the wives of the richer yeomen were withdrawing from farm work and where there already existed a considerable number of laborers dependent entirely on wages, whose wives having no gardens or pastures were unable to supply the families, food according to old custom. The wages of such women were too irregular and too low to maintain them and their children in a state of efficiency, and through semi-starvation, their productive powers and their capacity for motherhood were greatly reduced. 3. In the textile trades, where the demand for thread and yarn, which could only be produced by women and children, was expanding. The convenience of spinning as an employment for odd minutes and the mechanical character of its movements, which made no great tax on eye or brain, rendered it the most adaptable of all domestic arts to the necessities of the mother. Spinning became the chief resource for the married women who were losing their hold on other industries, but its return in money value was too low to render them independent of other means of support. There is little evidence to suggest that women shared in the capitalistic enterprises of the clothiers during this period, and they had lost their earlier position as monopolists of the silk trade. 4. In other crafts and trades, where a tendency can be traced for women to withdraw from business, as this developed on capitalistic lines. The history of the guilds shows a progressive weakening of their positions in these associations, though the corporations of the 17th century still regarded the wife as her husband's partner. In these corporations, the effect of capitalism on the industrial position of the wage earner's wife becomes visible. Under family industry, the wife of every master craftsman became free of his guild and could share his work. But as the crafts became capitalized, many journeymen never qualified as masters, remaining in the outer courts of the companies all their lives and actually forming separate organizations to protect their interests against their masters and to secure a privileged position for themselves by restricting the number of apprentices. As the journeymen worked on their masters' premises, it naturally followed that their wives were not associated with them in their work, and that apprenticeship became the only entrance to their trade. Though no written rules existed confining apprenticeship to the male sex, girls were seldom, if ever, admitted as apprentices in the guild trades, and therefore women were excluded from the ranks of journeymen. As the journeyman's wife could not work at her husband's trade, she must, if need be, find employment for herself as an individual. In some cases, the journeymen's organizations were powerful enough to keep wages on a level which sufficed for the maintenance of their families. Then the wife became completely dependent on her husband, sinking to the position of his unpaid domestic servant. In the retail and provision trades, which in some respects were peculiarly favorable for women, they experienced many difficulties owing to the restrictive rules of companies and corporations. But where a man was engaged in this class of business, his wife shared his labors, and on his death generally retained the direction of the business as his widow. The history of brewing is one of the most curious examples of the effect of capitalism on women's position in industry. For as the term Brewster shows, originally it was a woman's trade, but with the development of capitalism, it passed completely from the hands of women to those of men. The tendency of capitalism to lessen the relative productive capacity of women might be overlooked if our understanding of the process was limited to the changes which had actually taken place by the end of the 17th century. No doubt the majority of the population at that time was still living under conditions governed by the traditions and habits formed during the period of family and domestic industry. But the contrast which the life described in the following chapters presents to the life of women under modern conditions will be evident even to readers who have not closely followed the later historical developments of capitalism. In estimating the influence of economic changes on the position of women, it must be remembered that capitalism has not merely replaced family industry, but has been equally destructive of domestic industry. One unexpected effect has been the reversal of the parts which married and unmarried women play in productive enterprise. In the earlier stages of economic evolution, that which we now call domestic work, viz., cooking, cleaning, mending, tending of children, etc., was performed by unmarried girls under the direction of the housewife, who was thus enabled to take an important position in the family industry. Under modern conditions, this domestic work falls upon the mothers, who remain at home while the unmarried girls go out to take their place in industrial or professional life. The young girls in modern life have secured a position of economic independence, while the mothers remain in a state of dependence and subordination, an order of things which would have greatly astonished our ancestors. In the 17th century, the idea is seldom encountered that a man supports his wife. Husband and wife were then mutually dependent and together supported their children. At the back of people's minds, an instinctive feeling prevailed that the father furnished rent, shelter, and protection while the mother provided food. An instinct surviving from a remote past when the villein owed to his lord the labor of 3 or 4 days per week throughout the year, in addition to the boon work at harvest or any other time when labor was most wanted for his own crops. Surely then, it was largely the labor of the mother and the children which won the family's food from the yardland. The reality of the change which has been effected in the position of wife and mother is shown by a letter to the Gentleman's Magazine in 1834 criticizing proposed alterations in the Poor Law. The writer defends the system, then in use of giving allowances from the rates to laborers according to the number of their children. He says that the people who animadvert on the allowance system never observe the cause from which it proceeds. There are, we will say, 20 able single laborers in a parish, 20 equally able married with large families, one class wants 12s, a week 120s. The farmer, who has his choice of course, takes the single. The allowance system equalizes the position of married and single. Formerly, this inequality did not exist because it was of no importance to the farmer whether he employed the single or married laborer, inasmuch as the laborer's wife and family could provide for themselves. They are now dependent on the man's labor, or nearly so, except in particular cases as when women go out to wash, to nurse, or take in needlework, and so on. The machinery and manufactures have destroyed cottage labor, spinning, the only resource formerly of the female poor, who thus were earning their bread at home, while their fathers and husbands were earning theirs abroad. In agricultural parishes, the men, the laborers, are not too numerous or more than are wanted, but the families hang as a dead weight upon the rates for want of employment. The girls are now not brought up to spin, none of them know the art. They all handle when required the hoe, and their business is weeding. Our partial remedy for this great and growing evil is allotments of land, which are to afford the occupation that the distaff formerly did. And so the wife and daughters can be cultivating small portions of ground and raising potatoes and esculents, etc., the while the laborer is at his work. Footnote 2. Gentleman's Magazine, 1834, Volume I, p. 531. A letter to Lord Althorp on the Poor Laws by Aquitas. These far-reaching changes coincided with the triumph of capitalistic organization, but they may not have been a necessary consequence of that triumph. They may have arisen from some deep-lying cause, some tendency in human evolution which was merely hastened by the economic cataclysm. The fact that the evolution of women's position in the professions followed a course closely resembling that which was taking place in industry, suggests the existence of an ultimate cause influencing the direction in each case. Chapter 2. Capitalists. Term includes aristocracy and nouveau rich. Tendency of these two classes to approximate in manners, activity of aristocratic women with affairs of household, estate and nation, zeal for patents and monopolies, money lenders, shipping trade, contractors, Joan Dant, Dorothy Petty, association of wives in husbands' businesses, decrease of women's business activity in upper classes, contrast of Dutch women, growing idleness of gentlewomen. Perhaps it is impossible to say what exactly constitutes a capitalist, and no attempt will be made to define the term, which is used here to include the aristocracy who had long been accustomed to the control of wealth, and also those families whose wealth had been newly acquired through trade or commerce. The second group conforms more nearly to the ideas generally understood by the term capitalist, but in English society, the two groups are closely related. The first group naturally represents the older traditional relation of women to affairs in the upper classes, while the second responded more quickly to the new spirit which was being manifested in English life. No rigid line of demarcation existed between them, because while the younger sons of the gentry engaged in trade, the daughters of wealthy tradesmen were eagerly sought as brides by an impoverished aristocracy. Therefore, the manners and customs of the two groups gradually approximated to each other. At the beginning of the 17th century, it was usual for the women of the aristocracy to be very busy with affairs which concerned their household, their estates, and even the government. Thus Lady Barrymore writes she is a country lady living in Ireland and conversing with none but masons and carpenters, for I am now finishing a house, so that if my governor please to build a new house that may be well seated and have a good prospect, I will give him my best advice gratis. Footnote 3. Verney Family, Memoirs During the Civil War, Volume I, p. 210. Lady Gardiner's husband apologizes for her not writing personally to Sir Ralph Verney, she being almost melted with the double heat of the weather and her hotter employment, because the fruit is suddenly ripe, and she is so busy preserving. Their household consisted of 30 persons. Footnote 4. Ibid, Volume I, p. 12. Among the nobility, the management of the estate was often left for months in the wife's care, while the husband was detained at court for business or pleasure. It was during her husband's absence that Brilliana, Lady Harley, defended Brampton Castle from an attack by the royalist forces who laid siege to it for 6 weeks, when her defense became famous for its determination and success. Her difficulties in estate management are described in letters to her son. You know how your father's business is neglected, and alas, it is not speaking will sorrow turn, where there is not abletized to do other ways. Therefore I could wish that your father had one of more understanding to entrust, to look to, if his rents are not paid, and I think it will be so. I could desire, if your father thought well of it, that Mr. Thomas More were entrusted with it. He knows your father's estate, and is an honest man, and not genuine to great expenses, and therefore I think he would go the most frugally way. I know it would be some charges to haw him and his wife in the house, but I think it would quite the charges. I should be loth to haw a stranger, know your father is away. Footnote 5. Harley, Letters of Brilliana, the Lady, pp. 146-7, 1641. I lose the comfort of your father's company, and am in but little safety, but that my trust is in God. And what is down to your father's estate pleases him not, so that I wish myself, with all my heart, at Loudon, and then your father might be a witness of what is spent. But if your father think it beast for me to be in the country, I am every well pleased with what he shall think best. Footnote 6. Harley, Letters of Brilliana, the Lady, p. 167, 1642. One gathers from these letters that in spite of her devotion and ability, and his constant absence, Sir E. Harley never gave his wife full control of the estate, and was always more ready to censure than to praise her arrangements. But other men who were immersed in public matters thankfully placed the whole burthen of family affairs in the capable hands of their wives. Lady Murray wrote of her father, Sir George Bailey, "He had no ambition but to be free of debt. Yet so great trust and confidence did he put in my mother, and so absolutely free of all jealousy and suspicion that he left the management of his affairs entirely to her, without scarce asking a question about them, except sometimes would say to her, "Is my debt paid yet?" Though often did she apply to him for direction and advice, since he knew enough of the law for the management of his own affairs, when he would take the time or trouble, or to prevent his being imposed upon by others. Footnote 7. Murray Lady, Memoirs of Lady Grisel Bailey, p. 13. Mrs. Alice Thornton wrote of her mother, "Nor was she a wanting to make a fair greater improvement than her dowry of £2,000, of my father's estate through her wise and prudential government of his family, and by her care was a means to give opportunity of increasing his patrimony." Footnote 8. Thornton, Mrs. Alice, Autobiography, p. 101, Surtees, Society, Volume 62. In addition to the household accounts, those of the whole of Judge Fell's estate at Swarthmore, Lancashire, were kept by his daughter Sarah. The following entries show that the family affairs included a farm, a forge mines, some interest in shipping, and something of the nature of a bank. July 11, 1676 is entered, "To Mo Recht of Tho, Grieve's wife W. letter 1D9C aspirated. I am to return to London for her, and is to be P. letter 1D48 to her son JN letter 1D52. W. a LTR, Mears in London, 10. Jan. 14, 1676-7, by money lent Wilm Wilson our forge clerk till he get money in for iron sold 10.00. Og. ye 9-0-1677 by Mo, in expense at Adgarly when we went to choose or to send father 0.4. Other payments are entered for horses to lead or, and C and C. Footnote 9. Fell Sarah, Household Account Book. In addition to those of her family, Sarah Fell kept the accounts for the local, monthly meeting of the Society of Friends, making the payments on its behalf to various poor friends. One of the sisters after her marriage embarked upon speculations in salt. Of her, another sister, Margaret Ruse, writes to their mother, "She kept me in the dark, and had not you wrote me them few words about her I had not known she had been so bad. But I had a fear before how she would prove if I should meddle of her, and since I know her mind wrote to her, being she was so wickedly bent and resolved in her mind, I would not meddle of her but leave her to her husband's relations, and her salt concerns, since which I have heard nothing from her. But I understand by others she is still in the salt business. I know not what it will benefit her, but she spends her time about it. I have left her at present." Footnote 10. Crossfield H.G., Life of Margaret Fox of Swarthmore Hall, p. 232, 1699. A granddaughter of Oliver Cromwell, the wife of those. Bendish was also interested in the salt business, having property in salt works at Yarmouth in the management of which she was actively concerned. It was said of her that her courage and presence of mind were remarkable in one of her sex. She would sometimes, after a hard day of drudgery, go to the assembly at Yarmouth and appear one of the most brilliant there. Footnote 11. Costello, Eminent Englishwomen, Volume Roman 3, p. 55. Initiative and enterprise were shown by Lady Falkland during her husband's term of office in Ireland, whither she accompanied him. The desire of the benefit and commodity of that nation set her upon a great design. It was to bring up the use of all trades in that country, which is fain to be beholden to others for the smallest commodities. To this end she procured some of each kind to come from those other places where those trades are exercised, as several sorts of linen and woolen weavers, dyers, all sorts of spinners and knitters, hatters, lace-makers, and many other trades at the very beginning. After a description of her methods for instruction in these arts, the biographer continues, "She brought it to that pass that they there made broadcloth so fine, that her lord being deputy wore it. Yet it came to nothing, which she imputed to a judgment of God on her, because the overseers made all those poor children go to church, and that therefore her business did not succeed. But others thought it rather that she was better at contriving than executing, and that too many things were undertaken at the very first, and that she was fain, having little choice, to employ either those that had little skill in the matters they dealt in, or less honesty, and so she was extremely cozened. But chiefly the ill order she took for paying money in this, having the worst memory in such things in the world, and never keeping any account of what she did, She was most subject to pay the same things often, as she hath had it confessed to her by some that they have in a small matter made her pay them the same thing 5 times in 5 days. Footnote 12. Falkland the Lady, Her Life pp. 1820. Lady Falkland received small sympathy from her husband in her dealings with affairs, and though her methods may have been exasperating, their unfortunate differences were not wholly due to her temperament. He had married her for her fortune, and when this was settled on their son and not placed in his control, his disappointment was so great that his affections were alienated from her. Of her efforts to further his interests, Lord Falkland wrote to Lord Conway, "My very good lord, by all my wife's letters I understand my obligations to your lordship to be very many, and she takes upon her to have received so manifold and noble demonstrations of your favor to herself, that she begins to conceive herself some able body in court, by your countenance to do me courtesies, if she had the wit as she hath the will. She makes it appear she hath done me some good offices in removing some infusions which my great adversary here, Loftus, hath made unto you. It was high time, for many evil consequences of the contrary have befallen me since that infusion was first made, which I fear will not be removed in haste, and must thank her much for her careful pains in it, though it was but an act of duty in her to see me righted when she knew me wronged. And beseech your lordship still to continue that favor to us both, to her, as well in giving her good counsel as good countenance within a new world and court, at such a distance from her husband a poor weak woman stands in the greatest need of to dispatch her suits, etc., etc. Dublin Castle this 26th of July, 1625. Footnote 13. Falkland the Lady, Her Life pp. 130-132. Later he continues in the same strain. I am glad your lordship doth approve my wife's good affection to her husband, which was a point I never doubted, but for her abilities in agency of affairs, as I was never taken with opinion of them, so I was never desirous to employ them if she had them. For I conceive women to be no fit solicitors of state affairs, for though it sometimes happen that they have good wits, it then commonly falls out that they have over-busy natures withal. For my part, one should take much more comfort to hear that she were quietly retired to her mother, S. in the country, than that she had obtained a great suit in the court. Footnote 14. Ibids pp. 132-3. The sentiments expressed by Lord Falkland were not characteristic of his time, when husbands were generally thankful to avail themselves of their wives' services in such matters. While Sir Ralph Verney was exiled in France, he proposed that his wife should return to England to attend to some urgent business. His friend, Dr. Denton, replied to the suggestion, not to touch upon inconveniences of Y.R. Comminge, women were never so useful as now, and though Y.1D58 should be my agent and solicitor of all the men I know, and therefore much more to be preferred in Y.R. own cause, yet I am confident if Y.1D58 were here, Y.1D58 would do as our sages do, instruct Y.R. wife, and leave her to act at W.1D57 aspirated committees. Their sex entitles them to many privileges, and we find the comfort of them more now than ever. Footnote 15. Verney Family, Volume Roman II, p. 240-646. There are innumerable accounts in contemporary letters and papers of the brave, and often successful efforts of women to stem the flood of misfortune, which threatened ruin to their families. Catharine Lady Bland treated with Captain Hotham in 1642 on behalf of Lord Savile, and agreed with him for the preservation of my lord's estate and protection of his person for £1,000, 320 pounds of which had already been taken from Lord Savile's trunk at Kirkstall Abbey, and the captain promised to procure a protection from the Parliament for his lordship's person and estate. Footnote 16. Calendar State Papers, Domestic, April 8, 1646. Lady Mary Heveningham, through her efforts, restored the estate to the family after her husband had been convicted of high treason at the Restoration. Footnote 17. Hunter Joseph, History and Topography of Ketteringham, p. 46. Of Mrs. Muriel Littleton, the daughter of Lord Chancellor Bromley, it was said that she may be called the second founder of the family, as she begged the estate of King James when it was forfeited and lived a pattern of a good wife, affectionate widow, and careful parent for 30 years, with the utmost prudence and economy at Hagley to retrieve the estate and pay off the debts. The education of her children in virtue and the Protestant religion being her principal employ. Her husband, Mr. John Littleton, a zealous papist, was condemned, and his estates forfeited for being concerned in Essex's plot. Footnote 18. Nash, Hist, and Antic. Of Worcester, Volume I, p. 492. It appears by depositions in the Court of Chancery that she paid off £25,000 which was charged upon the estate, and only sold lands to the value of £8,854. Ibid. p. 496. Charles Parker confessed, "Certainly I had starved had I not left all to my wife to manage, who gets something by living there and haunting some of her kindred, and what ways I know not, but I am sure such as no way entangle me in conscience or loyalty, nor hinder me from serving the king." Footnote 19. Nicholas Papers, Volume I, p. 97, Charles Parker to Lord Hat. Lady Fanshawe said her husband thought it convenient to send me into England again, there to try what sums I could raise, both for his subsistence abroad and mine at home. I embarked myself in a hoy for Dover, with Mrs. Waller and my sister Margaret Harrison and my little girl Nan. I had the good fortune, as I then thought it, to sell £300 a year to him that is now Judge Archer in Essex, for which he gave me £4,000, which at that time I thought a vast sum. £500 I carried to my husband, the rest I left in my father's agent's hands to be returned as we needed it. Footnote 20. Fanshawe Lady, Memoirs of P.P., 8081. The Marquis of Ormond wrote, "I have written 2 sewerall ways of late to my wife about our domestic affairs, which are in great disorder betwixt the want of means to keep my sons abroad and the danger of lowing them at home. I thank you for your continued care of my children. I ha written twice to my wife to the effect you speak of. I pray God she be able to put it in execution either way." Footnote 21. Nicholas Papers, Volume Roman III, pp. 274-6, Marquis of Ormond to Sir Ed. Nicholas, 1656. This letter does not breathe that spirit of confidence in the wife's ability, which was shown in some of the others, and it happened sometimes that the wife was either overwhelmed by procedure beyond her understanding, or at least sought for special consideration on the plea of her sex's weakness and ignorance. Sarah, wife of Henry Burton, gives an account of Burton's trial in the Star Chamber, his sentence and punishment, fine, pillory, imprisonment for life, and his subsequent transportation to Guernsey, where he now is, but by what order your petitioner knoweth not, and is kept in strict durance of exile and imprisonment, and utterly denied the society of your petitioner contrary to the liberties and privileges of this kingdom. Debarred of the excess of friends, the use of pen, ink, and paper, and other means to make known his just complaints. And she petitions the House of Commons to take her distressed condition into your serious consideration, and because your petitioner is a woman not knowing how to prosecute nor manage so great and weighty busigns, begs that Burton may be sent over to prosecute his just complaint. Footnote 22. State Papers, Domestic CCCCLXXI, 36 Nov. 7, 1640. Similarly, Bastwick's wife pleads that he is so closely imprisoned in the Isle of Scilly that your petitioner is not permitted to have any access unto him, so that for this 3 years and upward here husband hath been exiled from here, and she in all this time could not obtain leave, although she hath earnestly sued for it, neither to live with him nor so much as to see him, and whereas your petitioner hath many small children depending up in here for their maintenance, and she of herself being every way unable to provide for them, she being thus separated from her dear and loving husband and here tender babes from their careful father, they are in great straits, want, and misery, and she begs that her husband may be sent to England, your petitioner being a woman no way able to follow nor manage so great and weighty a cause. Footnote 23. SBD CCCCLXXI 37 1640. The above efforts were all made in defense of family estates, but at this time women were also concerned with the affairs of the nation, in which they took an active part. Mrs. Hutchinson describes how, when the Parliament sat again, the Colonel sent up his wife to solicit his business in the House, that the Lord Lexington's bill might not pass the lower house. She, notwithstanding many other discouragements, waited upon the business every day, when her adversaries as diligently solicited against her. A friend told her how the last statesmen's wives came and offered them all the information they had gathered from their husbands, and how she could not but know more than any of them. And if yet she would impart anything that might show her gratitude, she might redeem her family from ruin. But she discerned his drift and scorned to become an informer, and made him believe she was ignorant, though she could have enlightened him in the very thing he sought for, which they are now never likely to know much of, it being locked up in the grave. Footnote 24. Life of Colonel Hutchinson, by his wife P.P. 334-336. Herbert Morley wrote to Sir William Campion in 1645. I could impart more, but letters are subject to miscarriage, therefore I reserve myself to a more fit opportunity. If a conference might be had, I conceive it would be most for the satisfaction of us both, to prevent of any possible hazard of your person. If you please to let your lady meet me at Watford, or come hither, I will procure her a pass. Footnote 25. Sussex Arch. Call, Volume X, p. 5 to Sir William Campion from Herbert Morley, July 23, 1645. Sir William replied, For any business you have to impart to me, I have that confidence in you, by reason of our former acquaintance, that I should not make any scruple to send my wife to the places mentioned. But the truth is, she is at present so near her time for lying down, for she expects to be brought to bed within less than 14 days, that she is altogether unfit to take so long a journey. Footnote 26. Ibid, Volume X, p. 6. A book might be wholly filled with a story of the part taken by women in the political and religious struggles of this period. They were also active among the crowd who perpetually besieged the court for grants of wardships and monopolies or patents. Anne Walwyn writes to Salisbury soliciting the wardship of the son of James Tomkins, who is likely to die. The petition of Dame Anne Wigmore, widow of Sir Richard Wigmore, states that she has found out a suit which will rectify many abuses, bring in a yearly revenue to the crown, and give satisfaction to the petitioner for the great losses of herself and her husband. Details follow for a scheme for a corporation of carriers and others. Footnote 27. CSPD LXV 129, 1611. Footnote 28. CSPD, Cielza 8 March 2, 1630. Dorothy Selkane reminds Salisbury that a patent has been promised her for the digging of coals upon a royal manor. The men who manage the business for her are content to undertake all charges for the discovery of the coal and to compensate the tenants of the manor according to impartial arbitrators. She begs Salisbury that as she has been promised a patent, the matter may be brought to a final conclusion, that she may not be forced to trouble him further, having already bestowed a year's solicitinge therein. In 1610, the same lady writes again, I have Benny at GTE toil, and charges this year and a half past, as also have Benny put to extraordinary solicitation many and sundry ways for the dispatching of my suite, and begs that the grant may pass without delay. Footnote 29. SBD, Roman 48, 119, 22nd October, 1609. Footnote 30. SBD, Lei 131, April 1610. A grant was made in 1614 to Anne, Roger and James right of a license to keep a tennis court at St. Edmund's Bury, Co-Suffolk, for life. Bessie Welling, servant to the late Prince Henry, petitioned for the erecting of an office for enrolling the apprentices of Westminster, etc. As this was not granted, she therefore begs for a lease of some concealed lands manors for which no rent has been paid for 100 years, for 61 years. The petitioner hopes to recover them for the king at her own charges. Lady Roxburgh craves a license to assay all gold and silver wire, finished at the bar, before it is worked, showing that it is no infringement on the Earl of Holland's grant, which is for assaying and sealing gold and silver after it is made. This, it is pointed out, will be a means for His Majesty to pay off the debt he owes to Lady Roxburgh, which otherwise must be paid some other way. Footnote 31. CSPD, LXXV 5 April 5, 1614. Footnote 32. SBD, CXI 121, 1619. Footnote 33. SBD, CLXXX 66 1624. A petition from Catherine Elliot, wet nurse to the Duke of York, shows that there is a more waste or common in Somersetshire called West Sedgemoor, which appears to be the king's, but has been appropriated and encroached upon by bordering commoners. She begs for a grant of it for 60 years. As an inducement, the petitioner offers to recover it at her own costs and charges and to pay a rent of 1 shilling per acre, the king never previously having received benefit therefrom. The reference by Windibank notes that the king is willing to gratify the petitioner. Another petition was received from the same lady declaring that divers persons being of no corporation prefers the trade of buying and selling silk stockings and silk waistcoats, as well knit as woven, uttering the Spanish or Baser sort of silk at as dear rates as the first Naples, and also frequently vending the woven for the knit, though in price and goodness there is almost half and half difference. She prays a grant for 31 years for the selling of silk stockings, half stockings and waistcoats, to distinguish the woven from the knit, receiving from the salesman a shilling for every waistcoat, 6 pence per pair of silk stockings, and 4 pence for every half pair. Footnote 34. SBD, CCCXCI 109, 18th June, 1637. Footnote 35. SBD, CCCXCI 7 BK of Petitioner's Car, I. Elizabeth, Viscountess Savage, points out that freemen of the city enter into bond on their admittance with 2 sureties of 100 marks to the Chamberlain of London, not to exercise any trade other than that of the company they were admitted into. Of late years, persons having used other trades and contrived not to have their bonds forfeited, and the penalty belonging to His Majesty, she begs a grant of such penalties to be recovered at her instance and charge. Footnote 36. SBD, CCCI 65 Dec. 6th, 1635. The petition of Margaret Carey, relict of Thomas Carey Esquire, one of the grooms of the chamber to the king on the behalf of herself and her daughters, begs for a grant to compound with offenders by engrossering and transporting of wool, wool fells, fuller's earth, lead, leather, corn, and grain, she to receive a privy seal for 2/4 parts of the fines and compositions. Her reasons for desiring this grant are that her husband's expense in prosecuting like cases has reaped no benefit of his grant of 7/8 of forfeited bonds for the like offenses. She urges the usefulness of the scheme and the existence of similar grants. Footnote 37. SBD, CCCVI 27, 1635. Mistress Dorothy Seymour petitions for a grant of the fines imposed on those who export rawhides contrary to the proclamation and thereby make coaches, boots, etc., dearer. The reference to the petition states, "It is His Majesty's gracious pleasure that the petitioner cause impounder to be given to the Attorney General touching the offences above mentioned, and as profit shall arise to His Majesty. He will give her such part as shall fully satisfy her pains and good endeavours." Footnote 38. SBD, CCCXLVI 2 Feb. 1st, 1637. The projecting of patents and monopolies was the favorite pursuit of fashionable people of both sexes. Ben Jonson satirizes the projectress in the person of Lady Taileybush, of whom the projector, Meercraft, says, "She and I now are on a project for the fact inventing of a new kind of fucus, paint for ladies to serve the kingdom, wherein she herself hath travelled specially by the way of service unto her sex, and hopes to get the monopoly as the reward of her invention." Footnote 39. Johnson, Ben, The Devil is an Ass, Act 3, Scene 4. When either side assures her mistress, "I do hear you ha cause, madam, your suit goes on," Lady Taileybush replies, "Yes, faith, there's life in't now. It is refared if we once see it under the seals. Wench then have with 'em, for the great carrock, 6 horses and the 2 coachmen with my ambler bear, and my 3 women, we will live I faith, the examples o' the town, and govern it. I'll lead the fashion still." Footnote 40. Ibid, Act 4, Scene 2. From the women who begged for monopolies, which if granted must have involved much worry and labor if they were to be made profitable, we pass naturally to women who actually owned and managed businesses requiring a considerable amount of capital. They not infrequently acted as pawnbrokers and moneylenders. Thus, complaint is made that Elizabeth Pennell had stolen 2 glazier's vices with the screws and appurtenances, and pawned them to one Eleanor Trofton, wife of Samuel Trofton Broker. Footnote 41. Middlesex Co-Rec, Cess, Books p. 18, 1690. Richard Braithwaite tells the following story of a usuress, as though this occupation were perfectly usual for women. We read in a book entitled The Gift of Fear, how a religious divine coming to a certain viseress to advise her of the state of her soul, and instruct her in the way to salvation at such time as she lay languishing in her bed of affliction, told her how there were 3 things by her to be necessarily performed, if ever she hoped to be saved. She must become contrite in heart, confess her sins, make restitution according to her means, whereto she thus replied, 2 of those first I will do willingly. But to do the last, I shall hold it a difficulty, for should I make restitution, what would remain to raise my children their portion? To which the divine answered, without these 3 you cannot be saved. Yea, but quoth she, do our learned men in scriptures say so? Yes, surely, said the divine. And I will try, quoth she, whether they say true or no, for I will restore nothing. And so resolving, fearfully died, for preferring the care of her posterity before the honor of her Maker. Footnote 42. Braithwaite Richt, The English Gentleman, p. 300, 1641. The names of women often occur in connection with the shipping trade and with contracts. Some were engaged in business with their husbands, as in the case of a fine remitted to Thomas Price, and call it his wife for shipping 200 dozen of old shoes, with intention to transport them beyond the seas contrary to a statute, 5th year Edward Roman 6, on account of their poverty. Others were widows like Anne Hodsall, whose husband, a London merchant, traded for many years to the Canary Islands, the greatest part of his estate being there. He could not recover it in his lifetime owing to the war with Spain, and therefore his wife was left in great distress with 4 children. Her estate in the Canary Islands is likely to be confiscated, there being no means of recovering it thence except by importing wines, and it would be necessary to take pipe staves over there to make casks to bring back the wines. She begs the council, therefore, in commiseration of her distressed estate, to grant a license to her and her assigns to lade 1 ship here with woolen commodities for Ireland, to lade pipe staves in Ireland, notwithstanding the prohibition, and to send the same to the Canary Islands. Footnote 43. Overall Remembrantia, Analytical Index 2, p. 519, 1582. Footnote 44. Council Register, 8th August, 1628. Joseph Hallraid employed a woman as his shipping agent. In a letter dated 1706, he writes certain goods for Holland. That these, I presume, must be marked as usual and forward to Madam Brown at Hull. And he informs Madam Hannah Brown that, by orders of Mr. John Whittle, I have sent you 1 packy and have 2 packs more to send as UNDR. You are to follow Mr. Whittle's directions in shipping. Footnote 45. Hallraid Joseph Cloth Factor and Samuel, Hill Clothier, letter BKS of pp. 1825. In 1630 Margaret Greenway, widow of those. Greenway, baker, begged leave to finish carrying out a contract made by her husband, notwithstanding the present restraint on the bringing of corn to London. The contract was to supply the East India Company with biscuit. Margaret Greenway petitions to bring 500 quarters of wheat to London. Some are already bought, and she asks for leave to buy the rest. The petition was granted. Footnote 46. Cr. 3rd December, 1630. A petition of Emanuel Finch, W.M. Lewis merchants and Anne Weber widow on the behalf of themselves and others owners of the ship called the Benediction, was presented to the Privy Council, stating that the ship had been seized and detained by the French and kept at deep where it was deteriorating. They asked to be allowed to sell her there. The name of another woman shipowner occurs in a case at Grimsby brought against Christopher Clatton, who, in the behalf of his mother and Ulford, Wid, hath bought 1 wessel of raff of 1 Lawrence Lamke of Odwell in the kingdom of Norway. Upon W letter 1D9C aspirated private bargain, there appears a breach of the privileges of this corporation. Footnote 47. SBD, CCXXXVI, 45 12th April, 1633. Footnote 48. Hist. MSS. Com. 14 Rep. Romanate, p. 284, 1655. In 1636, upon the petition of Susanna Angel, widow, and a Liz, her daughter, an orphan of the city of London, humbly praying that they might by their lordships, warrant be permitted to land 14 barrels of powder, now arrived, as also 38 barrels, which is daily expected in the fortune they paying custom, and to sell the same within the kingdom or otherwise, to give leave to transport it back again into Holland, from whence it came. The officers of the customs were ordered to permit the petitioners to export the powder. Footnote 49. SBD, CCXI, 24 March 23, 1636-7, Proceedings of Gunpowder Commissioners. Women's names appear also in lists of contractors to the Army and Navy. Elizabeth Bennet and Thomas Barry contracted with the commissioners to supply 100 suits of apparel for the soldiers at Plymouth. Footnote 50. SBD, Roman 20, 62 Feb. 9th, 1626. Cuthbert Farlow, Elizabeth Harper widow, Edward Sheldon and John Davis, poor tradesmen of London petition, to be paid the £180 yet unpaid of their accounts, for furnishing the seamen for Rochelle with clothes and shoes at the rates of ready money. Footnote 51. SBD, Ciexiva, 64 July 1631. A warrant was issued to pay to Alice Bearden £100 for certain cutworks furnished to the Queen for her own wearing. Footnote 52. SBD, Clicks, 27th Jan. 1630. Edward Prince brought a case in the Star Chamber, v. Thomas Woodward, Eleanor Woodward, and Jorg. Hellier defendants being ironmongers for supposed selling of iron at false weights to undersell plaintiff. Defendants respectively prove that they ever bought and sold by one sort of weight. Footnote 53. SBD, CLXXXI, 138, 1630. For her tenancy of the Spylaw paper mill, Fooley's, received from MRS, Lithgow by W. Letter 1D50. Douglas hands 85 lib. For ye 1704 money rent. She owes me 3 rim of paper for that year, besides 4 rim she owes me for former years. Footnote 54. Fooley's Sir John, Account Book, 5th Jan. 1705. Joan Dant was one of the few women capitalists whose personal story is known in any detail. Her husband was a working weaver, living in New Paternoster Row, Spitalfields. On his death, she became a peddler, carrying an assortment of mercery, hosiery, and haberdashery on her back from house to house in the vicinity of London. Her conduct as a member of the Society of Friends was consistent, and her manners agreeable, so that her periodic visits to the houses of friends were welcomed, and she was frequently entertained as a guest at their tables. After some years, her expenses being small and her diligence great, she had saved sufficient capital to engage in a more wholesale trade, debts due from her correspondence at Paris and Brussels appearing in her executor's accounts. In spite of her success in trade, Joan Dant continued to live in her old frugal manner, and when she applied to a friend for assistance in making her will, he was astonished to find her worth rather more than £9,000. He advised her to obtain the assistance of other friends more experienced in such matters. On their inquiring how she wished to dispose of her property, she replied, "I got it by the rich, and I mean to leave it to the poor." Joan Dant died in 1715 at the age of 84. In a letter to her executor she wrote, "It is the Lord that creates true industry in his people, and that blesseth their endeavors in obtaining things necessary and convenient for them, which are to be used in moderation by all his flock and family everywhere. And I, having been one that has taken pains to live, and have through the blessing of God, with honesty and industrious care, improved my little in the world to a pretty good degree, find my heart open in that charity which comes from the Lord, in which the true disposal of all things ought to be, to do something for the poor, the fatherless and the widows in the Church of Christ, according to the utmost of my ability." Footnote 55. British Friend Roman 2, p. 113. Another venture initiated and carried on by a woman was an insurance office established by Dorothy Petty. An account of it written in 1710 states that the said Dorothy, who is the daughter of a divine of the Church of England, now deceased, did set up an insurance office on births, marriages, and services, in order thereby to serve the public and get an honest livelihood for herself. The said Dorothy had such success in her undertaking that more claims were paid and more stamps used for policies and certificates in her office than in all other the like offices in London besides. which good fortune was chiefly owing to the fairness and justice of her proceedings in the said business. For all the money paid into the office was entered in one book, and all the money paid out upon claims was set down in another book, and all people had liberty to peruse both, so that there could not possibly be the least fraud in the management thereof. Footnote 56. Case of Dorothy Petty, 1710. In 1622, the names of Mary Hall, 450 coals, Barbara Riddell, 450 coals, Barbara Milburn, 60 coals, are included without comment among the brothers of the Fellowship of Hostmen, coal owners of Newcastle who have coals to rent. The name of Barbara Milburn, widow, is given in the subsidy roll for 1621 as owning land. That these women were equal to the management of their collieries is suggested by the fact that when in 1623 Christopher Mitford left besides property, which he bequeathed direct to his nephews and nieces, 5 salt pans and collieries to his sister Jane Legard, he appointed her his executrix, which he would hardly have done unless he had believed her equal to the management of a complicated business. Footnote 57. Newcastle and Gateshead, History of Volume Roman 3, p. 242. Footnote 58. Ibid, p. 237. Footnote 59. Ibid, p. 252. The frequency with which widows conducted capitalistic enterprises may be taken as evidence of the extent to which wives were associated with their husbands in business. The wife's part is sometimes shown in prosecutions, as in a case which was brought in the Star Chamber against Thomas Helyard, Elizabeth his wife, and John Goodenough, and Hugh Nichols for oppression in the country under a patent to Helyard for digging saltpeter, in pursuance of his direction, leave, and authority. Nichols Powell, defendant's servant, and the said Helyard's wife did sell divers quantities of saltpeter. More particularly, the said Helyard's wife did sell to Parker 400 pounds, at Haddon Wells 300 or 400 pounds, at Salisbury and 300 or 400 pounds, at Winchester at 9 pounds the hundred. Helyard was sentenced to a fine of 1,000 pounds, pillory, whipping, and imprisonment. As touching the other defendant, Elizabeth Helyard the Curt was fully satisfied with sufficient matter whereupon to ground a sentence against the defendant Eliz. But she being a wife and subject to obey her husband Thayer Lord Ships did forbear to sentence her. Footnote 60. SBD, CCLX, 21, 1634. 3 men, artificers in glass-making, beg that Lady Mansell may either be compelled to allow them such wages as they formerly received, or to discharge them from her service, her reduction of wages disabling them from maintaining their families and driving many of them away. Lady Mansell submits a financial statement, an account of the rival glassmakers, attempts to ruin her husband's business, one of whom hath in open audience vowed to spend 1,000 li, to ruin your petitioner's husband joinage with the Scottish patentee, taking the advantage of your petitioner's husband's absence. Thinkend your petitioner a weak woman unable to follow the busigns, and determined the utter ruin of your petitioner and her husband have enticed 3 of her workmen for window glass, which she had lunge kept at a weekly charge to her great prejudice to supply the work if there should be any necessity in the kingdom, etc., etc. She begs justice upon the rivals. Your petitioner having no other means know in his absence, neither hath he when he shall return, but only this busigns wherein he hath engaged his whole estate. Footnote 61. SBD, CXLVI, 52, 1623. Footnote 62. SBD, DXXI, 147. Addenda Charles I, 1625. Able businesswomen might be found in every class of English society throughout the 17th century, but their contact with affairs became less habitual as the century wore away, and expressions of surprise occur at the prowess shown by Dutch women in business. At Ostend, Newport, and Dunkirk, where and when the Holland pinks come in, they're daily the merchants that be but women, but not such women as the fishwives of Billingsgate. For these Netherland women do lade many wagons with fresh fish daily, some for Bruges and some for Brussels, etc., etc. I have seen these women merchants, I say, have their aprons full of nothing but English jacabuses to make all their payment of. Footnote 63. England's Way, 1614. Harley and Misk, Volume Roman 3, p. 383. Sir J. Child mentions the education of their children as well daughters as sons, all which, be they of never so great quality or estate, they always take care to bring up to right perfect good hands, and to have the full knowledge and use of arithmetic and merchant accounts, as one of the advantages which the Dutch possess over the English. The well understanding and practice, whereof doth strangely infuse into most that are the owners of that quality, of either sex, not only an ability for commerce of all kinds, but a strong aptitude, love and delight in it, and, in regard the women are as knowing therein as the men, it doth encourage their husbands to hold on in their trades to their dying days, knowing the capacity of their wives to get in their estates, and carry on their trades after their deaths. Whereas if a merchant in England arrive at any considerable estate, he commonly withdraws his estate from trade, before he comes near the confines of old age, reckoning that if God should call him out of the world while the main of his estate is engaged abroad in trade, he must lose 1/3 of it, through the unexperience and unaptness of his wife to such affairs, and so it usually falls out. Besides, it hath been observed in the nature of arithmetic, that like other parts of the mathematics, it doth not only improve the rational faculties, but inclines those that are expert in it to thriftiness and good husbandry, and prevents both husbands and wives in some measure from running out of their estates. Footnote 64. Child Sir J., A New Discourse of Trade, pp. 45 1694. This account is confirmed by Howell, who writes of the Dutch in 1622 that they are well versed in all sorts of languages. Nor are the men only expert therein, but the women and maids also in their common hostries. And in Holland, the wives are so well versed in bargaining, ciphering, and writing, that in the absence of their husbands in long sea voyages, they beat the trade at home, and their words will pass in equal credit. These women are wonderfully sober, though their husbands make commonly their bargains in drink, and then are they more cautelous. Footnote 65. Howell Jas, Familiar Letters, p. 103. This unnatural reversing of the positions of men and women was censured by the Spaniard wives who wrote in Holland, "Women do exercise merchandise, and the men do jew themselves to quafting, the which customs and manners I allow not. For they agger not with nature, ye which hath jewen unto man a noble, a high and a diligent mind to be busy and occupied abroad, to gain, and to bring home to their weus and families to rule them and their children. And to ye woman nature hath jewen a fearful, a covetous and an humble mind to be subject unto man, and to keep y letter 1d57 he doeth gain." Footnote 66. Wives, office and duties of a husband, trans by those, Paynell. The contrast which had arisen between Dutch and English customs in this respect was also noticed by Wycherley, one of whose characters, Monsieur Paris, a Francophile fop, describes his tour in Holland in the following terms. "I did visit, you must know, one of de principal of de State General, and did find his excellence weighing sope, jarny weighing sope ma foi, for he was a wholesale chandelier, and his lady was taking de tale of chandles wid her own whiter hands, ma foi, and a young lady, his excellence daughter, stringing haring jarny, his son, for he had but one, was making the tour of France, etc. in a coach and six." Footnote 67. Wycherley, The Gentleman Dancing Master, p. 21. The picture is obviously intended to throw ridicule on the neighboring state, of whose navy and commercial progress England stood at that time in considerable fear. How rapidly the active, hardy life of the Elizabethan gentlewoman was being transformed into the idleness and dependence which has characterized the lady of a later age may be judged by Mary Estelle's comment on ladies of quality. She says, "They are placed in a condition which makes that which is everyone's chief business to be their only employ. They have nothing to do but to glorify God and to benefit their neighbors." After a study of the Restoration drama, it may be doubted whether the ladies of that period wished to employ their leisure over these praiseworthy objects. But had they the will, ignorance of life, and inexperience in affairs, are qualifications which perhaps would not have increased the effectiveness of their efforts in either direction. Footnote 68. Estelle Mary, A Serious Proposal, p. 145, 1694. The proof of the change which was taking place in the scope of upper-class women's interests does not rest only upon individual examples such as those which have been quoted, though these instances have been selected for the most part on account of their representative character. It is quite clear that the occupation of ladies with their husbands' affairs was accepted as a matter of course throughout the earlier part of the century, and it is only after the Restoration that a change of fashion in this respect becomes evident. Pepys, whose milieu was typical of the new social order, after a call upon Mr. Bland, commented with surprised pleasure on Mrs. Bland's interest in her husband's affairs. "Then to eat a dish of anchovies," he says, "and drink wine and cider and very merry, but above all things, pleased to hear Mrs. Bland talk like a merchant in her husband's business very well, and it seems she do understand it and perform a great deal." The capacity of a woman to understand her husband's business seldom aroused comment earlier in the century, and would have passed unnoticed even by many of Pepys' contemporaries who lived in a different set. Further evidence of women's business capacity is found in the fact that men generally expected their wives would prove equal to the administration of their estates after their death, and thus the wife was habitually appointed executrix, often even the sole executrix of wills. This custom was certainly declining in the latter part of the century. The winding up of a complicated estate, and still more the prosecution of an extensive business, could not have been successfully undertaken by persons who hitherto had led lives of idleness, unacquainted with the direction of affairs. Footnote 69. Pepys, Sam, Diary, Volume 2, p. 113, Dec. 31, 1662. That men did not at this time regard marriage as necessarily involving the assumption of a serious economic burden, but on the contrary, often considered it to be a step which was likely to strengthen them in life's battles, is also significant. This attitude was partly due to the provision of a dot by fathers of brides, but there were other ways in which the wife contributed to the support of her household. Thus in a wedding sermon woman is likened to a merchant's ship, for she bringeth her food from far, not meaning she is to be chosen for her dowry, for the worst wives may have the best portions. A good wife, though, she bring nothing in with her, yet, through her wisdom and diligence great things come in by her. She brings in with her hands, for she putteth her hands to the wheel. If she be too high to stain her hands with bodily labor, yet she bringeth in with her eye, for she overseeth the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. She provides the necessities of life. If she will have bread, she must not always buy it, but she must sow it and reap it and grind it. She must knead it and make it into bread. Or if she will have cloth, she must not always run to the shop or to the score, but she begins at the seed. She carrieth her seed to the ground. She gathereth flax, of her flax she spinneth a thread, of her thread she weaveth cloth, and so she comes by her coat. Footnote 70. Wilkinson, Robert, Conjugal Duty, pp. 1317. The woman here described was the mistress of a large household, who found scope for her productive energy within the limits of domestic industry. But it has been shown that the married woman often went farther than this, and engaged in trade either as her husband's assistant or even on her own account. The effect of such work on the development of women's characters was very great, for any sort of productive, that is to say, creative work, provides a discipline and stimulus to growth essentially different from any which can be acquired in a life devoted to spending money and the cultivation of ornamental qualities. The effect on social relations was also marked, for their work implied an association of men and women through a wide range of human interests and a consequent development of society along organic rather than mechanical lines. The relation between husband and wife, which obtained most usually among the upper classes in England at the opening of the 17th century, appears indeed to have been that of partnership, the chief responsibility for the care of children and the management and provisioning of her household resting on the wife's shoulders, while in business matters, she was her husband's lieutenant. The wife was subject to her husband. Her life was generally an arduous one, but she was by no means regarded as his servant. A comradeship existed between them which was stimulating and inspiring to both. The ladies of the Elizabethan period possessed courage, initiative, resourcefulness, and wit in a high degree. Society expected them to play a great part in the national life, and they rose to the occasion. Perhaps it was partly the comradeship with their husbands in the struggle for existence which developed in them qualities which had otherwise atrophied. Certainly, the more circumscribed lives of the Restoration ladies show a marked contrast in this respect, for they appear but shadows of the vigorous personalities of their grandmothers. Prominent amongst the many influences which conspired together to produce so rapid a decline in the physique, efficiency, and morale of upper-class women, must be reckoned the spread of the capitalistic organization of industry, which by the rapid growth of wealth made possible the idleness of growing numbers of women. Simultaneously, the gradual perfecting by men of their separate organizations for trade purposes rendered them independent of the services of their wives and families for the prosecution of their undertakings. Though the stern hand of economic necessity was thus withdrawn from the control of women's development in the upper classes, it was still potent in determining their destiny amongst the common people, whose circumstances will be examined in detail in the following chapters. Chapter 3. Agriculture. Agriculture, England's leading industry, has provided the most vigorous stock of English race. Division into three classes. A. Farmers. Portraits of farmers' wives, Fitzherbert's Prologue for the Wives' Occupation. Size of household, the wife who doth not take the pains and charge upon her. Financial aptitude, market, occupation of gentlewomen with dairy and poultry, expectation of the wife's ability to work and do service. B. Husbandmen. Economy of their small holding. The more they worked for wages, the greater their poverty, strenuous but healthy life of the women, extent to which they worked for wages, character of work, Best's account of Yorkshire farms, other descriptions. Spinning, the wife's industry no less constant when not working for wages, but more profitable to her family, whom she clothed and fed by domestic industry. C. Wage earners. Maximum rates of wages fixed at assizes represent generally those actually paid. Common laborers, wage, winter and summer, women's wages seasonal, not expected when married to work week in, week out. Cost of living, cost of laborers, diet, pensions and allowances, poor relief, cost of clothes and rent, joint wages of father and mother insufficient to rear 3 children, recognized insolvency of laborers' family, disputes concerning laborers' settlements. Farmers' need for more laborers, demoralization, demand for sureties by the parish. Infant mortality, life history of laborers, wives, explanation for magistrates, action in fixing maximum wages below subsistence level, proportion of wage-earning families. Although the woolen trade loomed very large upon the political horizon, because it was a chief source of revenue to the crown, and because rapidly acquired wealth gave an influence to clothiers and wool merchants out of proportion to their numbers, agriculture was still England's chief industry in the 17th century. The town population has had a tendency to wear out and must be recruited from rural districts. The village communities which still persisted at this period in England provided a vigorous stock, from which the men whose initiative, energy, and courage have made England famous during the last 2 centuries were largely descended. Not only were the farming families prolific in numbers, but they maintained a high standard of mental and moral virtue. It must be supposed, therefore, that the conditions in which they lived were upon the whole favorable to the development of their womenfolk, but investigation will show that this was not the case for all members alike of the agricultural community, who may be roughly divided into 3 classes. A. Farmers, B. Husbandmen, C. Wage earners. A. Farmers held sufficient land for the complete maintenance of the family. Their household often included hired servants, and their methods on the larger farms were becoming capitalistic. B. Husbandmen were possessed of holdings insufficient for the complete maintenance of the family, and their income was therefore supplemented by working for wages. C. Wage earners had no land, not even a garden, and depended therefore completely on wages for the maintenance of their families. In addition to the above, for whom agriculture was their chief business, the families of the gentry, professional men and tradesmen who lived in the country and smaller towns generally grew sufficient dairy and garden produce for domestic consumption. The above classification is arbitrary, for no hard and fast division existed. Farmers merged imperceptibly into husbandmen, and husbandmen into wage earners, and yet there was a wide gulf separating their positions. As will be shown, It was the women of the first two classes who bore and reared the children who were destined to be the makers of England, while few children of the wage-earning class reached maturity. Farmers. However important the women who were the mothers of the race may appear to modern eyes, their history was unnoticed by their contemporaries, and no analysis was made of their development. The existence of vigorous, able matrons was accepted as a matter of course. They embodied the 17th century idea of the eternal feminine, and no one suspected that they might change with a changing environment. They themselves were too busy, too much absorbed in the lives of others, to keep journals, and they were not sufficiently important to have their memoirs written by other people. Perhaps their most authentic portraits may be found in the writings of the Quakers, who were largely drawn from this class of the community. They depict women with an exalted devotion, supporting their families and strengthening their husbands through the storms of persecution and amidst the exacting claims of religion. John Banks wrote from Carlisle prison in 1648 to his wife, "No greater joy and comfort I have in this world, than to know that thou and all thine are well both in body and mind. Though I could be glad to see thee here, but do not straiten thyself in any wise, for I am truly content to bear it, if it were much more, considering thy concerns in this season of the year, being harvest time and the journey so long." After her death he writes, "We lived comfortably together many years, and she was a careful, industrious woman in bringing up of her children in good order, as did become the truth in speech, behavior, and habit, a meet help and a good support to me, upon the account of my travels, always ready and willing to fit me with necessaries, and was never known to murmur, though I was often concerned, to leave her with a weak family. She was well beloved amongst good friends and of her neighbors, as witness the several hundreds that were at her burial. Our separation by death was the greatest trial that ever I met with, above anything here below. Now if any shall ask, why I have writ so many letters at large to be printed? How can any think that I should do less than I have done, to use all endeavors what in me lay, to strengthen and encourage my dear wife, whom I so often, and for so many years was made to leave as aforesaid, having pretty much concerns to look after." Footnote 71. Banks John, Journal P 101, 1684. Footnote 72. Banks John, Journal pp. 129-30. Of another Quaker, Mary Batt, her father writes in her testimony that she was married to Philip Tyler of Walden in the county of Somerset before she attained the age of 20 years. The Lord blessed her with 4 children, whereof 2 died in their infancy, and 2 yet remain alive. At the burial of her husband, for being present, she had 2 cows valued at £9 taken from her, which, with many other trials during her widowhood, she bore with much patience. After she had remained a widow about 4 years, the Lord drew the affection of James Taylor. To seek her to be his wife, and there being an answer in her, the Lord joined them together. To her husband her love and subjection was suitable to that relation, being greatly delighted in his company, and a meet help, a faithful yoke-fellow. And in his absence, not only carefully discharging the duty as her place as a wife, but diligent to supply his place in those affairs that more immediately concerned him. And her husband adds in his testimony, "My outward affairs falling all under her charge, I, being absent, a prisoner for my testimony against tithes, she did manage the same in such care and patience until the time she was grown big with child. And as she thought near the time of her travail, a condition much to be borne with and pitied, she then desired so much liberty as to have my company home 2 weeks, and went herself to request it, which small matter she could not obtain, but was denied. And as I understood by her, it might be one of the greatest occasions of her grief which ever happened unto her. Yet in much meekness and true patience she stooped down, and quietly took up this her last cross also, and is gone with it and all the rest, out of the reach of all her enemies. 3 nights and 2 days before her death, I was admitted to come to her, though I may say, with grief, too late, yet it was to her great joy to see me once more whom she so dearly loved, and would not willingly suffer me any more to depart out of her sight until she had finished her days. Her sufferings in the condition she was in, although I was a prisoner, were far greater than mine, for the whole time that she became my wife, which was some weeks above 3 years, notwithstanding there was never yet man, woman, nor child could justly say she had given them any offense, yet must unreasonable men cleanse our fields of cattle, rummage our house of goods, and make such havoc as that my dear wife had not wherewithal to dress or set food before me and her children. Footnote 73. Bat Mary, Testimony of the Life and Death of pp. 13-1683. Footnote 74. Bat Mary, Testimony to Life and Death of pp. 57-1683. The duties of a farmer's wife were described 100 years earlier by Fitzherbert in the Book of Husbandry. He begins the prologue for the wives' occupation, thus, Now thou husband that hast done thy diligence, and labour that longeth to a husband to get thy lewing, thy wews, thy children, and thy sary wants, yet is there other thinges to be down that needs must be done, or else thou shalt not threw. For there is an old common saying, that seldom doth he husband threw without lieu of his wife. By thy saying it should seem that there be other occupacios and labours that be most convenient for the wifes to do. And howbeit that I ha not the experience of all their occupations and works as I ha of husbandry. Yet a little will I speak what they ought to do, though I tell th letter 1 ebd, not how they should do, and exercise their labour and occupations. A lesson for the wife. Alway be doing of some good works that the jewel may fin thee alway occupied, for as in a standing water are engendered worms, right so in an idle body are engendered idle thoughts. Here mayest thou see why letter 1d57 of idleness cometh damnatio, and of good works and labour cometh saluation. Now thou art at thy liberty to chose whither way thou wilt, wherein is great diversite. And he is an unhappy man or woman that God hath given both wit and reason, and putteth him in choice, and he to chose the worst part. Know thou, wife, I trust to shew unto the doers occupations, works and labours, that thou shalt not need to be idle no time of ye year. What things the wife is bound of right to do. First and principally, the wife is bound of right to allow her husband about father and mother, and all other men. What works a wife should do in general. First in the morning, when thou art waked and purpose to rise, lift up thy head and blise thee, and make a scene of the holy cross. And remember thy Maker, and thou shalt speed much the better. And when thou art up and ready, then first sweep thy house. Dress up thy dishaboard, and set all thinges in good order within thy house. Milk ye kai, sockle thy cows, sile up thy milk, take up thy children and array th letter 1 ebd, and provide for thy husband's breakfast, diner, super, and for thy children and sary wants, and take thy part with them. And to orden corn and malt to the mill, to bake and brew with all wh letter 1 ebd need is. And meet it to the mill and fro the mill, and see that thou ha thy measure again besides the toll, or else the milliner dealeth not truly with the, or else thy corn is not dry as it should be. Thou must make butter and cheese when thou may, saru thy swine both morning and ewenage, and giu thy pollen meat in the morninge. And when time of year cometh thou must take heed how thy hen, ducks, and geese do lay, and to gather up their eggs, and when they wax browdy to set them there as no beasts, swine, nor other vermine hurt them. And thou must know that all whole-foated fowl will sit a moneth, and all clowen-foated fowl will sit but 3 weeks except a peahen, and such other great fowls as cranes, bustards, and such other. And when they ha brought forth their birds to see that they be well kept from the glade, crows, fully marts, and other vermin, and in the beginning of March, of a little before is time for a wife to make her garden, and to get as many good seeds and herbs as she can, and specially such as be good for the pot, and for to eat, and as oft as need shall require it must be wetted, for else the weed will our grow the herbs. And also in Marche is time to sow flax and hemp, for I ha heard oldie huswius say, that better is Marche herds than April flax, the reason appareth, but how it should be sown, wetted, pulled, repealed, watred, washen, dried, bitten, braked, tawed, hetcheled, spawn, wounden, wrapped, and owen. It needeth not for me to shew, for they be wise enough, and thereof may they make sheets, board clothes, towels, shirts, smocks, and such other necessaries, and therefore let thy distaff be alway redy for a pastime, that thou be not idle. And undoubted a woman cannot get her livenge honestly with spinning on the distaff, but it stoppeth a gap, and must needs be had. The bowls of flax whan they be rippled of, must be redialed from the weds, and made dry with the sun to get out the seeds. Howbeit one manner of linseed called lokinseed will not open by the sun, and therefore when they be dry, they must be sore bruyen and broken the wives know how, and then winnowed and kept dry till paratime come again. Thy femel hemp must be pulled fro the chuckle h letter 1 ebdp, for this beareth no seed, and thou must doe by it as thou diedest by the flax. The chuckle hemp doth bear seed, and thou must beware that birds eat it not as it groweth, The hemp thereof is not so good as the femel H letter 1 EBDPE, but yet it will do good ceruis. It may fortune sometime Y letter 1 D57 thou shalt ha so many things to do that thou shalt not well know where is best to begin. Th letter 1 EBD take heed which then should be the greatest loss if it were not done, and in what space it would be done, and then think what is the greatest loss and there begin. It is convenient for a husband to haw sheep of his own for many causes, and then may his wife have part of the wool to make her husband and herself some clothes. And at the least way, she may haw ye locks of the sheep therewith to make clothes or blankets, and cowerlets or both. And if she haw no wall of her own, she may take wool to spine of cloth makers, and by that means she may have a convenient liewing, and many times to do other works. It is a use occupation to winnow all manner of corns, to make malt wash and wring, to make hay, to shear corn, and in time of need to help her husband to fill the muck wain or donge cart, drive the plough, to load hay, corn, and such other. Also to go or ride to the market to sell butter, cheese, milk, eggs, chickens, capons, hens, pigges, gees, and all manner of corn. And also to buy all manner of necessary thinges belonging to a household, and to make a true rekenning and a comp to her husband what she hath received and what she hath paid. And if the husband go to the market to buy or sell as they oft do, he then to show his wife in like manner. For if one of them should use to deceive the other, he deceiveth himself, and he is not like to thrive, and therefore they must be true ether to other. Footnote 75. Fitzherbert Siranthe, Boke of Husbandry. Fitzherbert's description of the wife's occupation probably remained true in many districts during the 17th century. The dairy, poultry, garden, and orchard were then regarded as peculiarly the domain of the mistress, but upon the larger farms she did not herself undertake the household drudgery. Her duty was to organize and train her servants, both men and women. The wages assessments of the period give some idea of the size of farmers' households, fixing wages for the woman servant taking charge of malting in great farms, every other maltster, the best maidservant that can brew, bake, and dress meat, the second maidservant, the youngest maidservant, a woman being skillful in ordering a house, dairy maid, laundry maid, and also for the men servants living in the house, the bailiff of husbandry, the chief hind, and the common manservant, the shepherd, and the carter. That some women already aspired to a life of leisure is shown in an assessment for the East Riding of Yorkshire, which provides a special rate of wages for the woman servant that taketh charge of brewing, baking, kitching, milk house, or malting, that is hired with a gentleman or rich yeoman, whose wife doth not take the pains and charge upon her. Footnote 76. Rogers J. E. Thorold, Hist. Agric and Prices, Volume Roman 6, pp. 686-9 assess, for York's East Riding App 26 1593. In addition to the management of the dairy, etc., the farmer's wife often undertook the financial side of the business. Thus Jocelyn notes in his diary, "This day was good wife day with me. I perceive she is resolved to give me my price for my farm of Mallory's, and I intend to let it go." A few days later, he enters, "This day I surrendered Mallory's and the appurtenances to day of Halsted and his daughter." Footnote 77. Jocelyn R. Diary p. 86, April 9th and 30th, 1650. The farmer's wife attended market with great regularity, where she became thoroughly expert in the art of buying and selling. The journey to market often involved a long ride on horseback, not always free from adventure, as is shown by information given to the justices by Maud, wife of Thomas Collar of Woolivington, who stated that as she was returning home by herself from Bridgwater Market on or about 7th July, Adrian Toes of Mark overtook her and calling her ugly toad demanded her name. He then knocked her down and demanded her purse, to which, hiding her purse, she replied that she had bestowed all her money in the market. He then said, "I think you are a Quaker," and she denied it. He compelled her to kneel down on her bare knees and swear by the Lord's blood that she was not, which to save her life she did. Another woman then came up and rebuked the said Toes, whereupon he struck her down, atwart her saddle into one of her panniers. Footnote 78. Somerset Quarter Sessions Records, Volume Roman 3, pp. 371, 1659. Market was doubtless the occasion of much gossip, but it may also have been the opportunity for a wide interchange of views and opinions on subjects important to the well-being of the community. While Market was frequented by all the women of the neighborhood, it must certainly have favored the formation of a feminine public opinion on current events, which prevented individual women from relying exclusively upon their husbands for information and advice. The names of married women constantly appear in money transactions, their receipt being valid for debts due to their husbands. Thus Sarah Fell enters in her household book, PD. Bridget PINDR in full of her husband's bills, as appears £3.17. 6D. By Mo P1D48 Anthony Towers' wife in P1D57, for manor we are to have of her one to Mo Rect of Miles Gouth wife for ploughing for her 1.04. Footnote 79. Fell Sarah household accounts, P317, 1676. Footnote 80. Fell Sarah household accounts, P339, 1676. Footnote 81. Ibid, P386, 1677. Arithmetic was not considered a necessary item in the education of girls, though as the following incident shows, women habitually acted in financial matters. Samuel Bonas had been sent to jail for tithe, but the parson could not rest and let him out when he went to Bristol on business and spent 2 weeks visiting meetings in Wiltshire. After his return, while away from home, a distant relation called and asked his wife to lend him £10 as he was going to a fair. She, not thinking of tithe, which was much more, lent it, and he gave her a note, which action was approved by her husband on his return. But the relation returned again in Samuel Bonas's absence to repay, and tore the note as soon as he received it, giving her a quittance for the tithe instead. She was indignant, saying it would destroy her husband's confidence in her. The relation assured her that he would declare her innocence, but he could not have persuaded her husband, for he would have started so many questions that I could not possibly have effected it any other way than by ploughing with his heifer. Footnote 82. Bonas Samuel, Life pp. 116-17. Women's names frequently occur in presentments at quarter sessions for infringements of bylaws. The Salford Portmote, P. sent Isabel the wife of Edmund Howarth, for that she kept her swine unlawful, and did trespass to the corn of the said Rafi Byram. Footnote 83. Salford Portmote Records, Volume I, p. 1597. Catharine Davy was presented for not paving before her door. Mrs. Elizabeth Parkhurst for layinge, a dunghill ain'st her barn, and not mackinge the street clean. Isabel Dawson and Edmund, Cowper for the like, and Mrs. Byram, and some men, for letting swine go unringed and trespassing into his neighbour's corn, and riscowinge them when they have been sent to the fouled. Charles Gregory's wife complained that she is distrained for threes. For an amerciement for hogs going in the street whereupon, upon her tendering of threes, Zaid is restored with her flagon. The owner of the pig appears very often to be a married woman. At Carlisle in 1619, we amory the weef of John Barwick for keeping of swine troughs in the high straight contrary the pain, and therefore an amerciement according to the orders of this city, Zid. Footnote 84. Salford Portmote Records, Volume Roman II, pp. 6-7-1633. Footnote 85. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman IV, p. 512, 1653. Footnote 86. Ferguson, Municipal Records of Carlisle, p. 278. Such women may often not have been farmers in the full sense of the word, but merely kept a few pigs to supplement the family income. Even the gentry were not too proud to sell farm and garden produce not needed for family consumption, and are alluded to as our country squires, who sell calves and runts, and their wives perhaps cheese and apples. Footnote 87. Howell Familiar Letters, p. 290, 1644. Many gentlewomen were proficient in dairy management. Richard Braithwaite writes of his wife. Oft have I seen her from her dairy come attended by her maids, and hasting home to entertain some guests of quality, she would assume a state so modestly sans affectation, as she struck the eye with admiration of the stander-by. The whole management of the milch cows belonged to the wife, not only among farming people, but also among the gentry. The proceeds were regarded as her pin money, and her husband generally handed over to her all receipts on this account, Sir John Fooley's for example entering in his account book, June 30, 1693. To my wife ye price of ye gared cow's hide, 400 pounds. Footnote 88. Fooleys Sir John of Ravelston, Act, BK, p. 158. Sometimes when the husband devoted himself to good fellowship, the farm depended almost entirely on his wife. This was the case with Adam Eyre, a retired captain, who enters in his Juvenal, Feb. 10, 1647, this morning Godfrey Bright bought my horse of my wife and gave her £5 and promised to give her 20s. More, which I had all but 20s, and she is to take in the corn sale £4. May 18, 1647, I came home with Ralph Wordsworth of the Waterhall, who came to buy a bull on my wife, who was gone into Homefrith. Footnote 89. Eyre capped Adam, a Juvenal p16, p36. The business capacity of married women was even more valuable in families where the father wished to devote his talents to science, politics, or religion, unencumbered by anxiety for his children's maintenance. It is said in Peter Heylyn's life that being deprived of ecclesiastical preferments, he must think of some honest way for a livelihood. Yet notwithstanding he followed his studies, in which was his chief delight. In which pleasing study while he spent his time, his good wife, a discreet and active lady, looked both after her housewifery within doors and the husbandry without, thereby freeing him from that care and trouble, which otherwise would have hindered his laborious pen from going through so great a work in that short time. And yet he had several divertisements by company, which continually resorted to his house. For having, God be thanked, his temporal estate cleared from sequestration, by his composition with the commissioners at Goldsmiths' Hall, and this estate which he farmed besides, he was able to keep a good house, and relieve his poor brethren. Footnote 90. Heylyn Peter pp. 1819. Gregory King's father was a student of mathematics, and practiced surveying of land and dialing as a profession, but with more attention to good fellowship than mathematical studies generally allow, and the care of the family devolved of course on the mother, who, if she had been less obscure, had emulated the most eminent of the Roman matrons. Footnote 91. King Gregory, Natural and Political Observations, etc. Adam Martindale's wife was equally successful. He writes about Michaelmas, 1662, removed my family from the vicarage to a little house at Camp Green, where we dwelt above 3 years and half. I was 60 pounds in debt, but God be praised, while I stayed there I paid off all that debt and bestowed 40 pounds upon Merling part of my ground in Tatton. If any ask how this could be without a miracle, he may thus be satisfied. I had sent me 41 pounds. And the 10 pounds my wife wrangled out of my successor, together with a table, forms, and ceiling, sold him for about 4 pounds more. Later on he adds, my family finding themselves straitened for room, and my wife being willing to keep a little stock of kine, as she had done formerly, and some inconvenience falling out, as is usual, by 2 families under a roof, removed to a new house not completely furnished. Footnote 92. Martindale, Adam, Life, p. 172. Footnote 93. Ibid, p. 190. That in the agricultural community women were generally supposed to be, from a business point of view, a help and not a hindrance to their husbands. That in fact the wife was not kept by him, but helped him to support the family is shown by terms proposed for colonists in Virginia by the merchant tailors who offer 100 acres for every man's person that hath a trade, or a body able to endure day labor as much for his weef, as much for his child. That are of yours to do service to the colony. Footnote 94. Claude, C.M. Merchant Tailors, Volume I, p. 323. B. Husbandmen. Husbandmen were probably the most numerous class in the village community. Possessed of a small holding at a fixed customary rent, and with rights of grazing on the common, they could maintain a position of independence. Statute 31 Eliz, forbidding the erection of cottages without 4 acres of land attached, was framed with the intention of protecting the husbandman against the encroachments of capitalists. For a family which could grow its own supply of food on 4 acres of land would be largely independent of the farmer, as the father could earn the money for the rent, etc., by working only at harvest when wages were highest. As however this seasonal labor was not sufficient for the farmer's demands, such independence was not wholly to their mind, and they complained of the idleness of husbandmen who would not work for the wages offered. Thus it was said that, in all or most towns, where the fields lie open, there is a new brood of upstart intruders or inmates, loiterers who will not work unless they may have such excessive wages as they themselves desire. There is with us now rather a scarcity than a superfluity of servants, their wages being advanced to such an extraordinary height that they are likely ere long to be masters and their masters' servants, many poor husbandmen being forced to pay near as much to their servants for wages as to their landlords for rent. Footnote 95. Pseudonismus, Considerations Concerning Common Fields and Enclosures, 1654. Footnote 96. Pseudonismus, A Vindication of the Considerations Concerning Common Fields and Enclosures, 1656. The holdings of the husbandmen varied from 7 acres or more to half an acre, or even less of garden ground, in which, as potatoes were not yet grown in England, the crop consisted of wheat, barley, rye, oats, or peas. Very likely there was a patch of hemp or flax and an apple tree or two, a cherry tree and some elderberries in the hedge, with a hive or two of bees in a warm corner. Common rights made it possible to keep sheep and pigs and poultry, and the possession of a cow definitely lifted the family above the poverty line. Footnote 97. Potatoes were already in use in Ireland, but are scarcely referred to during this period by English writers. Dorothy Osborne, describing her own day to her lover, gives an idyllic picture of the maidens tending cows on the common. The heat of the day is spent in reading or working, and about 6 or 7 o'clock I walk out into a common that lies hard by the house, where a great many young wenches keep sheep and cows, and sit in the shade singing of ballads. I go to them and compare their voices and beauties to some ancient shepherdesses that I have read of, and find a vast difference there. But trust me, I think these are as innocent as those could be. I talk to them and find they want nothing to make them the happiest people in the world but the knowledge that they are so. Most commonly, when we are in the midst of our discourse, one looks about her, and spies her cows going into the corn, and then away they all run as if they had wings at their heels. I that am not so nimble, stay behind, and when I see them driving home their cattle, I think 'tis time for me to retire too. Footnote 98. Osborne Dorothy, Letters pp. 103, 4 1652-1654. Husbandmen have been defined as a class who could not subsist entirely upon their holdings, but must to some extent work for wages. Their need for wages varied according to the size of their holding and according to the rent. For copyholders, the rent was usually nominal, but in other cases the husbandman was often forced to pay what was virtually a rack rent. Few other money payments were necessary, and if the holding was large enough to produce sufficient food, the family had little cause to fear want. Footnote 99. Susanna Suffolk, a young maid, holds a customary cottage, and renteth per annum 2d. 28 pounds a liz. Philal widow holdeth one customary tenement, rent per annum 26s, 8d. 2 pounds Mary Stands holdeth one customary cottage, late of Robert Stands, and renteth per annum 7d. 12 pounds Margaret Dow, widow, holdeth one customary tenement, her eldest son the next heir, rent 7s, 8d. Among freeholders, Johann Matthew, widow, holdeth one free tenement and one croft of land thereto belonging, containing 3 acres and a half, and renteth 3d. Stones Jolly, 1628, from a list of copyholders in West and S. Hanningfield, Essex. Randall Taylor wrote complacently in 1689 that in comparison with the French peasants, our English husbandmen are both better fed and taught, and the poorest people here have so much of brown bread, and the gospel, that by the calculations of our bills of mortality it appears, that for so many years past, but one of 4,000 is starved. Footnote 100. Taylor, Randall, Discourse of the Growth of England, etc., p. 96, 1689. The woman of the husbandman class was muscular and well-nourished. Probably she had passed her girlhood in service on a farm, where hard work, largely in the open air, had sharpened her appetite for the abundant diet which characterized the English farmer's housekeeping. After marriage, much of her work was still out of doors, cultivating her garden and tending pigs or cows, while her husband did his day's work on neighboring farms. Frugal and to the last degree laborious were her days, but food was still sufficient, and her strength enabled her to bear healthy children and to suckle them. It was exactly this class of woman that the gentry chose as wet nurses for their babies. Their lives would seem incredibly hard to the modern suburban woman, but they had their reward in the respect and love of their families and in the sense of duties worthily fulfilled. The more prosperous husbandmen often added to their households an apprentice child, but in other cases the holdings were too small to occupy even the family's whole time. At harvest, in any case, all the population of the village turned out to work. Men, women, and children, not only those belonging to the class of husbandmen, but the tradesmen as well, did their bit in a work so urgent. For in those days each district depended on its own supply of corn, there being scarcely any means of transport. Except during the harvest, wages were so low that a man who had a holding of his own was little tempted to work for them, though he might undertake some special and better paid occupation, such as that of a shepherd. Pepys, describing a visit to Epsom, writes, "We found a shepherd and his little boy reading, far from any houses or sight of people, the Bible to him. I find he had been a servant in my cousin Pepys's house. The most like one of the old patriarchs that ever I saw in my life. He values his dog mightily. About 18 score sheep in his flock, he hath 4 shillings a week the year round for keeping of them." Footnote 101. Pepys, Volume Roman 4, p. 428. 14 July, 1667. Probably this picturesque shepherd belonged to the class of husbandmen, for the wages paid are higher than those of a household servant. 4 shillings a week comes to 1080 by the year, whereas a Wiltshire wages assessment for 1685 provided that a servant who was a chief shepherd looking after 1,500 sheep, or more, was not to receive more than £5 by the year. On the other hand, 4 shillings a week would not maintain completely the shepherd, his boy and a dog, not to speak of a wife and other children. Thus, while the shepherd tended his sheep, we may imagine his wife and children were cultivating their allotment. Footnote 102. Hist. MSS. Miss. Com. Var. Col. Volume IP 170. The wages for the harvest work of women as well as men were fixed by the quarter sessions. References to their work may be found in account books and diaries. Thus Dame Nicholson notes, "Og. 13, 1690, I began to sure ye Baron Croft about 11 o'clock. There was Gordy Barr and his wife, also Myler's son James, and his sister Marget, also a wife called Niatin. They sure 17 threv and 7 chivis." Footnote 103. A comparison of the assessments which have been preserved in the different counties shows that men's earnings varied in the hay harvest from D and meat and drink or 8d, without to 8d, and meat and drink or ones 4d, without. And in the corn harvest from D and meat and drink or 10d, without to ones and meat and drink or twos without. Women's wages varied in the hay harvest from D and meat and drink or 4d, without to 6d, and meat and drink or ones without. And in the corn harvest from D and meat and drink or 6d, without to 6d, and meat and drink or ones without. The variations in these wages correspond with the price of corn in different parts of England, and must not be regarded as necessarily representing differences in the real value of wages. Footnote 104. Society of Antiquarians of Scotland, Volume Roman 39, p. 125. Dame Margaret Nicholson's Account Book. Best gives a detailed account of the division of work between men and women on a Yorkshire farm. "We have always one man, or else one of the ablest of the women, to abide on the mow, besides those that go with the wains. The best sort of men shearers have usually 8d a day, and are to meet themselves. The best sort of women shearers have, most commonly, 6d a day. It is usual in some places, where the furs of the lands are deep worn with rains, to employ women with wain rakes, to gather the corn out of the said hollow furs after that the sweth rakes have done. We use means always to get either 18 or else 24 peas pullers, which we set always 6 on a land, viz. a woman and a man, a woman and a man, a woman or boy and a man, etc., the weakest couple in the forefur. It is usual in most places after they jet all peas pulled or the last grain down to invite all the workfolks and wives, that help them that harvest, to supper. And then have they puddings, bacon or boiled beef, flesh or apple pies, and then cream brought in platters, and every one a spoon. Then after all they have hot cakes and ale. Some will cut their cake and put into the cream, and this feast is called the cream pot or cream kit. We send always, the day before we laid, 2 of our boys, or a boy, and 1 of our maids with each of them a short mow fork to turn them. Footnote 105. Best Rural Economy, p. 36. Footnote 106. Ibid, p. 42. Footnote 107. Best Rural Economy, p. 59. Footnote 108. Ibid, pp. 93-4. For thatching, best continues. We usually provide 2 women for helps in this kind, viz., one to draw thacky and the other to serve the thatcher. She that draweth thacky hath 3d a day, and she that serveth the thatcher 4d a day, because she also is to temper the mortar and to carry it up to the top of the house. She that draweth thatch should always have dry wheat straw, wherewith to make her bands for her bottles. She that serveth will usually carry up 4 bottles at a time, and sometimes but 3 if the thatch be lunge and very wet. Footnote 109. Ibid, pp. 138-9. The thatchers, Bess says, have in most places 6d a day and their meat in summer time, yet we never use to give them above 4d, because their diet is not as in other places, for they are to have 3 meal a day, viz. Their breakfast at 8 of the clock, their dinner about 12, and their supper about 7 or after when they leave work, and at each meal four services, viz. Butter, milk, cheese, and either eggs, pies, or bacon, and sometimes porridge instead of milk. If they meet themselves, they have usually 10d a day. Spreaders of muck and molehills are, for the most part, women, boys, and girls, the bigger and abler sort of which have usually 3d a day, and the lesser sort of them 2d a day. Men that pull peas have 8d, women 6d a day. Footnote 110. Best Rural Economy, p. 140. Footnote 111. Ibid, p. 142. A picture of hay harvesting in the west of England given by Celia Fiennes suggests that in other parts of England to which she was accustomed, the labor, especially that of women, was not quite so heavy. All over Devon and Cornwall, she says, hay is carried on the horses' backs, and the people are forced to support it. W1D57 aspirated their hands, so to a horse they have 2 people, and the women leads and supports them, as well as ye men, and go through thick and thin. I wondered at their labor in this kind, for the men and the women themselves toiled like their horses. Footnote 112. Finds Celia, Through England on a Side Saddle, p. 225. There was hardly any kind of agricultural work from which women were excluded. Everenden paid ones, 2d, to the wife of Geo, baker for shearing 28 sheep. In Norfolk, the wages for a woman clipper of sheep were assessed at 6d per day with meat and drink ones, without, while a man clipper was paid 7d and 14d. It is noteworthy that only 4d per day was allowed in the same assessment for the diet of women and such impotent persons that weed corn and other such like laborers, and 2d per day for their wages. Pepys on his visit to Stonehenge gave the shepherd woman for leading our horses 4d, while Fooley's enters, Jan. 25, 1699 to Tony to give you women at Restalrig for making good whalings of stree, 4s. Scott's money. Footnote 113. Sus Arch Call, Volume Roman 4, p. 24, Everenden Account Book. Footnote 114. Tingai J.C., Eng Hist, Reverend Volume Roman 13, pp. 525-6. Footnote 115. Pepys Volume V, p. 302, 11th June, 1668. Footnote 116. Fooley's Sir John Act, BK, p. 246. But the wives of husbandmen were not confined to agricultural work, as is shown by many payments entered to them in account books. Thus the church wardens at Strood in Kent paid the widow Cable for washing the surplices ones, and at Barnsley they gave to Rickard Hidgarus' wife for whipping dogs, out of the church twos. While Eustace Lowson of Salton, a carrier of letters and a very forward, wicked woman in that folly, and Isabel her daughter are included in a Yorkshire list of recusants. Footnote 117. Aug. 7th, 1701 to my wife, to a Bliker wife at Bonilly for bleaching 134. Scots. Jan. 28th, 1703 to my good douster Jenny to give Tibby Thompson for her attendance on my wife the time of her sickness 516 Scots. Foolies, Sir John Act. BK. P 295, 314. Sep. 11th, 1676 PD. Her Mary Taylor more for baking 4 days, Mother's Act, 8d. Fell, Sarah Household Acts, P 309. PD. Widow Lewis for gathering herbs 2 days 6d. Sussex, Arch Call, Roman 48, P 120. Extracts from the Household Account Book of Hurstmonceux Castle. Paid to Goodwife Stopinge for 2 bundles of rushes at Whitsuntide for the church, Eagid. Churchwarden's Account Book, Strood, P 95, 1612. Footnote 118. Churchwarden's Account Book, Strood, P 197, 1666. Footnote 119. Cox, J.C. Churchwarden's Acts, P 309. Footnote 120. York's North Riding Q.S. Rec., Volume I, p. 62, Jan. 8, 16067. No doubt the mother with young children brought them with her to the harvest field, where they played as safely through the long summer day as if they and she had been at home. But at other times, she chose work which did not separate her from her children, spinning being her unfailing resource. It is difficult living in the age of machinery to imagine the labor which clothing a family by hand spinning involved, though the hand-spun thread was durable and fashions did not change. In spite of the large demand, the price paid was very low, but when not obliged to spin for sale, time was well spent in spinning for the family. The flax or hemp grown on the allotment was stored up for shirts and house linen. If the husbandman had no sheep, the children gathered scraps of wool from the brambles on the common, and thus the only money cost of the stuff worn by the husbandman's household was the price paid to the weaver. The more prosperous the family, the less the mother went outside to work, but this did not mean, as under modern conditions, that her share in the productive life of the country was less. Her productive energy remained as great, but was directed into channels from which her family gained the whole profit. In her humble way, she fed and clothed them, like the wise woman described by Solomon. The more she was obliged to work for wages, the poorer was her family. See wage earners. In some respects, it is less difficult to visualize the lives of women in the wage-earning class than in the class of farmers and husbandmen. The narrowness of their circumstances and the fact that their destitution brought them continually under the notice of the magistrates at quarter sessions have preserved data in greater completeness from which to reconstruct the picture. Had this information been wanting, such a reconstruction would have demanded no vivid imagination, because the results of the semi-starvation of mothers and small children are very similar whether it takes place in the 17th or the 20th century. The circumstances of the wives of casual laborers and men who are out of work and unemployable in modern England may be taken as representing those of almost the whole wage-earning class in the 17th century. The most important factors governing the lives of wage-earning women admit of no dispute. First among these was their income, for wage earners have already been defined as the class of persons depending wholly upon wages for the support of their families. Throughout the greater part of the 17th century, the rate of wages was not left to be adjusted by the laws of supply and demand, but was regulated for each locality by the magistrates at quarter sessions. Assessments fixing the maximum rates were published annually and were supposed to vary according to the price of corn. Certainly, they did vary from district to district according to the price of corn in that district, but they were not often changed from year to year. Prosecutions of persons for offering and receiving wages in excess of the maximum rates frequently occurred in the North Riding of Yorkshire, but it is extremely rare to find a presentment for this in other quarter sessions. The assessments were generally accepted as publishing a rate that public opinion considered fair towards master and man, and outside Yorkshire steps were seldom taken to prevent masters from paying more to valued servants. That upon the whole, the assessments represent the rate ordinarily paid, can be shown by a comparison with entries in contemporary account books. The assessments deal largely with the wages of unmarried farm servants and with special wages for the seasons of harvest, intended for the occasional labor of husbandmen. But in addition, there are generally rates quoted by the day for the common laborer in the summer and winter months. Even when meat and drink is supplied, the day rates for these common laborers are higher than the wages paid to servants living in the house, and are evidently intended for married men with families. In one assessment, different rates are expressly given for the married and unmarried who are doing the same work, a married miller receiving with his meat and drink, 4d. A day which after deducting holidays would amount to £500 by the year, while the unmarried miller has only 46s, 8d, and a pair of boots. Footnote 121. A shoemaker servant of the best sort being married, to have without meat and drink for every dozen of shoes, exigid. Ditto unmarried to have by the year with meat and drink, and without a livery, liages. Millers and drivers of horses being bachelors, then with meat and drink, and without a livery and a pair of boots, ex elvis viagid. Millers and drivers of horses being married men shall not take more by the day than with meat and drink, ivid, and without viagid. A man servant of the best sort shall not have more by the year than with a levery, xls, and without xlvjsvid. The same of the third sort has only with a levery xxvjsvid, and without xxzed. While any sort of laborer, from the Annunciation of Our Lady until Michaelmas has with meat and drink by the day, ivd, and without vid. From Michaelmas to the Annunciation, eid, and without vade. The best sort of women servants shall not have more by the year than with a livery, xxjs, and without xxvjsvid. While a woman reaping of corn shall not have more by the day than, vd with meat and drink. Hertfordshire Assessment, 1591. Every manservant serving with any person as a comber of wool to have by the year, 40s. Every such servant being a single man, and working by ye pound to have by ye pound, 1d. Every such servant being a married man, and having served as an apprentice thereto, according to the statute to have by ye pound, 2d. Assessment for Suffolk, 1630. Assessments generally show a similar difference between the day wages of a common laborer and the wages of the best manservant living in the house, and it may therefore be assumed that day laborers were generally married persons. Day rates were only quoted for women on seasonal jobs, such as harvest and weeding. It was not expected that married women would work all the year round for wages, and almost all single women were employed as servants. The average wage of the common agricultural laborer as assessed at quarter sessions was 3.5d per day in winter and 4.5d per day in summer, in addition to his meat and drink. Actual wages paid confirm the truth of these figures, though it is not always clear whether the payments include meat and drink. Footnote 122. Paid to a shovel man for 2 days to shovel in the cart rakes, 2s. Hertford Co-Rec, Volume I, p. 233, 1672. 2.5 days' work of a laborer, 2s, 6d. Ibid, p. 130, 1659. For 1 day's work for one laborer, 1s. Strood Churchwardens Ac. p. 182, 1662. P. Letter 1d48. To James Smith for 1 day's work thatching about Widow Barber's house, she being in great distress by reason she could not lie down in her bed and could get no help to do the same. 1s, 2d. Cratford Parish Papers, p. 152, 1622. Thatchers were paid more than ordinary laborers, being generally assessed at the same rate as a carpenter or a mower in the harvest. July 15, 1676. Though Scott for work in hay 2 days, 4d. Though Greaves Younger for work in hay 2 days, 4d. May 5, 1678. Will be R.A.I.T.H.W. letter 1d57 for thrashing 6 days 1. April 27, 1676, by Mo P. letter 1d48. Him for thatching 2 days at Pettis T.E.N.E.M. letter 1d57, 8d. August 2, 1676. P. letter 1d48M, a R.G. letter 1d57 Dodgson for work in at hay and other work 5 weeks 3. 6. P. letter 1d48 Mary Ashburner for work in at hay and other work 4 weeks and 3 days, 03. 00. Sept 4, P. letter 1d48. Will Nicholson wife for Weedinge garden and Pullinge hemp, 12 days 100. Oct. 2, P. letter 1d48. Esau, Atkinson for her DAUGHTR Swinglange 6 days 10, 0. May 7, 1677, P letter 1D48, Will Ashburner for his daughter harrowing here 2 weeks 1, 0, Fell Sarah, House Act. Labor's wages 4D, per day. Hist MSS, Com, Var, Call, Volume Roman 4, 133 1686, Sir J.N.O., Earl's Inventory of Goods. Week's work common laborer 3s, those, West 1 week's haying 2s. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume Roman 4 p24 Everendenac, Book 1618. Paid for a laborer 3 days to holt the allays and carrying away the weeds 1s. 6d. Cromwell Family, Bills and Receipts, Volume Roman 2, p. 233, 1635. Jan 26, 1649. Paid, to John Wainwright for 5 days' work 1s, 8d0. Air Capt, Adam Dunal, p. 117. Those, Hutton Zeage days workage. Eade, his wife Zige days eage, those. Hutton Zeage days at Hayvid, his wife 4 days ex Vigid. Lionel Bell, Zeage days about Hay, VJS, Vigid. Though Bullman the like, Eages, Eade those. Hutton 4 days at mowing corn, ex Vigid. Howard Household Book, p. 4041. If we accept the assessments as representing the actual wages earned by the ordinary laborer, we can estimate with approximate accuracy the total income of a laborer's family. For we have defined the wage earner as a person who depended wholly upon wages and excluded from this class families who possessed gardens. Taking a figure considerably higher than the one at which the assessment averages work out, namely 5d. Per day instead of 4d. Per day to be the actual earnings of a laboring man in addition to his meat and drink, and doubling that figure for the 3 months which include the hay and corn harvests, his average weekly earnings will amount to 3s. 2d. Except in exceptional circumstances, his wife's earnings would not amount to more than 1s. A week and her meat and drink. The more young children there were, the less often could the wife work for wages, and when not doing so her food as well as the children's must be paid for out of the family income. In a family with 3 small children, it is unlikely that the mother's earnings were more than what would balance days lost by the father for holidays or illness, and the cost of his food on Sundays, but allowing for a small margin we may assume that 3s. 6d. was the weekly income of a laborer's family, and that this sum must provide rent and clothing for the whole family and food for the mother and children. A careful investigation of the cost of living is necessary before we can test whether this amount was adequate for the family's maintenance. There is no reason to suppose that a diet inferior to present standards could maintain efficiency in the 17th century. On the contrary, the English race at that time attributed their alleged superiority over other nations to a higher standard of living. Footnote 123. The dietary in charitable institutions gives an idea of what was considered bare necessity. Children's diet in Christ Church Hospital, 1704. For breakfast, bread and beer. For dinner, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, boiled beef and pottage. Monday, milk pottage, Wednesday, furmity. Friday, old peas and pottage. Saturday, water gruel. For supper, bread and cheese or butter for those that cannot eat cheese. Sunday supper, legs of mutton. Wednesday and Friday, pudding pies. Stowe, London, Book I, p. 182. Diet for Workhouse, Bishopsgate Street, London. They have breakfasts, dinners, and suppers every day in the week. For each meal 4 Oz bread, 1/2 Oz cheese, 1 Oz butter, 1 pint of beer. Breakfast, 4 days, bread and cheese or butter and beer. Mondays a pint of peas pottage with bread and beer. Tuesdays a plum pudding pie 9 Oz and beer. Wednesdays a pint of furmity. On Friday a pint of barley broth and bread. On Saturdays a plain flour suet dumpling with beer. Their supper always the same, 4 Oz bread, 1/2 of cheese or 1 Oz of butter and beer sufficient. Stowe, London, Book 1, p. 199. Lady Grisel Bailey gives her servants' diet. Sunday they have boiled beef and broth made in the great pot, and always the broth made to serve 2 days. Monday, broth made on Sunday and a herring. Tuesday, broth and beef. Wednesday, broth and 2 eggs each. Thursday, broth and beef. Friday, broth and herring. Saturday, broth without meat and cheese, or a pudding or blood puddings, or a haggis, or what is most convenient. Breakfast and super, half an oat loaf or a proportion of brown bread, but better set down the loaf, and see none is taken or wasted, and a muchkin of beer or milk whenever there is any. At dinner, a muchkin of beer for each. Bailey, Lady Greisel. Household Book, pp. 277-8, 1743. A comparison between the purchasing power of money in the 17th and 20th centuries is unsatisfactory for our purpose, because the relative values of goods have changed so enormously. Thus, though rent, furniture, and clothes were much cheaper in the 17th century, there was less difference in the price of food. 6 pence per day is often given in assessments as the cost of a laborer's meat and drink, and this is not much below the amount spent per head on these items in wage earners, families during the first decade of the 20th century. One fact alone is almost sufficient to prove the inadequacy of a laborer's wage for the maintenance of his family. His money wages seldom exceeded the estimated cost of his own meat and drink as supplied by the farmer, and yet these wages were to supply all the necessaries of life for his whole family. Some idea of the bare cost of living in a humble household may be gained by the rates fixed for pensions and by allowances made for poor relief. From these it appears that 4 shillings to 5 shillings a week was considered necessary for an adult's maintenance. The Cromwell family paid 4 shillings weekly to the wid, bottom for her board. Pensions for maimed soldiers and widows were fixed at 4 shillings per week, or else work to be provided which will make their income up to 4s per week. Sick and wounded soldiers under cure for their wounds to have 4s, 8d, per week. Footnote 124. Cromwell Family, Bills and Receipts, Volume Roman 2, p. 233, 1635. Footnote 125. Acts and Ordinances of the Interregnum, Roman 2, p. 556. For maimed soldiers and widows of Scotland and Ireland, Sept. 30, 1651. The justices in the North Riding of Yorkshire drew up a scale of reasonable prices for billeted soldiers by which each trooper was to pay for his own meat for each night, 6d. Dragoon, 4.5d. Foot soldier, 4d. Footnote 126. York's North Riding QS Rec, Volume Roman 7, p. 106, 1690. Edward Malin, blacksmith, now 63 past, and his wife 80, wanting a quarter, very poor and unable to get anything whereby to live, complain to the Hertfordshire quarter sessions that they receive only ones. 6d. A week between them. Others have 18 pence apiece single persons, and desire that an order be made for them to have 3s, together which is but the allowance made to other persons. Footnote 127. Hertfordshire Co-Rec, Volume I, p. 258, 1675. In cases of poor relief, where payments were generally intended to be supplementary to other sources of income, the grants to widows towards the maintenance of their children were often absurdly small. In Yorkshire, parish officers were ordered to provide convenient habitation for a poor woman as they shall think fit and pay her 4d, weekly for the maintenance of herself and child. In another case, to pay a very poor widow 6d, weekly for the maintenance of herself and her 3 children. The allowance of 12d, weekly to a woman and her small children was reduced to 6d, because the said woman is of able body and other of her children are able to work. On the other hand, when an orphan child was given to strangers to bring up, amounts varying from 1s to 5s per week were paid for its maintenance. Footnote 128. York's N.R., QS Rec, Volume Roman 6, p. 242, 1675. Footnote 129. Ibid, p. 217, 1674. Footnote 130. Ibid, p. 260, 1674. Footnote 131. Joan Weeks had a maid child placed to her to be kept and brought up, the mother of which child was executed at the assizes, 6 pounds per ann, proportioned toward the keepinge of the said childa. Besides she desireth some allowance extraordinary for bringinge the said child to be fit to get her livinge. Somerset Q.S. Rec. Volume Roman 3, p. 289, 1647. In 1663, a woman who was committed to the Castle of York for felony and afterwards executed was while there delivered of a male child, which was left in the jail. And as it was not known where the woman was last an inhabitant, the child could not be sent to the place of her settlement, sir though. Gower was desired by justices of assize to take a course for present maintenance of the child. He caused it to be put unto the wife of John Boswell to be nursed and provided for with other necessaries. John Boswell and his wife have maintained the child ever since and have hitherto received no manner of allowance for the same, ordered that the several writings shall pay their proportions to the maintenance past and present after the rate of £5 per annum. York's, N.R., Q.S. Rec., Volume Roman 6, pp. 102-3, 1666. Marmaduke Vi was only to have £4 a year for keeping the child born in the jail of Ivelchester, whose mother was hanged for cutting of purses. Somerset Q.S. Rec., Volume I, p. 101, 1613. Item paid to the said widow Elkins for dight and keeping of a poor child leafed upon the charge of the parish at 11d. The week from the 14th of August, 1599, till this 2nd of Sept, 1601, every Saturday being 2 years and 3 weeks, videlis at 107 weeks in toto vli vigs. Ch. Acts, St. Michael's in Bedwindine, Worcester p. 147. Idem P.D. to Batrome's wife of Linstead for keeping of Wright's child 52 weeks £3 zeros. 8d. Cratfield Parish Papers, p. 129, 1602. P.D. to Geo, Cole to take and bring up a Liz. Wright, the daughter of Anne Wright according to his bond, £4, zeros, 0d, more towards her apparel 5s. Ibid, p. 137, 1609. Item paid charts child's keeping by the week £4. 11s, 8d, item for apparel £1, 18s, 2d, item paid to the surgeon for her, 3s, 6d, sus, arch, call, volume Roman 20, p. 101, act, BK of Cowden, 1627, for apparelling W.M., urage and for his keeping this year 5 £12, 9d. Ibid, p. 103, 1632. For the keep of William Kemsing 14 weeks £1. 2s, 8d, and 23 weeks at 2s, per week £2. 6s, 0d, and for apparelling of him, and for his indentures, and for money given with him to put him out apprentice and expended in placing him out £11. 17s, 9d. Ibid, p. 107, 1650. John Mercy's weef for keeping Buckle's child, weekly 1s, 6d. John Alba's weef for keeping Partick's child, 1s, 4d. SBD, CCCXLVI, 67, 1, Feb. 1637, answer of churchwardens to articles given by J. Peace for St. Albans. George Arnold and Jas, Mitchell, late overseers of the poor of the parish of Othery, had committed a poor child to the custody, keepage, and maintenance of Robert Harris, promising him zigid weekly. Somerset Q.S. Rec., Volume Roman 3, p. 1, 1646. Order for those, Scott, a poor, lame, impotent child, to be placed with Joanna Brandon, she to be paid 5s a week for his maintenance. Middlesex Co. Rec. p. 180 Sess. Book, 1698. Thus the amount paid by the justices for maintaining one pauper child sometimes exceeded the total earnings of a laborer and his wife. Other pauper children were maintained in institutions. The girls at a particularly successful industrial school in Bristol were given an excellent and abundant diet at a cost of 4d per head per week. At Stepney, the poor were maintained at 2s, 10d or 3s per week, including all incidental expenses, firing and lodging. At Strood in Kent, 2s was paid for children boarded out in poor families, while the inmates of the workhouse at Hanstope, Bucks, were supposed not to cost the parish more than 6d a week per head. At Reading it was agreed that Clayton's weef shall have zed a week for every poor childa in the hospital a comptinge each child's work in part of payment. Footnote 132. Carey Ack, Proceedings of the Corporation of Bristol. 1700. Their diets were made up of such provisions as were very wholesome, viz., beef, peas, potatoes, broth, peas porridge, milk porridge, bread and cheese, good beer, cabbage, carrots, turnips, etc. It stood us, with soap to wash, in about 16 pence per week for each of the 100 girls. Footnote 133. Account Workhouses, 1725, p. 13, p. 37, p. 79. Footnote 134. Gilding, Reading, Volume Roman 2, p. 273 Jan. 1625-6. These and many other similar figures show that a child must have cost from ones to ones, 6d. A week for food alone, the amount varying according to age. Above 7 years of age, children began to contribute towards their own support, but they were not completely self-supporting before the age of 13 or 14. According to the wages assessments, a woman's diet was reckoned at a lower figure than a man's, but whenever they are engaged on heavy work such as reaping corn or shearing sheep, 6d or 8d, a day is allowed for their meat and drink. On other work such as weeding or spinning where only 2d, a day is reckoned for wages, their food also is only estimated as costing 2d to 4d. As in such cases they are classed with other impotent persons, it must not be supposed that 2d or 3d represents the cost of the food needed by a young active woman. It may even have been prolonged semi-starvation that had reduced the woman to the level of impotency. Unfortunately, there is often a wide difference between the cost of what a woman actually eats and what is necessary to maintain her in efficiency. Probably the woman who was doing ordinary work while pregnant or suckling a baby may have needed as much food as the woman who was reaping corn, but in the wage earner's family she certainly did not get it. Thus, when a writer alleges that a man's diet costs 5d a day and a woman's ones 6d per week, his statement may be correct as to fact, though the babies have perished for want of nourishment and the mother has been reduced to invalidism. Footnote 135. Dunning, R. Plain and Easy Method, p. 5, 1686. Another writer gives twos, as being sufficient to keep a poor man or woman with good husbandry 1 whole week. Certainly twos is the very lowest figure that can have sufficed to keep up the mother's strength. The bare cost of food for a mother and 3 children must have amounted to at least 5s. 6d per week, but there were other necessaries to be provided from the scanty wages. The poorest family required some clothes, and though these may have been given by charitable persons, rent remained to be paid. Building was cheap. In Scotland, the new house with windows glazed with cheslusons only cost £412, 3d, to build, while a cot house built for Lidas, the merchant, cost only £100. Other cots were built for 4s, 11s, 1d, 5s, and 14s, 4d. These Scottish dwellings were mud hovels, but in England the labourers' dwellings were not much better. Footnote 136. Trade of England, p. 10, 1681. Footnote 137. Bailey Lady Gristle, Housebook in Trod, Ixiv. Celia Fiennes describes the houses at the Land's End as being poor cottages, like barns to look on, much like those in Scotland. But to do my own country, it's right ye inside of their little cottages are clean and plaistered, and such as you might comfortably eat and drink in, and for curiosity's sake I drank there and met with very good bottled ale. Footnote 138. Finds Celia, Through England on a Side Saddle, p. 224. In some places, the labourers made themselves habitations on the waste, but this was strictly against the law, such houses being only allowed for the impotent poor. Many fines are entered in quarter sessions records for building houses without the necessary quantity of land. By 39 Eliz. Churchwardens and overseers were ordered, for the relief of the impotent poor, to build convenient houses at the charges of the parish, but only with the consent of the lord of the manor. 43 Eliz. Added that such buildings were not at any time after to be used for other inhabitants, but only for the impotent poor, placed there by churchwardens and overseers. The housing problem was so acute that many orders were made by the justices sanctioning or ordering the erection of these cottages. Rob, Thompson of Brompton and Eliz, Thompson of Imanderby widow, stand indicted for building a cottage in Imanderby against the statute, etc. upon a piece of ground, parcel of the rectory of Appleton on the street, and in which the said Eliz doth dwell by the permission of John Heslerton, firmer of the said rectory, and that the same was so erected for the habitation of the said Eliz letter 1d57 aspirated, being a poor old woman and otherwise destitute of harbour and succour, ordered that the said cottage shall continue, for the space of 12 years, if the said Eliz letter 1d57 aspirated, live so long, or that the said Heslerton's lease do so long endure. In another case, Nicholas Russell, the wife of Thomas Waterton and Robert Arundel, were presented for erecting cottages upon the Lord's waste. At the suit of parishioners, these cottages are allowed by Mr. Coningsby, Lord of the Manor. Footnote 139. York's N.R., Q.S. Rec., Volume I, p. 29, 16056. Footnote 140. Hertfordshire Co-Rec., Volume I, p. 63, 1639-41. It was often necessary to compel unwilling overseers to build cottages for the impotent poor, and for widows. A woman with 3 children prays leave for the erection of a cottage in East Bedwin, she having no habitation, but depending upon alms. From lying in the street, she was conveyed into the church where she remained some small time, but was then ejected by the parish. The overseers are ordered to provide for her. Footnote 141. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume I, p. 113 Wilts. Q.S. Rec. 1646. The overseers at Shipley were ordered to build a house on the waste there for Archelaus Brailsford, to contain 2 chambers floored fit for lodgings, or in default 5s a week. At the following sessions his house was further ordered to be a convenient habitation 12 feet high upon the side walls so as to make 2 convenient chambers. Footnote 142. Cox, Derbyshire Annals, Volume II, p. 176, 1693. The following cases are representative of an immense number of petitions from widows and the impotent poor. Margaret Johns, having dwelt in Naunton Beauchamp for 55 years, has now no house or room but dwells in a barn. She desires to have house room and will not charge the parish so long as she is able to work. Eleanor Williams, charged with keeping of young child, is now unprovided with house room for herself and her poor child. Her husband having left the soil where they lately dwelled, and is gone to some place to her unknown. She is willing to relieve her child by her painful labor, but wanteth a place for abode, prays to be provided with house room. Bund, J.W. Willis, Worcestershire Co. records, Volume I, pp. 116-7. Overseers of Uglybarby to provide a suitable dwelling for 2 women, sisters, if they refuse them a warrant, etc. Yorks. North Riding Q.S. Rex, Volume III, p. 118. Parish officers of Scruton to provide a convenient habitation for Mary Hutchinson, and to set her on work, and provide for her, etc., until she shall recover the possession of certain lands in Scruton. Ibid. Volume VI, p. 175. Mary Marchant, living in good estimation and repute for many years together, being very careful to maintain herself and family for being prejudiced to ye Sd. Town, ye petitioner's husband being abroad and driven away, and returninge not back ye again to her, leaving ye petitioner with a little girl, being in want was put into a little cottage by, and with ye consent of ye Sd. Town, ye Sd, owner of ye Sd. Tenement commenge when ye petitioner was gone forth to work, leaving her little girl in ye Sd. House, ye Sd. Owner get a lock and key up on ye door, whereas your petitioner cannot enjoy her habitation wth peace and quietness. So it your petitioner is likely to starve for want of a habitation, and child, etc. Cox J.C., Derbyshire Annals, Volume II, pp. 175-6 Q.S. Rex. The housing problem, however, could not be settled by orders instructing the overseers to build cottages for the impotent poor alone. Petitions were received as often from able-bodied laborers, and for them, the law forbade the erection of a cottage without 4 acres of land attached. The magistrates had no power to compel the provision of the land, and thus they were faced with the alternatives of breaking the law and sanctioning the erection of a landless cottage on the waste, or else leaving the laborer's family to lie under hedges. The following petitions illustrate the way in which this situation was faced. George Grinham, Norton-under-Hampton, in ye behalf of himself, his poor wife and family, begged for permission for my building yer, of a little poor house for ye comfort of myself, my poor wife and children, betwixt those other 2 poor houses erected on the glebe, being a town-born child yer myself. Footnote 143. Somerset Q.S. Rec., Volume I, p. 41, 1609. Another from William Dench, a very poor man and having a wife and 7 children all born at Longdon, who was destitute of any habitation, states that he was given by William Parsons of Longdon, yeoman, in charity. A little sheepcote which sheepcote petitioner, with the consent of the churchwardens and overseers converted to a dwelling. Afterwards he having no license from quarter sessions, nor under the hands of the lord of the manor so to do, and the sheepcote being on the yeoman's freehold, and not on the waste or common, contrary to Acts 43 Eliz. C2 and 31 Eliz. C7 he was indicted upon the statute against cottages and sued to an outlawry. He praised the benefit of the king's pardon, and for license in open session for continuance of his habitation. Footnote 144. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume IP 296 Worcestershire QS. Rec. 1617. Eliz, shepherd of Winley, alleged she was in possession of a certain cottage situate in Cheven, which was pulled down and taken away by the inhabitants of Duafield. She left without habitation, and hath so continued 12 months at the least, she being born in Winley, and hath 2 small children, prayed the inhabitants should find her a homestead. The case was adjourned because the overseers raised a technical objection, that is. Shepherd was married, and a woman's petition could only proceed from a spinster or widow. Meanwhile another child was born, and at the Michaelmas sessions, a joint petition was presented by Ralph Shepherd and Eliz, his wife, with the result that the overseers are to find him habitation or show cause. Footnote 145. Cox, J.C. Derbyshire Annals, Volume Roman 2, pp. 173-4, 1649. Joseph Lange of Queen Camel, being an honest poor labourer, and having a wife and 2 small children, prayed that he might ha liberty to erect a cottage upon a wast ground. This was assented to, for the habitaken of himself for his wife, and afterwards the same shall be converted to the use of such other poor people, etc. Order that Robert Morris of Overstowe, husbandman, a very poor man having a wife and children, and no place of habitation, so that he is like to fall into great misery for want thereof, may erect and build him a cottage on some part of the wast of the manor of Overstowe, subject to the approbation of the lord of the said manor. Footnote 146. Somerset QS Rec, Volume Roman 3, pp. 2958. The predicament of married labourers is shown again in the following report to the Hertfordshire Quarterly Sessions. John Hawkins hath erected a cottage on the waste of my manor of Bennington, in consideration of the great charge of his wife, and children that the said Hawkins is to provide for. I do hereby grant, and give leave to him to continue the said cottage during his life and good behaviour. Footnote 147. Hertford Co. Rec. Volume I. p. 100, 1652. Labourers naturally were unwilling to hire cottages, while there was a possibility of inducing the justices to provide one on the waste rent-free. The churchwardens of Great Wymondley forwarded a certificate stating that the poor people of the said parish that are old and not able to work are all provided for, and none of the poor people of the said parish have been driven to wander into other unions to beg or ask relief, for this 30 years last past. This Nathaniel Thrussell, which now complains, is a lusty young man, able to work and always brought up to husbandry. His wife, a young woman, always brought up to work, and know both how to perform their work they are hired to do, and have at present but 1 child, but did not care to pay rent for a hired house when he had one, nor endeavour to hire a house for himself when he wants. Footnote 148. Hertford Co. Rec. Volume I. p. 370, 1687. The scarcity of cottages resulted in extortionate rents for those that existed. Best noted that in his district, Mary Goodale and Richard Miller have a cottage betwixt them. Mary Goodale hath 2 rooms and the orchard and payeth 6s per annum, and Richard Miller hath 1 roomestead and payeth 4s per annum. They usually let their cottages hereabouts for 10s apiece, although they have not so much as a yard or any backy side belonging to them. Footnote 149. Best Rural Econ, p. 125. The rents paid elsewhere are shown in the returns made in 1635 by the Justices of the Peace for the hundreds of Blowfield and Walsham in Norfolk, concerning cottages and inmates. Those, Waters hath 3 inmates. W.M. Wiley pays £1 per annum. Anthony Smith pays £1 per annum. Roger Goat pays 12s per annum, which are all poor labourers and have wives and several children, and if they be put out cannot be provided in this town, and by reason of their charge and poverty are not likely to be taken elsewhere. W.M. Brown hath 2 inmates. Edmund Pitts per annum W.M. Jocelings per annum. That are very poor and impotent, and take collection. W.M. Reynolds hath 2 inmates. Anthony Durant 116 pounds per annum W.M. Urleys per annum. Both are very poor laborers and have wives and small children. Jas, candle owner of a cottage Robert Fenn, 13s, a poor man. Anne Linkhorn 1 inmate Philip Blunt that pay 117 pounds that is a poor man and hath wife and children. Footnote 150. SBD, CCCX, 104, 1635, returns made by justices of the peace. Thus it appears that while a laborer who obtained a cottage on the waste lived rent-free, 20 or 30 shillings might be demanded from those who were less fortunate. Whatever money was extorted for rent meant so much less food for the mother and children, for it has been shown that the family income was insufficient for food alone, and left no margin for rent or clothes. The relation of wages to the cost of living is seldom alluded to by contemporary writers, but a pamphlet published in 1706 says of a laborer's family, "A poor man and his wife may have 4 or 5 children, 2 of them able to work and 3 not able, and the father and mother not able to maintain themselves and families in meat, drink, clothes, and house rent under 10s a week." Footnote 151. Haynes John, Present State of Clothing, p. 5, 1706. A similar statement is made by Sir Matthew Hale, who adds, "and so much they might probably get if employed." But no evidence has been found from which we can imagine that an agricultural laborer's family could possibly earn as much as 10s a week in the 17th century. Our lower estimate is confirmed by a report made by the Justices of the Peace for the half-hundred of Hitching concerning the poor in their district. When they have worked the wages, given them is so small that it hardly sufficeth to buy the poor man and his family bread, for they pay 6s for 1 bushel of mycelin grain and receive but 8d for their day's work. It is not possible to procure maintenance for all these poor people and their families by alms, nor yet by taxes. Footnote 152. Hale, Sir Matt, Discourse touching Provision for the Poor, p. 6, 1683. Footnote 153. SBD, CCCLXXXV, 43, Mar 8, 1638. The insolvency of the wage-earning class is recognized by Gregory King in his calculations of the income and expense of the several families of England for the year 1680. All other classes, including artisans and handicrafts, show a balance of income over expenditure, but the families of seamen, laborers, and soldiers show an actual yearly deficit. Footnote 154. King Gregory, Nat. and Political Observations, pp. 48-9. Number of families, yearly income per expense loss per persons, head per head, head 0 common seaman 0007 pounds, 710 SS pounds, 0 laboring 2750004 pounds, 10s, 4 pounds, 12 SS pounds, people and out servants 000 cottagers and 1 300 0002 pounds, 2 pounds, 5 SS pounds, paupers 000 common 0007 pounds, 710 SS pounds, soldiers. A still more convincing proof of the universal destitution of wage earners is shown in the efforts made by churchwardens and overseers in every county throughout England to prevent the settlement within the borders of their parish of families, which depended solely on wages. Their objection is not based generally upon the ground that the laborer or his wife were infirm, or idle, or vicious. They merely state that the family is likely to become chargeable to the parish. Each parish was responsible for the maintenance of its own poor, and thus though farmers might be needing more laborers, the parish would not tolerate the settlement of families which could not be self-supporting. The disputes which arose concerning these settlements contain many pitiful stories. Anthony Adams tells the justices that he was born in Stockton and bred up in the same parish, most of his time in service, and has taken great pains for my living all my time since I was able and of late I fortuned to marry with an honest young woman, and my parishioners not willing I should bring her in the parish, saying we should breed a charge amongst them. Then I took a house in Bodley, and there my wife doth yet dwell, and I myself do work in Stockton. And send or bring my wife the best relief I am able, and now the parish of Bodley will not suffer her to dwell there for doubt of further charge. I most humbly crave your good aid and help in this my distress, or else my poor wife and child are like to perish without the doors. That by your good help and order to the parish of Stockton I may have a house there to bring my wife and child unto, that may help them the best I can. Footnote 155. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume I. p. 298 Worcestershire Q.S. Rec. 1618. Another petition was brought by Josiah Stone of Culmington. Shewing that he hath been an inhabitant, and yet is in Culmington aforesaid, and hath there continued to and fro these 5 years past, and hath done service for the said parish, and hath lately married a wife in the said parish, intending there to live, and reside, yet since his marriage is by the said parish debarred of any abidinge for him, and his said wife there in any house or lodginge for his money. Footnote 156. Somerset Q.S. Rec. Volume Roman 3, p. 15, 1647. Another dispute occurred over the case of Zachary Wannell and his wife, who came lately from Wilton into the town of Taunton, where they ha been denied a residence, and they lie up and down in barns and hay lofts, the said Wannell's wife being great with child. The said Wannell and his wife to be forthwith set to Wilton and there to continue until the next general sessions. The being of the said Wannell and his wife at Wilton not to be interpreted as a settlement of them there. Footnote 157. Somerset Q.S. Rec. Volume Roman 3, p. 246, 1654. There were endless examples of these conflicts, often attended, as in the above case, with great cruelty. Footnote 158. One Humphrey Naish, a poor man hath been remaining and dwelling within the pish of Newton, St. Lo, by the space of 5 years or thereabouts, and now being married and like to ha charge of children, the pissioners do endure to put the said Naish out of their pish, by setting of absence and pains in their courts, on such as shall give him house room, or suffer him to live in their houses, which he doth, or offereth to rent for his money, which the court conceiveth to be unjust, and not according to law. Overseers ordered to provide him a house for his money. Ibid. Volume Roman 2, p. 19, 1626. The petition of the overseer of the poor of the parish of East Quantock said, that one Richard Camplin late of Culvey with his wife and 3 small children are late come as inmates into the parish of East Quantock said, which may hereafter become very burdensome and chargeable to the said parish, if timely prevention be not taken therein. Ibid. Volume Roman 3, p. 9, 1646. John Tankins, his wife and 3 children, had lived 2 years in Chewstoke undisturbed, and from thence came to Chew Magna, and there took part of a cottage for their habitation for 1 year. Whereof the parish of Chew Magna taking notice found themselves aggrieved thereat, and brought the same in question both before the next justice of the peace of Chew Magna and at the leet or law day. And yet neither the said Tankins, his wife or children, had been actually chargeable to the said parish of Chew Magna. This court in that respect thinketh not fit to disturb the said Tankins, his wife or children during the said term, but doth leave them to th'end of the same term to be settled according by law they ought. And because the parishioners of Chew Magna ha been for the most part of the time since the said Tankins, his wife and children came to Chew Magna complaining against them, this court doth declare that the being of them at Chew Magna aforesaid during the said term shall not be interpreted to be a settlement there. Ibid. Volume Roman 3, pp. 94-5, 1649. Pet. Of Richard Cookesley of Ashbrettle showing that he is married in the said parish, and the said parish endeavour to ha him removed from thence, although he is no way chargeable, this court doth see no cause, but that the said Cookesley may remain at Ashbrettle aforesaid, provided that his being there shall not be interpreted to be a settlement of him there. Ibid. Volume Roman 3, p. 248, 1654. James heard a poor labourer stated that for these 2 years last past he had dwelt in the parish of Westernamore, in a house WCH he hired for his money, and had taken great pains to maintain himself, his wife and 2 children, wherewith he never yet charged the said parish, nor hopeth ever to do. And yet the parishioners and churchwardens there do endeavour, and threaten to turn him out of the parish unless he will put in sufficient sureties not to charge the said parish which he cannot by reason he is but a poor laborer. He humbly requests that he may quietly inhabit in the said parish so long as he doth not charge the same, otherwise he and his family are like to perish. Ibid. Volume I, p. 94, 1612. The justices were shocked at the consequent demoralization and generally supported the demands of the laborers as regards their settlement and housing. One writes to the clerk of the peace, "I have sent you enclosed the recognizance of William Worcester and William Smith, of Bovenden, for contempt of an order of sessions. In the behalf of one, John York, formerly a vagrant, but now parishioner of Bovenden. Yet I believe the rest of the inhabitants will do their utmost to get him thence, though they force him to turn vagrant again. York will be with you to prove that he was in the parish half a year or more before they gave him any disturbance, and that not privately, for he worked for several substantial men and was at church, and paid rent." Footnote 159. Hertford Co. Rec. Volume I, p. 321, 1681. Letter from Francis Lay to Clerk of Peace. But the justices never suspected that the rate of wages, which they themselves had fixed below subsistence level, was at the root of the settlement difficulty. The overseers believed that all the troubles might be solved if only young people would not marry imprudently, and they petitioned the justices begging that overseers of parishes might not be compelled to provide houses for such young persons, as will marry before they have provided themselves with a settling. Footnote 160. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume I. p. 322, Worcestershire Q.S. Rec. 1661. While the overseers were seeking to exclude all wage earners from the parish, individual farmers, perchance the overseers themselves wanted more laborers. To meet this difficulty, the overseers discovered an ingenious device. Before granting a settlement, they required the laborer to find sureties to save the parish harmless from his becoming chargeable to it. Obviously, a laborer could not himself find sureties, but the farmer who wished to employ him was in a position to do so, and thus the responsibility for the wage earner's family would be laid upon the person who profited by his services. Petitions against this demand for sureties came before the quarter sessions. One from Robert Vodder stated that he was a poor day laborer about a quarter of a year sithence, came into the said parish of Clutton, and there married with a poor almsman's daughter, now living with her said father in the almshouse of Clutton aforesaid, and would there settle himself with his said wife. He was ordered to find sureties or to go to jail. Footnote 161. Somerset QS Rec. Volume Roman II, p. 292, 1637-8. It was reported at Salford, whereas Rich. Hudson is come lately into the town with his wife and F4 children, to remain that the borough-reeve and constables of this town shall give notice unto Henry Wrigley, Esquire, upon whose land he still remains that he remove him and his wife and children out of this town within this moneth, unless he give sufficient security upon the pain of £5. Footnote 162. Salford Portmoat Records, Volume Roman II, p. 144, 1655. Similar orders were made Ray Nathan Colliff, his wife and 3 children, Robert Billingham with wife and 2 children, Peter F. Farrant and his wife, and Roger Marland and wife. Later the record continues, and yet the said parties are not removed. Order was therefore made that this order shall be put in execution. Another step in the proceedings is recorded in the entry. Whereas James Moores, George Moores, and Adam Warmingham stand bound unto Henry Wriggling Esquire in 20 for the securing the town from any poverty or disability which should or might befall unto the said James, his wife, children, or family, or any of them. And whereas it appears that the said James Moores hath been chargeable, whereby the said bond is become forfeit, yet this jury doth give the said George Moores and Adam Warmingham this liberty, that the said James shall remove out of this town before the next courtleet. Footnote 163. Ibid. p. 151, 1656. Footnote 164. Salford Portmoat Rec. Volume Roman II, p. 150. Fines were exacted from those who harbored unfortunate strangers without having first given security for them, and no exception was made on the score of relationship. James Meek of Middleton was presented for keeping of his daughter Ellen Meek, having a husband dwelling in another place, and having 2 children born forth of the parish. Footnote 165. York's N.R. Q.S. Rec. Volume I. p. 170, 1609. Rules made at Steeple Ashton by the churchwardens declare, there hath much poverty happened unto this peish, by receiving of strangers to inhabit there, and not first securing them agsti such contingencies, and avoiding the like occasions in time to come. It is ordered by this vestry that every pizon or pizons whatsoever wh shall let or set any housenge or dwellinge to any stranger, and shall not first give good securate for defending and saving harmless the said inhabitants from the future charge, as may happen by such stranger coming to inhabite within the said peish. And if any pizon shall do to the contrary, it's agreed that such pizon so receiving such stranger shall be rated to the poor to 20s. Monthly over and above his monthly tax. Footnote 166. Wilt's Notes and Queries, Volume Roman 7, p. 281, 1664. Churchwardens Act, Book, Steeple Ashton. The penalties at reading were higher. At this day W.M. Porter, T.H. Elder was questioned for harboring a stranger woman, and a child, viz. Letter 1D57, the weef of John Taplin, he worketh at Mr. Ed. Blagrave's in Early, confesseth. The woman saith she hath been there ever since Michaelmas last, and paid rent to Goodman Porter, XXS a year, her kinsman Farringdon did take the house for them. W.M. Porter was required to pay excess a week according to the orders, and was willed to rid his tenant with all speed upon pain of excess a week, and to provide sureties to discharge the town of the child. Footnote 167. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman 2, p. 181, 1624. The starvation and misery described in Quarter Sessions records were not exceptional calamities, but represent the ordinary life of women in the wage-earning class. The lives of men were drab and monotonous, lacking pleasure and consumed by unending toil, but they did not often suffer hunger. The laborer while employed was well fed, for the farmer did not grudge him food, though he did not wish to feed his family. There was seldom want of employment for agricultural laborers, and when their homes sank into depths of wretchedness, and the wife's attractiveness was lost through slow starvation, the men could depart and begin life anew elsewhere. The full misery of the laborer's lot was only felt by the women. If unencumbered, they could have returned, like the men, to the comfortable conditions of service, but the cases of mothers who deserted their children are rare. The hardships suffered by the women of the wage-earning class proved fatal to their children. Gregory King estimated that there were on an average only 3.5 persons, including father and mother in a laborer's family, though he gives 4.8 as the average number of children for each family in villages and hamlets. Another writer gives 3 persons as the average number for a laborer's family. The cases of disputed settlements which are brought before Quarter Sessions confirm the substantial truth of these estimates. It is remarkable that, where the father is living, seldom more than 2 or 3 children are mentioned, often only 1, though in cases of widows where the poverty is recent and caused, as it were, by the accidental effect of the husband's premature death, there are often 5 to 10 children. In Nottingham, of 17 families, who had recently come to the town and been taken in as tenants, and which the council wanted to eject for fear of overcrowding, only one had 4 children, one 3, and the rest only 2 or 1 child apiece. Footnote 168. King Gregory, Natural and Political Observations and Conclusions p. 44 pp. 48-9. Footnote 169. Gracier's Complaint p. 60. Footnote 170. Nottingham, Records of the Borough of Volume Roman 4, pp. 312-5, 1613. In fact, however large the birth rate may have been, and this we have no means of ascertaining, few children in the wage-earning class were reared. Of those who reached maturity, many were crippled in mind or body, forming a large class of unemployables destined to be a burthen instead of strength to the community. This appalling loss and suffering was not due to the excessive work of married women, but to their underfeeding and bad housing. Probably the women of the wage-earning class actually accomplished less work than the women of the husbandman class. but the latter worked under better conditions and were well-nourished, with the result that their sons and daughters have been the backbone of the English nation. The sacrifice of the wage earners' children was caused by the mother's starvation. Vainly she gave her own food to the children, for then she was unable to suckle the baby and grew too feeble for her former work. Probably she had herself been the daughter of a husbandman and was inured to labor from childhood. Sent abroad into service and hardship when but 10 years old, as Oliver Heywood wrote of a faithful servant, she met the chances which decide a servant's life. The work on farms was rough, but generally healthy. At first the child herded the pigs or the geese and followed the harrow, and as she grew older the poultry yard and the cows divided her attention with the housework. Sometimes she was brutally treated and often received little training in her work, but generosity in meat and drink has always been characteristic of the English farmer, and during the hungry years of adolescence, the average girl who was a servant in husbandry was amply nourished. Then came marriage. The more provident waited long in the hope of securing independence, and one of those desirable cottages with 4 acres of land. But to some the prospect seemed endless, and at last they married hoping something would turn up. Or perhaps they were carried away by natural impulses and married young without any thought for the future. Such folly was the despair of churchwardens and overseers, yet the folly need not seem so surprising when we consider that delay brought the young people no assurance of improvement in their position. Church and state alike taught that it was the duty of men and women to marry and bring forth children. And if for a large class, the organization of society made it impossible for them to rear their children, who is to blame for the fate of those children, their parents, or the community? After one of these imprudent marriages, the husband sometimes continued to work on a farm as a servant, visiting his wife and children on Sundays and holidays. By this means he, at least, was well fed and well housed. The woman with a baby to care for and feed could not leave her home every day to work and must share the children's food. In consequence, she soon began to practice starvation. Her settlement was disputed, and therefore her dwelling was precarious. Nominally, she was transferred on marriage to the parish, where her husband was bound as servant for the term of 1 year. But the parish objected to the settlement of a married man, lest his children became a burden on them. No one doubted that it was somebody's duty to care for the poor, but arrangements for relief were strictly parochial, and the fear of incurring unlimited future responsibilities led English parishioners to strange lengths of cruelty and callousness. The fact that a woman was soon to have a baby, instead of appealing to their chivalry, seemed to them the best reason for turning her out of her house and driving her from the village, even when a hedge was her only refuge. The once lusty young woman who had formerly done a hard day's work with the men at harvesting was broken by this life. It is said of an army that it fights upon its stomach. These women faced the grim battle of life, laden with the heavy burden of childbearing, seldom knowing what it meant to have enough to eat. Is it surprising that courage often failed, and they sank into the spiritless, dismal ranks of miserable beings met in the pages of quarter sessions records, who are constantly being forwarded from one parish to another? Such women, enfeebled in mind and body, could not hope to earn more than the 2d a day and their food, which is assessed as the maximum rate for women workers in the hay harvest. On the contrary, judging from the account books of the period, they often received only 1 penny a day for their labor. Significant of their feebleness is the Norfolk assessment, which reads, "Women and such impotent persons that weed corn, or other such like labors 2d with meat and drink, 6d without." Such wages may have sufficed for the infirm and old, but they meant starvation for the woman with a young family depending on her for food. And what chance of health and virtue existed for the children of these enfeebled, starving women? Footnote 171. Ang Hist, Reverend Volume Roman 13, p. 522. On the death or desertion of her husband, the laboring woman became wholly dependent on the parish for support. The conduct of the magistrates in fixing maximum wages at a rate which they knew to be below subsistence level seems inexplicable, is in fact inexplicable until it is understood that these wages were never intended to be sufficient for the support of a family. Statute 31 Eliz. And others show that the whole influence of the government and administration was directed to prevent the creation of a class of wage earners. It was an essential feature of Tudor policy to foster the yeomanry, from whose ranks were recruited the defenders of the realm. Husbandmen were recognized as the body and stay of the kingdom. They made the best infantry when bred, not in a servile or indigent fashion, but in some free and plentiful manner. If the depopulation of the countryside went on unchecked, there would come to pass a mere solitude and vetitur desolation to the whole realmy, furnished only with sheep and shepherds instead of good men. Whereaby it might be a prey to our enemies that first would set VP upon it. Footnote 172. Lipson Economic Hist. Of England, p. 153. Footnote 173. Bacon Works Volume Roman 6, p. 95. Footnote 174. Lamond Eliz, Discourse of the Commonweal, 1581. Probably the consideration of whether a family could be fed by a laborer's wage seldom entered the justices' heads. They wished the family to win its food from a croft and regarded the wages as merely supplementary. The justices would like to have exterminated wage earners, who were an undesirable class in the community, and they might have succeeded as the conditions imposed upon the women made the rearing of children almost impossible, had not economic forces constantly recruited the ranks of wage earners from the class above them. The demands of capital, however, for labor already exceeded the supply available from the ranks of husbandmen, and could only be met by the establishment of a class of persons depending wholly on wages. The strangest feature of the situation was the fact that the magistrates who were trying to exterminate wage earners were often themselves capitalists creating the demand. The actual proportion of wage earners in the 17th century can only be guessed at. The statement of a contemporary that laborers and cottagers numbered 2 million persons, out of a population of only 5,000,000, must be regarded as an exaggeration. In any case, their distribution was uneven. Footnote 175. Gracier's complaint, p. 60. Complaints are not infrequently brought before quarter sessions from parishes which say they are burdened with so great a charge of poor that they cannot support it. To other parishes, the justices are sometimes driven to issue orders on the lines of a warrant commanding the churchwardens of the towns of Scruton and Einderby to be more diligent in relieving their poor, that the court be not troubled with any further claimers therein. Footnote 176. York's N.R., Q.S. Rec., Volume I, p. 22-3, 1605. On the other hand, there were many districts where the wage earner was hardly known, and the authorities, like the tithing men of Fisherton de Lamure, could report that they have, thanks to the Almighty God therefore, no popish recusants. No occasion to levy 12 for none forbear to repair to divine service. No inns or alehouses licensed or unlicensed, no drunken person, no unlawful weights or measures, no neglect of hues and cries, no roads out of repair, no wandering rogues or idle persons, and no inmates of whom they desire information. Or the constable of Treddington who declared that the poor are weekly relieved, felons none known. Recusants one Bridget Line, the wife of those. Line. Tobacco none planted. Vagrants Mary Howe, an Irish woman and her sister were taken and punished according to the statute, and sent away by pass with a guide towards Ireland in the county of Cork. Or, as in another report, we have no bakers or alehouses within our parish. We cannot find by our searches at night or other time that any rogues or vagabonds are harbored saving Mr. Edward Hall, who lodged a poor woman and her daughter. We do not suffer any vagrants which we see begging in our parish, but we give them punishment according as we ought. Footnote 177. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume I, p. 93. Wilts QS Rec. 1621. A similar detailed return was made from the Hundred of Wilton in 1691. Many often return omnia bene and the like in brief. Footnote 178. Bund J. W. Willis, Worcestershire Co. Rec. Volume I, p. 564, 1634. Footnote 179. Ibid, Volume I, p. 571, 1634. A review of the whole position of women in agriculture at this time shows the existence of family industry at its best, and of capitalism at its worst. The smaller farmers and more prosperous husbandmen led a life of industry and independence in which every capacity of the women, mental, moral, and physical, had scope for development, and in which they could secure the most favorable conditions for their children. While among capitalistic farmers, a tendency can already be perceived for the women to withdraw from the management of business and devote themselves to pleasure. At the other end of the scale, capitalism fed the man whom it needed for the production of wealth, but made no provision for his children. And the married woman, handicapped by her family ties, when she lost the economic position which enabled her through family industry to support herself and her children, became virtually a pauper. Chapter 4. Textiles. A. Introductory. Historical importance in women's economic development, predominance of women's labor, significance in development of industrialism, low wages. B. Woolen trade. Historical importance, proportions of men and women employed, early experiments in factory system abandoned, declining employment of women in management and control, women weavers, burling, spinning, organization of spinning industry. Women who bought wool and sold yarn made more profit than those who worked for wages. Methods of spinning. Class of women who span for wages. Rates of wages. Disputes between spinsters and employers. Demoralization of seasons of depression. Association of men and women in trade disputes. C. Linen. Chiefly a domestic industry. Introduction of capitalism. Increased demand caused by printing linens. Attempt to establish a company. Part taken by women. Weaving, bleaching, spinning, wages below subsistence level, encouragement of spinning by local authorities to lessen poor relief, Furman. D. Silk, gold and silver. Silk, formerly a monopoly of gentlewomen, in 17th century virtually one of the pauper trades. Gold and silver furnished employment to the poorest class of women, factory system already in use. E. Conclusion. From the general economic standpoint, the textile industries rank second in importance to agriculture during the 17th century, but in the history of women's economic development, they hold a position which is quite unique. If the food supply of the country depended largely on the work of women in agriculture, their labor was absolutely indispensable to the textile industries, for in all ages and in all countries spinning has been a monopoly of women. This monopoly is so nearly universal that we may suspect some physiological inability on the part of men to spin a fine, even thread at the requisite speed. And spinning forms the greater part of the labor in the production of handmade textile fabrics. It requires some effort of the imagination in this mechanical age to realize the incessant industry which the duty of clothing her own family imposed on every woman, to say nothing of the yarn required for the famous woolen trade. The service rendered by women in spinning for the community was compared by contemporaries to the service rendered by the men who plowed. Like men that would lay no hand to the plow, and women that would set no hand to the wheel, deserving the censure of wise Solomon, he that would not labor should not eat. Footnote 180. Declaration of the Estate of Clothing, P2, 1613. Textile industries fall into three groups: woolen, linen, and miscellaneous, comprising silk, etc. Cotton is seldom mentioned, although imported at this time in small quantities for mixture with linen. The predominance of women's labor in the textile trades makes their history specially significant in tracing the evolution of women's industrial position under the influences of capitalism. For the woolen trade was one of the first fields in which capitalistic organization achieved conspicuous success. The importance of the woolen trade as a source of revenue to the crown drew to it so much attention that many details have been preserved concerning its development, showing with a greater distinctness than in other and more obscure trades the steps by which capitalistic organization ousted family industry and the domestic arts. It is surely not altogether accidental that industrialism developed so remarkably in two trades where the labor of women predominated: in the woolen trade, which in the 17th century was already organized on capitalistic lines, and 100 years later, in the cotton trade. Some characteristic features of modern industrialism were absent from the woolen trade in the 17th century. The work of men and women alike was carried on chiefly at home, and thus the employment of married women and children was unimpeded, nor are there any signs of industrial jealousy between men and women, who, on the contrary, stand by each other during this period in all trade disputes. Nevertheless, the position of the woman wage earner in the textile trades was extraordinarily bad, and this in spite of the fact that the demand for her labor appears nearly always to have exceeded the supply. The evidence contained in the following chapter shows that the wages paid to women in the 17th century for spinning linen were insufficient, and those paid for spinning wool barely sufficient for their individual maintenance. And yet out of them women were expected to support, or partly support, their children. Possibly the persistence of such low wages throughout the country was due in a measure to the convenience of spinning as a tertiary occupation for married women. She who was employed by day in the intervals of household duties with her husband's business or her dairy and garden could spin through the long winter evenings when the light was too bad for other work. The mechanical character of the movements and the small demand they make on eye or thought renders spinning wonderfully adapted to women whose serious attention is engrossed by the care or training of their children. A comparison of spinsters' wages with those of agricultural laborers, which were also below subsistence level, will show, however, that such an explanation does not altogether meet the case. The fact is that far from underselling the spinsters who were wholly dependent on wages for their living, it seems probable that the women who only span for sale after the needs of their own households had been supplied received the highest rates of pay, just as the husbandman, who only worked occasionally for wages, was paid better than the laborer who worked for them all the year round and whose family depended exclusively on him. Disorganization and lack of bargaining power, coupled with traditions founded upon an earlier social organization, were responsible for the low wages of the spinsters. The agricultural laborer was crippled in his individual efforts for a decent wage because society persisted in regarding him as a household servant. The spinster was handicapped because in a society which began to assert the individual's right to freedom, she had from her infancy been trained to subjection. Footnote 181. Spinster in the 17th century is used in its technical sense and refers equally to women who are married, unmarried, or widows. It must, however, be remembered that though a large part of the ensuing chapter is concerned with spinsters and their wages, much, perhaps most, of the thread spun never came into the market, but was produced for domestic consumption. Thus, we find all three forms of industrial organization existing simultaneously in these trades: domestic industry, family industry, and capitalistic industry. Domestic industry lingered especially in the linen trade until machinery made the spinning wheel obsolete, and family industry was still extensively practiced in the 17th century. But capitalistic industry, already established in the woolen trade, was making rapid inroads on the other branches of the textile trades. Although capitalism undermined the position of considerable economic independence enjoyed by married women and widows in the tradesmen and farming classes, possibly its introduction may have improved the position of unmarried women and others who were already dependent on wages. But such improvements belong to a later date. Their only indication in the 17th century is the clearly proved fact that wages for spinning were higher in the more thoroughly capitalistic woolen trade than in the linen trade. Further evidence is a suggestion by Defoe that wages for spinning in the woolen trade were doubled or even trebled in the first decade of the 18th century, but no sign of this advance can be detected in our period. B. Woolen trade. The interest of the government and of all those who studied financial and economic questions was focused upon the woolen trade, owing to the fact that it formed one of the chief sources of revenue for the crown. At the close of the 17th century, woolen goods formed a third of the English exports. Footnote 182. Davenant, Inspector General of Exports and Imports. An account of the trade between Great Britain, France, Holland, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Africa, Newfoundland, etc., with the importations and exportations of all commodities, particularly of the woolen manufactures, delivered in his reports made to the Commissioners for Public Accounts. 1715, p. 71. Our general exports for the year 1699 are valued at £6,788,166, 17 pounds. 6 a quarter d. whereof the woolen manufacture for the same year are valued at £2,932,292, 17 pounds. 6.5d. Historically, the woolen trade has a further importance, due to the part which it played in the development of capitalism. The manufacture of woolen materials had existed in the remote past as a family industry, and even in the 20th century, this method still survives in the remoter parts of the British Isles. But the manufacture of cloth for foreign trade was from its beginning organized on capitalistic lines, and the copious records which have been preserved of its development illustrate the history of capitalism itself. It was estimated that about 1 million men, women, and children were exclusively employed in the clothing trade. All have their dependence solely and wholly upon the said manufacture, without intermixing themselves in the labors of hedging, ditching, quicksetting, and others the works belonging to husbandry. Footnote 183. Proverb crossed, p. 8, 1677. See also case of the woolen manufacturers of Great Britain, which states that they are the subsistence of more than 1 million of poor of both sexes who are employed therein. In 1612 8,000 persons, men, women, and children were said to be employed in the clothing trade in Tiverton alone, while giving 966 hands as the number properly employed in woolen manufacture. Another writer says that women and children, girls and boys, were employed in the proportion of about 8 to 1 man. Footnote 184. Dunsford Hist, Tiverton, p. 408. Footnote 185. Short Essay upon Trade, p. 18, 1741. Such figures must be taken with reserve, for the proportions of men and women employed varied according to the quality of the stuff woven, and pamphleteers of the 17th century handled figures with little regard to scientific accuracy. But the uncertainty only refers to the exact proportion. There can be no doubt that the woolen trade depended chiefly upon women and children for its labor supply. Footnote 186. The following estimates were made by different writers. Out of 1,187 persons supposed to be employed for 1 week in making up 1,200 pounds, weight of wool, 900 are given as spinners. Weaver's True Case, p. 42, 1714. 1 pack of short wool finds employment for 63 persons for 1 week, viz., 28 men and boys, 35 women and girls who are only expected to do the carding and spinning. A similar pack made into stockings would provide work for 82 men and 102 spinners, and if made up for the Spanish trade, a pack of wool would employ 52 men and 250 women. Haynes, John, Great Britain's Glory, p. 6, p. 8, 1715. For the student of social organization, it is noteworthy that in the 2 textile trades through which capitalism made in England its most striking advances, the woolen trade, and in later years, the cotton trade, the labor of women predominated. A fact which suggests obscure actions and reactions between capitalism and the economic position of women, worthy of more careful investigation than they have as yet received. The woolen trade passed through a period of rapid progress and development in the 16th century. It was then that the clothiers of Wiltshire and Somerset acquired wealth and fame, building as a memorial for posterity the Tudor houses and churches which still adorn these counties. Leland, writing of a typical clothier and his successful enterprises and ambitions, describes at Malmesbury, Wiltshire, a little church joining to the south side of the transeptum of Thaby Church. Wevers hath now loams in this little church, but it standeth, the whole loggings of Thaby be now longing to one stump, an exceeding rich clothier that bout them of the king. This stump's son hath married Sir Edward Bainton's daughter. This stump was the chef cosser and contributor to have Thaby Church made a paroch church. At this present time, every corner of the vast houses of office that belonged to Thaby be full of lums to weave cloth in, and this stump intendeth to make a stret or 2 for clothier in the back vacant ground of the abbey that is within the town walls. Footnote 187. Leland John, Itinerary, 1535-1543, Part 2, pp. 131-2. There must have been a marked tendency at this time to bring the wage earners of the woolen industry under factory control. For a description which is given of John Winchcombe's household says that Within one room being large and long there stood 200 looms full strong, 200 men. The truth is so wrought in these looms all in a row. By every one a pretty boy sate making quills with mickle joy. And in another place, hard by, 100 women merrily were carding hard with joyful cheer, who singing sate with voices clear. And in a chamber close beside, 200 maidens did abide, in petticoats of stamel red, and milk-white kerchers on their head. Footnote 188. Lipson Econ Hist. Of England, p. 420. These experiments were discontinued, partly because they were discountenanced by the government, which considered the factory system rendered the wage earners too dependent on the clothiers, and also because the collection of large numbers of workpeople under one roof provided them with the opportunity for combination and insubordination. Moreover, the factory system was not really advantageous to the manufacturer before the introduction of power, because he could pay lower wages to the women who worked at home than to those who left their families in order to work on his premises. Thus the practice was dropped. In 1603, the Wiltshire Quarter Sessions published regulations to the effect that no clothesman shall keep above 1 lom in his house, neither any weaver that hath a plowland shall keep more than 1 lom in his house. No person or persons shall keep any lom or loms goinge in any other house or houses beside their own, or maintain any to do the same. Footnote 189. See Weavers' Act 1555. Footnote 190. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume IP 75 Wilts, QS Rec. 1603. Few references occur to the wives of successful clothiers or wool merchants who were actively interested in their husband's business, though no doubt their help was often enlisted in the smaller or more struggling concerns. Thus the names of 3 widows are given in a list of 11 persons who were using handicrafts at Maidstone. The better sort of these we take to be, but of mean ability, and most of them poor, but by fair trade the poor both of the town and country adjoining are employed to spining. Footnote 191. SBD, CX 645 App. 10, 1622, Return of the Mayor. A pamphlet published in 1692 describes how in former days the clothier that made the cloth sold it to the merchant and heard the faults of his own cloth, and forked sometimes not only to promise amendment himself, but to go home and tell Joan to have the wool better picked and the yarn better spun. Footnote 192. Clothier's Complaint, etc. p7, 1692. A certain Rachel Theory applied for a monopoly in Southampton for the pressing of serges, and having heard that the suit had been referred by the Queen to Sir J. Caesar, the mayor and aldermen wrote, July 2, 1599, to let him know how inconvenient the granting of the suit would be to the town of Southampton. Those strangers who have presses already would be ruined. Roman 2, many of their men servants, English and strangers, bred up to the trade would be idle. Roman 3, the women veri poor and beggarly, altogether unable to perform it in workmanship or otherwise. Agin she is veri idle, a prattling gossip, unfit to undertake a matter of so great a charge, her husband a poor man being departed from her, and commorant in Rochelle, these 11 years at least. She is veri untrusty, and approved to have engaged men's clothes which in times past have been put to her for presage. Veri insufficient to answer of herself men's goods, and unable to procure any good caution to render the owners their goods again, having not so much as a house to put her head in, insomuch as, marvelling under what colour she doth seek to attain to a matter of such weight, we should hold them worse than mad that would hazard or commit their goods into her hands. And to conclude, she is generally held amongst us an unfit woman to dwell in a well-governed commonwealth. Footnote 193. Lansdowne 161 Foe. 127, 2nd July, 1599. An incident showing the wife as virtual manager of her husband's business is described in a letter from Thomas Cox of Crowell to Sir Robert Berkeley, K.T., in 1633. He writes complaining of a certain careless who obtained a license to sell ale, because he was a surgeon and had many patients come to him for help, and found it a great inconvenience for them to go to remote places for their diet and drink, and in that respect obtained a license with a limitation to sell ale to none but his patients. But now of late especially he far exceeds his bounds. a poor fellow who professed himself an extraordinary carder and spinner, was of late set a work by my wife to card and spin coarse wool for blankets, and when he had gotten some money for his work, to careless he goes. Having got drunk there, and coming back in the early hours of the morning, he made such a noise in the churchyard. Being near my chamber, I woke my wife, who called up all my men to go into the churchyard and see what the matter was. Footnote 194. Bund J.W.W., Worcestershire Records, Volume I, p. 530. That Mrs. Cox should engage and direct her husband's workpeople would not be surprising to 17th-century minds, for women did so naturally in family industry. But when capitalized, business tended to drift away beyond the wife's sphere, and thus even then it was unusual to find women connected with the clothing trade, except as wage earners. Of the processes involved in making cloth, weaving was generally done by men, while the spinning, which was equally essential to its production, was exclusively done by women and children. In earlier days, weaving had certainly been to some extent a woman's trade. Webster, which is the feminine form of the old term Weber, is used in old documents, and in these women are also specifically named as following this trade. Thus, on the Suffolk poll tax roll are entered the names of John Rose, shepherd; Agneta his wife, Webster; Marjorie his daughter, Webster; Thomas his servant, and Beatrice his servant. It appears also that there were women among the weavers who came from abroad to establish the cloth making in England. For a statute in 1271 provides that all workers of woolen cloths, male and female, as well of Flanders as of other lands, may safely come into our realm there to make cloths, upon the understanding that those who shall so come and make such cloths shall be quit of toll and tallage, and of payment of other customs for their work until the end of 5 years. Footnote 195. Riley, Chronicles of London, p. 142. Later, however, women were excluded from cloth weaving on the ground that their strength was insufficient to work the wide and heavy looms in use. Thus orders were issued for Norwich worsted weavers in 1511, forbidding women and maids to weave worsteds, because they be not of sufficient power to work the said worsteds as they ought to be wrought. Footnote 196. Tingeye, Norwich Records, Volume II, p. 378. Complaint was made in Bristol in 1461 that weavers putten, occupian, and hiren their wives, daughters, and maidens, some to weave in their own loms, and some to hire them to work with other persons of the said craft, by the which many and divers of the king's liege people, likely men to do the king's service in his wars, and in defense of this his land, and sufficiently learned in the said craft, goeth vagrant and unoccupied, and may not have their labor to their living. Footnote 197. Little Red Book of Bristol, Volume II, p. 127. At Kingston upon Hull, the weaver's composition in 1490 ordained that there shall no woman work in any work concerning this occupacan within the town of Hull, up in pain of XLS, to be divided in form by 4 rehearsed. Footnote 198. Lambert, 2000 Years of Guild Life, p. 6. A prohibition of this character could not resist the force of public opinion, which upheld the woman's claim to continue in her husband's trade. Widows' rights are sustained in the weaver's ordinances formulated by 25 Charles Roman II, which declare that it shall be lawful for the widow of any weaver, who at the time of his death was a free burgess of the said town, and a free brother of the said company, to use and occupy the said trade by herself, her apprentices and servants, so long as she continues a widow and observeth such orders, as are or shall made to be used amongst the company of weavers within this town of Kingston upon Hull. Footnote 199. Lambert, 2000 Years of Guild Life, p. 210. Even when virtually excluded from the weaving of clothes, women continued to be habitually employed in the weaving of other materials. A petition was presented on their behalf against an invention which threatened a number with unemployment. Also, we most humbly desire your worship that you would have in remembrance that same devilish invention, which was invented by strangers and brought into this land by them, which hath been the utter overthrow of many poor people, which heretofore have lived very well by their handy labor, which now are forced to go a begging, and willed the utter destruction of the trade of weaving, if some speedy course be not taken therein. We mean those looms with 12, 15, 20, 18, 20, 24, shuttles which make tape, ribbons, stripped garteringe, and the like, which heretofore was made by poor aged women and children, but none know to be seen. Footnote 200. SBD, CXXI 155, 1621. The rules of the Society of Weavers of the stuffs called Kidderminster stuffs required that care should be taken to have apprentices, bound according to ye laws of ye realmy, for which they shall be allowed 2s. 6d. And not above, to be paid by him or her that shall procure the same apprentice to be bound as aforesaid. Footnote 201. Burton J.R. Hist. Of Kidderminster, p. 175, Borough Ordinances 1650. John Grove was bound about the year 1655 to the said George and Mary to be taught and instructed in the trade of a serge weaver. And a lamentable account is given of the inordinate manner in which the said Mary did beat him. Footnote 202. Somerset QS Rec, Volume Roman 3, pp. 268-9, 1655. It is impossible from the scanty information available to arrive at a final conclusion concerning the position of women weavers. Clearly, an attempt had been made to exclude them from the more highly skilled branches of the trade, but it is also evident that this had not been successful in depriving widows of their rights in this respect. Nor does the absence of information concerning women weavers prove that they were rarely employed in such work. The division of work between women and men was a question which aroused little interest at this time, and therefore references to the part taken by women are accidental. They may have been extensively engaged in weaving, for they are mentioned as still numerous among the handloom weavers of the 19th century. Another process in the manufacture of cloth which gave employment to women was burling. The minister and mayor of Westbury presented a petition to the Wiltshire Quarter Sessions in 1657 on behalf of certain poor people who had obtained their living by the burling of broad medley clothes, 3 of whose daughters had now been indicted by certain persons desirous to appropriate the said employment to themselves. They show that the said employment of burling hath not been known to be practiced among us as any prentice trade, neither hath any been apprenticed to it as to such, but clothiers have ever put their clothes to burling to any who would undertake the same, as they doe their wools to spinning. Also that the said employment of burling is a common good to this poor town and parish, conducing to the relief of many poor families therein, and the setting of many poor children on work. And if the said employment of burling should be appropriated by any particular persons to themselves, it would redound much to the hurt of clothing, and to the undoing of many poor families, their woe have there a chafe maintenance therefrom. Footnote 203. Report of the Commissioners on the Condition of the Handloom Weavers, 1841. XP 323, Mr. Chapman's Report. Young weaver just out of his apprenticeship is perhaps as well able to earn as he will be at any future period, setting aside the domestic comforts incidental to the married state. His pecuniary condition is in the first instance improved by uniting himself with a woman capable of earning perhaps nearly as much as himself, and performing for him various offices involving an actual pecuniary saving. A married man with an income, the result of the earnings of himself and wife of 20s, will enjoy more substantial comfort in every way than he alone would enjoy with an income of 15s a week. This alone is an inducement to early marriage. In obedience to this primary inducement, the weaver almost invariably marries soon after he is out of his apprenticeship. But the improvement of comfort which marriage brings is of short duration. About the 10th year, the labor of the eldest child becomes available. Many men have depended on their wives and their children to support themselves by their own earnings, independent of his wages. The wives and children consequently took to the loom or sought work in the factories, and now that there is little or no work in the district, the evil is felt, and the husband is obliged to maintain them out of his wages. Footnote 204. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume IP 135 Wilts. QS Rec. 1657. It was not, however, the uncertain part they played in the processes of weaving, burling, or carding, which constituted the importance of the woolen trade in regard to women's industrial position. Their employment in these directions was insignificant compared with the unceasing and never satisfied demand which the production of yarn made upon their labor. It is impossible to give any estimate of the quantity of wool spun for domestic purposes. That this was considerable is shown by a recommendation from the commission appointed to inquire into the decay of the cloth trade in 1622, who advise that huswives may not make cloth to sell again, but for the provision of themselves and their family, that the clothiers and drapers be not discouraged. Footnote 205. Report of Commission of Decay of Clothing Trade, 1622, Stowe, 554 Fo. 48b. The housewife span both wool and flax for domestic use, but this aspect of her industry will be considered more fully in connection with the linen trade, attention here being concentrated on the condition of the spinsters in the woolen trade. Their organization varied widely in different parts of the country. Sometimes the spinster bought the wool, span it, and then sold the yarn, thus securing all the profit of the transaction for herself. In other cases, she was supplied with the wool by the clothier or a market spinner, and only received piece wages for her labor. The system in vogue was partly decided by the custom of the locality, but there was everywhere a tendency to substitute the latter for the former method. Statute I. Edward Roman 6. Chapter 6 recites that the greatest and almost the whole number of the poor inhabitants of the county of Norfolk and the city of Norwich be, and have been heretofore for a great time maintained and gotten their living, by spinning of the wool growing in the said county of Norfolk, upon the rock into yarn, and by all the said time have used to have their access to common markets within the said county and city, to buy their wools, there to be spun as is aforesaid. Of certain persons called retailers of the said wool by 8 pennyworth and 12 pennyworth at one time, or thereabouts, and selling the same again in yarn, and have not used to buy, ne can buy the said wools of the breeders of the said wools by such small parcels, as well as for that the said breeders of the said wools will not sell their said wools by such small parcels, as also for that the most part of the said poor persons dwell far off from the said breeders of the said wools. Footnote 206. James John Hist, of Worstead, p. 98. During a scarcity of wool, the corporation at Norwich compelled the butchers to offer their wool fells exclusively to the spinsters during the morning hours until the next sheep-shearing season, so that the Towers and others might not be able to outbid them. Footnote 207. Tingi Norwich Vol Roman 2, Ex Sivae 1532. It is suggested that nearly half the yarn used in the great clothing counties at the beginning of the 17th century was produced in this way. Yarn is weekly brought into the market by a great number of poor people that will not spin to the clothier for small wages, but have stock enough to set themselves on work, and do weekly buy their wool in the market by very small parcels according to their use, and weekly return it in yarn and make good profit, having the benefit both of their labor and of their merchandise, and live exceeding well. So many that it is supposed that more than half the cloth of Wilts, Gloucester and Somersetshire is made by means of these yarn makers and poor clothiers that depend wholly on the wool chapman, which serves them weekly for wools either for money or credit. Footnote 208. SBD, LXXX, 13 Jan. 1615, General Conditions of Wool and Cloth Trade. Apparently this custom by which the spinsters retained in their own hands the merchandise of their goods still prevailed in some counties at the beginning of the following century, for it is said in a pamphlet which was published in 1741, that poor people, chiefly day laborers, whilst they are employed abroad themselves, get 40 or 50 pounds of wool at a time, to employ their wives and children at home in carding and spinning, of which when they have 10 or 20 pounds ready for the clothier, they go to market with it and there sell it, and so return home as fast as they can. The common way the poor women in Hampshire, Wiltshire, and Dorsetshire, and I believe in other counties, have of getting to market, especially in the winter-time, is by the help of some farmers' wagons, which carry them and their yarn. And as soon as the farmers have set down their corn in the market and baited their horses, they return home. During the time the wagons stop, the poor women carry their yarn to the clothiers for whom they work. Then they get the few things they want and return to the inn to be carried home again. Many of them 10 or 12 miles. There will be in market time 300 or 400 poor people, chiefly women, who will sell their goods in about an hour. Footnote 209. Remarks upon Mr. Weber's scheme, pp. 21 to 1741. According to this writer, other women worked for the rich clothier, who makes his whole year's provision of wool beforehand. In the winter time has it spun by his own spinsters, at the lowest rate for wages, or they worked for the market spinner or middleman who supplied them with wool mixed in the right proportions and sold their yarn to the clothiers. In either case, the return for their labor was less than that secured by the spinsters, who had sufficient capital to buy their wool and sell the yarn in the dearest market. When the staplers tried to secure a monopoly for selling wool, the growers of wool or chapmen petitioned in self-defense, explaining that the clothiers poor are all servants working for small wages that doth but keep them alive, whereas the number of people required to work up the same amount of wool in the new drapery is much larger. Moreover, all sorts of these people are masters in their trade and work for themselves. They buy and sell their materials that they work upon, so that by their merchandise and honest labor they live very well. These are served of their wools weekly by the wool buyer. Footnote 210. SBD, LXXX, 1516 Jan 1615. Opinion was divided as to whether the spinster found it more advantageous to work direct for the clothier or for the market spinner. A proposal in 1693 to put down the middleman was advised against by the Justices of Assize for Wiltshire, on the ground that it was likely to cause great reduction of wages and employment to the spinners and the poor, and a loss to the growers of wool, and no advantage in the quality of the yarn. The justices say in their report, "We find the market spinner, who sets many spinners on work, spins not the false yarn, but the poorer sort of people, who spin thayer wool in thayer own houses. For if the market spinners, who spin great quantities and sell it in the market, should make bad yarn, they should thereby disable themselves to maintain their a credit and livelihood. And that the more spinners there are, the more cloth will be made and the better vent for wools, which is the staple commodity of the kingdom, and more poor will be set on work. The market spinners, as is conceived, are as well to be regulated by the law, for any falsity in mixing of thayer wools as the clothier is, who is a great market spinner himself, and doth both make and sell as false yarn as any market spinner. We find the market spinner gives better wages than the clothier, not for that reason the clothier gives for the falsity of the yarn, but rather in that the market spinners vent much of their yarn to those that make the dyed and dressed clothes, who give greater prizes than the white men do." Footnote 211. SBD, CCX Lei, 23 July 23, 1633. The fine yarn used by the clothiers required considerable skill in spinning, and the demand for it was so great in years of expansion that large sums of money were paid to persons able to teach the mysteries of the craft in a new district. Thus the Earl of Salisbury made an agreement in 1608 with Walter Morrell that he should instruct 50 persons of the parish of Hatfield, chosen by the Earl of Salisbury, in the art of clothing, weaving, etc. He will provide work for all these persons to avoid idleness, and for the teaching of skill and knowledge in clothing will pay for the work at the current rates, except those who are apprentices. The Earl of Salisbury, on his part, will allow Walter Morrell a house rent-free and will pay him £100 per annum for instructing the 50 persons to be employed in the buying of wool, sorting it, picking it, dyeing it, combing it, both white and mingle color worsted, weaving and warping and quilling both worsted of all sorts, dressing both woolen and stuffs, spinning woolen woof and warp, spinning all sorties of kersey both high wheel and low wheel, knitting both woolen and worsted. Footnote 212. SBD, Roman 38, 72-73 Dec, 1608. A similar agreement is recorded in 1661 between the bailiffs and burgesses of Aldeburgh and Edmund Buxton of Stowmarket, for his coming to set up his trade of spinning wool in the town and to employ the poor therein, paying him £50 for 5 years and £12 for expense of removing, with a house rent free and the freedom of the town. Footnote 213. Hist MSS, Com, Var, Col, Volume Roman 4, p. 311. The finest thread was produced on the distaff, but this was a slow process, and for commoner work spinning wheels were in habitual use. There are, to speed their labor, who prefer wheels double spalled, which yield to either hand, a several line, and many yet adhere to ancient distaff at the bosom fixed, casting the whirling spindle as they walk. Footnote 214. Dyer John, The Fleece, 1757. The demands made on spinning by this ever-expanding trade were supplied from three sources. 1. The wives of farmers and other well-to-do people. B. The wives of husbandmen, and C. Women who depended wholly on spinning for their living, and who are therefore called here spinsters. The first care of the farmers' wives was to provide woolen stuffs for the use of their families, but a certain proportion of their yarn found its way to the market. The clothiers at Salisbury, who made the better grades of cloth, were said to buy their yarn of the finer kinds that come to the market at from 17d the lb. to 2s. 4d made all of the finer sorts of our own Welshire wool, and is spun by farmers' wives and other of the better sort of people within their own houses, of whose names we keep due register, and do write down with what cards they promise us their several bundles of yarn are carded, and do find such people just in what they tell us, or can otherwise control them when we see the proof of our cloth in the mill. And also some very few farmers' wives who may peradventure spin sometimes a little of those sorts in their own houses, and sell the same in the market, and is very current without mixture of false wool grease, etc. Footnote 215. SBD, CCLXVA, 17 May 2, 1634. Certificate from Anthony Wither, Commissioner of Reformation of Clothing. Probably a larger supply of yarn came from the families of husbandmen, where wife and children devoted themselves to spinning through the long winter evenings. Children became proficient in the art at an early age, and could often spin a good thread when 7 or 8 years old. This subsidiary employment was not sufficient to supply the demand for yarn, and in the clothing counties, numbers of women were withdrawn from agricultural occupations to depend wholly upon their earnings as spinsters. The demand made by the woolen trade on the labor of children is shown by a report from the Justices of the Peace of the Bolton Division of the 100 of Salford. For apprentices there hath been few found since our last certificate by reason of the great trading of fustians and woolen cloth within the said division, by reason whereof the inhabitants have continual employment for their children in spinning and other necessary labor about the same. Footnote 216. SBD, CCCL Ziv, 122 July 1637. Those who gave out the wool and collected the yarn were called market spinners, but the qualifying term market is sometimes omitted, and when men are referred to as spinners, it may be assumed that they are organizing the work of the spinsters, and not engage themselves in the process of spinning. Though the demand for yarn generally exceeded the supply, wages for spinning remained low throughout the 17th century. A writer in the first half of the 18th century, who urges the establishment of a nursery of spinners on the estate of an Irish landlord, admits that their labor is, of all labor on wools, the most sparingly paid for. Footnote 217. Somerset QS Rec. Volume Roman 3, p. 56, 1648. Complaint by O's Chambers, Randall Card, Dorothy Palmer, Stephen Hodges, and W.M. Herman, persons employed by Henry Denmead's servant to Mr. Those. Cook, clothier for the spinning of certain wool, and converting it into yarn and twisting it thereof for the benefit of the said Mr. Cook, that their wages for the same spinning and twisting had been detinned from them by the said Mr. Cook. It is ordered that the said Mr. C. do forthwith pay to the said Those. Chambers the sum of 14 shillings, to the said Randall Card the sum of 9 shillings and 4 pence, to the said Dorothy Palmer the sum of 18 shillings and 1 penny, to the said Stephen Hodges the sum of 9 shillings and 4 pence, and to the said W.M. Herman the sum of 9 shillings. Footnote 218. Scheme to prevent the running of Irish wools to France, p. 19. Wages for spinning are mentioned in only 3 of the extant quarter sessions, assessments, and it is not specified whether the material is wool or flax. 1654. Devon, 6d, per week with meat and drink, or ones 4d without them. 1688. Bucks, spinners shall not have by the day more than 4d, without meat and drink. 1714. Devon, ones per week with meat and drink 2s, 6d, without them. These rates are confirmed by entries in account books, but it was more usual to pay by the piece. though it is always more difficult to discover the possible earnings per day of women who are working by a piece rate in their own homes. It so happens that several of the writers who discuss labor questions in the woolen trade specially state that their estimates of the wages of spinners are based on full-time. John Haynes quoted figures in 1715, which work out at nearly 1.6d per week for the spinners of wool into stuffs for the Spanish trade, and about 2.11d for stockings. Another pamphlet gives 24s as the wages of 9 spinsters for a week, while in 1763 the author of The Golden Fleece quotes 2.3d a week for Spanish wools. Another pamphlet says that the wages in the fine woolen trade, being chiefly women and children, may amount, one with another, to £6 per annum. A petition from the weavers, undated, but evidently presented during a season of bad trade, declares that there are not less than 1 million of poor unhappy objects, women and children only, who are employed in spinning yarn for the woolen manufacturers. Thousands of these have now no work at all, and all of them have suffered an abatement of wages. So that now a poor woman, perhaps a mother of many children, must work very hard to gain 3 pence or 3 pence farthing per day. Footnote 219. Howard Household Book, p. 63, 1613. Widow Graham for spinning Ij stone and 5 ell of wool vjs, to the wench that brought it Eogid, to Ellen for winding yarn Eoj weeks ex Vijid. Fell Sarah, Household Accounts, Nov. 28, 1677, p. 439. P.D. Agnes Home of Hawkshead for Spinninge will hear 7 weeks 2.04. Footnote 220. Haynes Great Britain's Glory, pp. 8-9. Footnote 221. Weaver's True Case, p. 43, 1719. Footnote 222. James John Hist, of the Worsted Manufacture, p. 239. Footnote 223. Further considerations for encouraging the woolen manufactures. Footnote 224. Second humble address from the poor weavers. Though these wages provided no margin for the support of children or other dependents, it was possible for a woman who could spin the better quality yarns to maintain herself in independence. John Evelyn describes a maiden of primitive life, the daughter of a poor laboring man who had sustained her parents, some time since dead by her labor, and has for many years refused marriage or to receive any assistance from the parish. Besides ye little hermitage my lady gives her rent-free. She lives on 4d. a day, which she gets by spinning. Says she abounds and can give alms to others, living in great humility and content, without any apparent affectation or singularity. She is continually working, praying, or reading, gives a good account of her knowledge in religion, visits the sick, is not in the least given to talk, very modest, of a simple not unseemly behavior, of a comely countenance, clad very plain, but clean and tight. In sum, she appears a saint of an extraordinary sort, in so religious a life as is seldom met with in villages nowadays. Footnote 225. Evelyn John Diary, Volume Roman 3, p. 7, 1685. It is probable that the wages for spinning were advanced soon after this date, for Defoe writes in 1728 that the rate for spinning, weaving, and all other manufactory work, I mean in wool, is so risen that the poor all over England can now earn or gain near twice as much in a day, and in some places, more than twice as much as they could get for the same work 2 or 3 years ago. The poor women now get 12d to 15d a day for spinning, the men more in proportion and are full of work. The wenches won't go to service at 12d or 18d a week while they can get 7s to 8s a week at spinning. The men won't drudge at the plow and cart and see and perhaps get £6 a year, when they can sit still and dry within doors and get 9s or 10s a week at wool combing or at carding. With the poor maidservants who choose rather to spin while they can gain 9s per week by their labor than go to service at 12d a week to the farmers' houses as before. I say, would they sit close to their work, live near and close, as laboring and poor people ought to do, and by their frugality lay up 6 or 7 shillings per week, none could object or blame them for their choice. Defoe's statement as to the high rate of wages for spinning is supported by an account of the workhouse at Colchester, where the children's work is carding and spinning wool for the baymakers. Some of them will earn 6d or 7d a day. But there is no sign of these higher wages in the 17th century. Footnote 226. Defoe behavior, p. 83. Footnote 227. Defoe behavior, pp. 84-5. Footnote 228. Ibid, p. 88. Footnote 229. Ack of several workhouses, p. 59, 1725. Continual recriminations took place between clothiers and spinsters, who accused one another of dishonesty in their dealings. A petition of the worsted weavers of Norwich and Norfolk, and the bays and says makers of Essex and Suffolk, to the council proposes that no spinster shall wind or reel their yarn upon shorter reels, nor fewer thrids, than have been accustomed, nor imbecile away their masters' goods to be punished by the next justices of the peace. Footnote 230. SBD, Civ. 97, 1618, Petition for Regulation. And again, in 1622, the justices of the Peace of Essex inform the council. Moreover, we understand that the clothiers who put forth their wool to spin doe much complain of the spinsters, that they use great deceit, by reason they doe wind their yarn into knots upon shorter reels and fewer threads, by a fifth part than hath been accustomed. The which reels ought to be 2 yards about, and the knots to contain fower score threads apiece. On the other hand, in Wiltshire the weavers, spinners and others complained that they are not able by their diligent labours to get their livings, by reason that the clothiers at there will have made their works extreme hard, and abated wages what they please. And some of them make such their workfolks to doe their household businesses, to trudge in their errands, spool their chains, twist their list, doe every command without giving them bread, drink, or money for many days' labours. Footnote 231. SBD, CXXX, 65 May 13, 1662. Footnote 232. Hist. MSS. Com. Var. Col. Volume IP 94 Wilts, QS Rec. 1623. Report was made to the council in 1631 that the real staff in the eastern counties was enlarged by a fifth or 6th part longer than have been accustomed, and the poor's wages never the more increased. Whereupon the magistrates in Cambridge agreed that all spinsters shall have for the spinning and reeling of 6 double knots on the double reel or 12 on the single reel, a penny, which is more by 2d. In the shilling than they have had, and all labourers and other artificers have the like increase. Essex and Suffolk are ready to make the same increase provided that the same reel and rate of increase is used in all other counties where the trade of clothing and yarn making is made. Otherwise, one county will undersell another to the ruin of the clothiers and the poor dependent on them. Therefore, the council order that a proportional increase of wages is paid according to the increase of the reel, and the officers employed for keeping a constant reel to give their accounts to the justices of the assize. Footnote 233. Council Register, 2nd March, 1631-2. Other complaints were made of clothiers who forced their workpeople to take goods instead of money in payment of wages. At Southampton, in 1666 32 clothiers, beginning with Joseph de Lamotte, alderman, were presented for forcing their spinners to take goods for their work, whereby the poor were much wronged, being contrary to the statute, for all which they were amerced severally. The records, however, do not state that the fine was exacted. Footnote 234. Davies, J.S., Southampton, p. 272. Low as were the spinsters' wages even in seasons of prosperity, they, in common with the better-paid weavers, endured the seasons of depression, which were characteristic of the woolen industry. The English community was as helpless before a period of trade depression as before a season of drought or flood. Employment ceased, the masters who had no sale for their goods gave out no material to their workers, and men and women alike, who were without land as a resource in this time of need, were faced with starvation and despair. The utmost social demoralization ensued, and family life with all its valuable traditions was in many cases destroyed. Footnote 235. A report to the council from the High Sheriff of Somerset says, "Yet I think it my duty to acquaint your lordships that there are such a multitude of poor cottages built upon the highways and odd corners in every country parish within this county, and so stuffed with poor people that in many of those parishes there are 3 or 400 poor of men and women and children that did get most of their livenge by spinning, carding, and such employments about wool and cloth. And the deadness of that trade and want of money is such that they are for the most part without work, and know not how to live. This is a great grievance amongst us, and tendeth much to mutiny. SBD, CXXX, 73 May 14, 1622, High Sheriff of Somersetshire to the Council. Complaints from the clothing counties state that the poor's rates are doubled, and in some places trebled by the multitude of poor perishing and starving women and children being come to the parishes, while their husbands and fathers, not able to bear the cries which they could not relieve, are fled into France to seek their bread. Footnote 236. Second humble address from the poor weavers. These conditions caused grave anxiety to the government, who attempted to force the clothiers to provide for their workpeople. Footnote 237. The council ordered the justices of the peace for the counties of Wilts, Somerset, Dorset, Devon, Gloucester, Worcester, Oxford, Kent, and Suffolk to summon clothiers and deal effectually with them for the employment of such weavers, spinners, and other persons as are now out of work. We may not endure that the clothiers should at their pleasure, and without giving knowledge thereof unto this board, dismiss their workafolks, who being many in number and most of them of the poorer sort, are in such cases likely by their clamor to disturb the quiet and government of those parts wherein they live. Cr. 9th Feb. 1621-2. Locke reported to Carleton, Feb. 16th, 1622. In the clothing counties there have been lately some poor people, such chiefly as got their living by working to clothiers, that have gathered themselves together by 40 or 50 in a company, and gone to the houses of those they thought fittest to relieve them for meat and money, which hath been given more of fear than charity. And they have taken meat openly in the market without paying for it. The lords have written letters to 10 counties where clothing is most used, that the clothier shall not put off his workmen without acquainting the council, signifying that order is taken for the buying off their clothes, and that the wool grower shall afford them his wool better cheap, but yet the clothiers still complain that they cannot sell their cloth in Blackwell Hall. Footnote 238. SBD CXXVA 102 Feb. 1622. The Justices of Assize for Gloucester reported March 13, 1622, that they have interviewed the clothiers who have been forced to put down looms through the want of sale for their cloth. The clothiers maintain that this is due to the regulations and practices of the Company of Merchant Adventurers. They say that they, the clothiers, have been working at a loss since the deadness of trade about a year ago. Their stocks and credits are out in cloth lying upon their hands unsold, and that albeit they have bought their wools at very moderate prices, being such as do very much impoverish the grower, yet they cannot sell the cloth made thereof but to their intolerable losses, and are enforced to pawn their clothes to keep their people in work, which they are not able to endure. That there are at the least 1,500 looms within the county of Gloucester and in the city, and that XXS. In money and 16 working persons and upwards do, but weekly maintain one loom, which do require 1,500 li. In money, by the week to maintain in that trade 24,000 working people, besides all others that are relieved thereby, and so the wages of a laboring person is little above zed, the week being much too little. Footnote 239. SBD, CXXVI 49, March 13, 1622. In June of the same year, the Justices of Gloucester wrote to the council. The distress of those depending on the cloth trade grows worse and worse. Our county is thereby, and through want of money and means in these late times grown poor, and unable to relieve the infinite number of poor people residing within the same, drawn hither by means of clothing. Therefore very many of them do wander, beg, and steal, and are in case to starve as their faces, to our great griefs, do manifest. The peace is in danger of being broken. Footnote 240. SBD, CXXXI, 4 June 1, 1622. The distress was not limited to the rural districts. The records of the Borough of Reading describe efforts made there for its alleviation. At this day, the complaint of the poor spinners and carders was again heard, etc. The overseers and clothiers appointed to provide and assign them work appeared, and showed their diligence therein, yet the complaint for lackey of work increaseth. For a remedy is agreed to be thus, viz., every clothier according to his proportion of, shall weekly assign and put to spinning in the town his ordinary and coarse woof wool, and shall not send it unto the country, and if sufficient be in the town to do it. At another time, it is recorded that, in regard of the great clamor of divers poor people, lacking work and employment in spinage and cardinge in this town, it was this day thought fit to convent all the undertakers of the stock given by Mr. Kendrick. And up in their appearance it was ordered, and by themselves agreed, that every undertaker, for every 300 li, shall put a woof a week to spinage within the town, as Mr. Mayor shall appoint, and to such spinners as Mr. Mayor shall send to them. Footnote 241. Gilding Reading, Volume Roman 2, p. 159, 1623. Footnote 242. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 7, Mar 3, 1629-30. In these times of distress, and in all disputes concerning wages and the exactions of the employers, men and women stood together, supporting each other in their efforts for the improvement of their lot. Thus the justices of the peace of Devonshire reported that complaints were made by the most part of the clothiers' weavers, spinsters, and fullers between Plymouth and Teignmouth, and the council is informed that at the last quarter sessions in Wilts, many weavers, spinners, and fullers for themselves, and for many hundreds more, complained of distress by increasing want of work, clothiers giving up their trade, etc. Footnote 243. SBD, Exiva, 85 May 25, 1618, JPS of Devonshire to Council. Footnote 244. Ibid, CXV, 20 May 11, 1620, JPS of Wiltshire to Council. Sometimes the petitions, though presented on behalf of spinners as well as weavers, were actually signed only by men. This was the case with the weavers, fullers, and spinners of Leonard Stanley and King Stanley in Gloucestershire, who petitioned on behalf of themselves and others, 800 at the least, young and old, of the said parishes. Whereas your poor petitioners have heretofore been well wrought and employed in our said occupations, belonging to the trade of clothing, whereby we were able in some poor measure, and at a very low rate to maintain ourselves and families, so as hitherto they have not suffered any extreme want. But now so it is that we are likely for the time to come never to be employed again in our callings, and to have our trades become no trades, whereunto we have been trained up and served as apprentices according to the law, and wherein we have always spent our whole time and are now unfit for other occupations, neither can we be received into work by any clothiers in the whole country. Footnote 245. SBD, CCX Liv, 1 Aug. 1, 1633. At other times, women took the lead in demanding the redress of grievances from which all were suffering. When the case of the saymakers abating the wages of the spinsters, weavers, and combers of Sudbury was examined by the justices, the saymakers alleged that all others did the same, but that they were content to give the wages paid by them if these were extended by proclamation or otherwise throughout the kingdom. But if the order is not general, it will be their undoing. Whereupon the justices ordered the saymakers to pay spinsters, for every 7 knots 1 penny, the reel whereon the yarn is reeled to be a yard in length, no longer, and to pay weavers 12d, a lb, for weaving thereof for white says under 5 pounds. Weight. Footnote 246. SBD, CLXX6, 40 App, 27 1631, JPS of Essex to Council. Shortly afterwards, the council received a petition from the mayor asking to be heard by the council or commissioners to answer the complaint made against them. By Sylvia Harbour widow set on work by Richard Skinner of Sudbury gent, for abridging and wronging of the spinsters and weavers of the said borough in their wages, and for some other wrongs supposed to be done to the said Sylvia Harbour, followed by an affidavit stating, "We, whose names are hereunder written, do testify, as followeth with our several hands, to our testification. 1. That one Sylvia Harbour of our town of Sudbury, commonly called Loose Harbour, did say that she had never undertaken to petition the lords of the council in the behalf of the spinsters of Sudbury aforesaid, but by the inducement of Richard Skinner, gentleman of the town aforesaid, who sent for her 2 or 3 times before she would go unto him for that purpose, and when she came to him, he sent her to London and bare her charges. Witness, Daniel Byatt Clement Shelley. 2. That having conference with Richard Skinner aforesaid gentleman, he did confess that he would never have made any stir of complaint against the saymakers in behalf of weavers and spinsters, but that one Thomas Woods of the town above said had given him distasteful words. Witness, Vincent Cock. Footnote 247. SBD, CXIVA, 72 July 1631. Affidavit about samemakers in County of Suffolk. No organization appears to have been formed by the wage earners in the woolen trade. Their demonstrations against employers were as yet local and sporadic. The very nature of their industry and the requirements of its capitalistic organization would have rendered abortive on their part the attempt to raise wages by restricting the numbers of persons admitted into the trade. But the cooperation in trade disputes between the men and women engaged in this industry forms a marked contrast to the conditions which were now beginning to prevail in the apprentice trades and which will be described later. Though without immediate result in the woolen trade, it may be assumed that it was this habit of standing shoulder to shoulder, regardless of sex jealousy, which ensured that when industrialism attained a further development in the closely allied cotton trade, the union which was then called into being embraced men and women on almost equal terms. The broad outline of the position of women in the woolen trade, as it was established in the 17th century, shows them taking little, if any, part in the management of the large and profitable undertakings of clothiers and wool merchants. Their industrial position was that of wage earners, and though the demand for their labor generally exceeded the supply, yet the wages they received were barely sufficient for their individual maintenance, regardless of the fact that in most cases they were wholly or partly supporting children or other dependents. The higher rates of pay for spinning appear to have been secured by the women who did not depend wholly upon it for their living, but could buy wool, spin it at their leisure, and sell the yarn in the dearest market, while those who worked all the year round for clothiers or middlemen were often beaten down in their wages and were subject to exactions and oppression. See linen. While the woolen trade had for centuries been developing under the direction of capitalism, it was only in the 17th century that this influence begins to show itself in the production of linen. Following the example of the clothiers, attempts were then made to manufacture linen on a large scale. For example, Celia Fiennes describes Malton as a pretty large town built of stone, but poor. There was one Mr. Palms that married a relation of mine, Lord Ewer's co-heiress, who is landlady of almost all ye town. She has a pretty house in the place. There is the ruins of a very great house, WH letter 1D9C aspirated, belonged to Y letter 1D49 family, but they not agreeing about it caused ye defacing of it. She now makes use of ye rooms off ye outbuildings, and gatehouse for weaving and linen cloth, having set up a manufactory for linen WH letter 1D9C aspirated, does employ many poor people. Footnote 248. Finds Celia, p. 74. Through England on a side saddle. In spite of such innovations, the production of linen retained for the most part its character as one of the crafts, yet left of that innocent old world. The housewife, assisted by servants and children, span flax and hemp for household linen, underclothes, children's frocks, and other purposes, and then took her thread to the local weaver who wove it to her order. Thus Richard Stapley, gent. Enters in his diary, "A weaver fetched 11 pounds of flaxen yarn to make a bed tick, and he brought me 10 ids of ticking for ye bed, 3 ids and 3/4 of narrow ticking for Y letter 1D49 bolster, and for ye weaving of which I paid him 10s. And ye flax cost 8d per pound. My mother spun it for me, and I had it made into a bed by John Dennett, a tailor, of Twyneham for 8d. On Wednesday, July 18th, and it was filled on Saturday, August 4th by Jonas Humphrey of Twyneham for 6d. The weaver brought it home July 6th. Similarly, Sarah Fell enters in her household book, Nov. 18th, 1675 by Mo P. letter 1D48. Geo. F. Fell weaver for workinge 32, Ls of hemp toe cloth of mothers, at LD a half L 0000400. Footnote 249. Sus. Arch. Call. Volume Roman 2, p. 121. Extracts from the Diary of Richard Stapley, gent. 1680–1724. Footnote 250. Fell Sarah Household Acts, p. 233. By the industry and foresight of its female members, the ordinary household was supplied with all its necessary linen without any need for entering the market, the expenses of middlemen and salesmen being so avoided. Nevertheless, it is evident that a considerable sale for linen had always existed, for the linen drapers were an important corporation in many towns. This sale was increased through an invention made about the middle of the century. By printing patterns on linen, a material was produced which closely imitated the costly muslins, or calicoes as they were then called, imported from India, but at so reasonable a price that they were within the reach of a servant's purse. Servants were therefore able to go out in dresses scarcely distinguishable from their mistresses, and the sale of woolen and silk goods was seriously affected. The woolen trade became alarmed. Riots took place. Weavers assaulted women who were wearing printed linens in the streets, and finally, Parliament, always tender to the woolen trade, which furnished so large a part of the national revenue, prohibited their use altogether. The linen printers, recognizing that the reason why the English manufacture of linen is not so much taken notice of as the Scotch or Irish, is this: the English is mostly consumed in the country, whereas the Scotch and Irish must come by sea and make a figure at our customs house, urged in their defense that the linens printed are chiefly the growth and manufacture of North Britain, pay 3d per yard to the crown, and employ so many thousands of British poor as will undoubtedly entitle them to the care of a British Parliament. Footnote 251. Case of British and Irish manufacture of linen. Footnote 252. Case of the linen drapers. But even this argument was unavailing against the political influence of the woolen trade. The spirit of the time favoring the spread of capitalistic enterprise from the woolen trade into other fields of action, an attempt was now made to form a linen company. Pamphlets written for and against this project furnish many details of the conditions then prevailing in the manufacture of linen. How, it was said, will the establishment of a linen company affect the kingdom in the two pillars that support it, that of the rents of land and the employing our ships and men at sea, which are thought the walls of the nation? For the rents of land, they must certainly fall, for that 1 acre of flax will employ as many hands the year round as the wool of sheep that graze 20 acres of ground. The linen manufactory employs few men, the woolen most, weaving, combing, dressing, shearing, dyeing, etc. These eat and drink more than women and children. And so as the land that the sheep graze on raiseth the rent, so will the arable and pasture that bears corn and breeds cattle for their subsistence. Then for the employment of our shipping, it will never be pretended that we can arrive to exportation of linen. There are others and too many before us in that. That projectors and courtiers should be inspired with new lights, and out of love to the nation, create new methods in trades that none before found out. And by enclosing commons the liberty of trade into shares, in the first place for themselves, and then for such others as will pay for both, is, I must confess, to me, a mystery I desire to be a stranger unto. The very name of a company and joint stock in trade is a spell to drive away, and keep out of that place where they reside, all men of industry. The great motive to labor and encouragement of trade is an equal freedom, and that none may be secluded from the delightful walks of liberty. A subjection in manufactories where a people are obliged to one master, though they have the full value of their labor, is not pleasing. They think themselves in perpetual servitude, and so it is observed in Ireland, where the Irish made a trade of linen yarn. No man could engage them, but they would go to the market and be better satisfied with a less price than to be obliged to one master. There was much more reason for a company and joint stock to set up the woolen manufactory in that ignorant age than there is for this of the linen manufactory. That of the woolen was a new art not known in this kingdom. It required a great stock to manage. There was required foreign as well as native commodities to carry it on. And when the manufactory was made, there must be skill and interest abroad to introduce the commodity where others had the trade before them. But there is nothing of all this in the linen manufactory. Nature seems to design it for the weaker sex. The best of linen for service is called housewife's cloth. Here then is no need of the broad seal or joint stock to establish the methods for the good wife's weeding her flax garden, or how soon her maid shall sit to her wheel after washing her dishes. The good woman is lady of the soil, and holds a court within herself, throws the seed into the ground, and works it till she brings it there again, I mean her web to the bleaching ground. to appropriate this which the poorest family may by labor arrive unto, that is, finish and bring to market a piece of cloth, to me seems an infallible expedient to discourage universal industry. The linen manufactory above any trade I know, if which I must confess I doubt, it be for the good of the nation, requires more charity than grandeur to carry it on. The poor spinner comes as often to her master for charity to a sick child, or a plaister for a sore, as for wages. And this she cannot have of a company, but rather less for her labor, when they have beat all private undertakers out. These poor spinners can now come to their master's doors at a good time, and eat of their good though, poor master's cheer. They can reason with him, if any mistake or hardship be put upon them, and this poor people love to do, and not be at the dispose of servants, as they must be where their access can only be by doorkeepers, clerks, etc., to the governors of the company. Footnote 253. Linen and Woolen Manufactory, p. 48, 1691. On the other side, it was urged that all the arguments that can be offered for encouraging the woolen manufacture in England conclude as strongly in proportion for encouraging the linen manufacture in Scotland. 'Tis the ancient staple commodity there, as the woolen is here. Footnote 254. True case of the Scots linen manufacture. The part taken by women in the production of linen resembled their share in woolen manufactures. Some were weavers. Thus Oliver Heywood says that his brother-in-law, who afterwards traded in fustians, was brought up in Halifax with Elizabeth Roberts, a linen weaver. Entries in the Fooley's account book show that they were sometimes employed in bleaching, but spinning was the only process which depended exclusively on their labor. Footnote 255. Heywood Reverend Oliver, Autobiography, Volume I, p. 36. The rates of pay for spinning flax and hemp were even lower than those for spinning wool. Fitzherbert expressly says that in his time, no woman could get her living by spinning linen. The market price was of little moment to well-to-do women who span thread for their family's use, and who valued the product of their labor by its utility and not by its return in money value. But the women who depended on spinning for their living were virtually paupers, as is shown by the terms in which reference is made to them. She being very poor, getting her living by spinning, and in the nature of a widow, her husband being in the service of his majesty. Footnote 256. Ante, p. 48. Footnote 257. SBD, Cicicielva, 3 June 13, 1640. Yet the demand for yarn and thread was so great that if spinners had been paid a living wage, there would have been scarcely any need for poor relief. The relation between low wages and pauperism was hardly even suspected at this time, and though the spinsters' maximum wages were settled at quarter sessions, no effort was made to raise them to a subsistence level. Instead of attempting to do so, parish authorities accepted pauperism as the act of God, and concentrated their attention on the task of reducing rates as far as possible by forcing the pauper women and children, who had become impotent or vicious through neglect and underfeeding, to spin the thread needed by the community. Schemes for this purpose were started all over the country. A few examples will show their general scope. At Nottingham, it was arranged for Robert Hassard to receive poor children to the number of viage, or more, and to ha the benefit of their works and labors for the first moneth, and the town to allow him towards their dight for every one zigid a week, and their parents to fin them lodginge, and Robert Hassard to be careful to teach and instruct them speedily in the spinage and workinge here, to be fit to make here cloth, and also in cardinge and spinage of hards to make candle week, and he to jew them correction, when need wise, and the great wheels to be called in, and to be delivered for the VSE of these implements. Footnote 258. Ibid, pp. 259-60, 1649. A few years later in the scheme, for setting the poor on work, the following rates of pay were established. 6d per pound for cardinge and spinning finest wool. 5d per pound for ye second sort. 4d obolis a half d for ye third sort. 1d per lay for ye onely spinage all sorties of linen, the reel being 4 yards. Per pound for cardinge candle week. 1d per pound for pulling middling out of it. 1d per pound for spinach candle week. Footnote 259. Nottingham Records, Volume V, pp. 174-5, 1636. Orders for the workhouse at Westminster in 1560 read that old women or middle-aged that might work and when a-gooding should be hatchelers of the flax, and one matron over them. That common hedges and such like lusty naughty packs should be set to spinning, and one according to be set over them. Children that were above 6 and not 12 years of age should be sent to wind quills to the weavers. Footnote 260. Stowe, London, Book 6, p. 60. At a later date in London, besides the relieving and educating of poor friendless harborless children in learning and in arts, many hundreds of poor families are employed and relieved by the said corporation in the manufactory of spinning and weaving. And whosoever doth repair either to the wardrobe near Blackfriars, or to Hyden House in the Minories, may have materials of flax, hemp, or tow to spin at their own houses, leaving so much money as the said materials cost, until it be brought again in yarn, at which time they shall receive money for their work. Every one is paid according to the fineness or coarseness of the yarn they spin, so that none are necessitated to live idly that are desirous or willing to work. And it is to be wished and desired that the magistrates of this city would assist this corporation in suppressing of vagrants and common beggars, that so abound to the hindrance of the charity of many pious people towards this good work. Footnote 261. Poor outcast children's song and cry. The Cowden overseers carried out a scheme of work for the poor from 1600 to 1627, buying flax and having it spun and woven into canvas. The work generally paid for itself. Only 1 year is a loss of 7s. 8d. Entered, and during the first 17 years the amount expended yearly in cash and relief did not exceed £6 11s, rising then in 1620 to 28 £5s, 10d pounds, after which it fell again. The scheme was finally abandoned in 1627, the relief immediately rising to 43 £7s, 6d. Footnote 262. Sus. Arch. Call, Volume Roman 20, pp. 99-100 Act, Book of Cowden. Richard Dunning describes how in Devon, for employing women, we agreed with one person who usually employed several spinsters. He was to employ in spinning, carding, etc., all such women as by direction of the overseers should apply to him for work, to pay them such wages as they should deserve. Footnote 263. Dunning, Plain and Easy Method, p. 8, 1686. Mary Harrison, daughter of Henry Harrison, was committed to the hospital at Reading to be taught to spin and earn her livenge. Similarly, at Dorchester, Sarah Hancock of this borough having this day been complained of for her disorderly carriage and scolding in the workhouse, among the spinsters, is now ordered to come no more to the workhouse to work there, but is to work elsewhere and follow her work, or to be further dealt withal according to the law. Footnote 264. Gilding, Reading, Volume Roman 2, p. 294. Footnote 265. Mayo Ch. Municipal Records of Dorchester, p. 667, 1635. At Dorchester, a school was maintained for some years in which poor children were taught spinning. This day John Tarrenton is agreed withal to v. Enderdake charge and to be master of the hospital to employ half the children at present at Burlinge, and afterwards the others as they are willing and able, to have the house and 10 per annum. Wages for the present, and if all the children come into Burlinge, and there be no need of the women that do now teach them to spin, then the town to consider of Tarrington to gew him either part or all, that is Roman £9, the women now hath. Footnote 266. To burl, to dress cloth as fullers do. Footnote 267. Mayo Ch. Municipal Records of Dorchester, p. 515, 1638. Another entry, February 3, 1644-5, records that Mr. Spearing doth agree to provide spinning work for such poor persons that shall spin with those turns as are now there, and to pay the poor for their spinning after the visual rates for the work they do. Footnote 268. Ibid, p. 521. In 1649 it is entered this day those. Clench was here and demanded 10 li. per ann, more than the stock of the hospital, which is 150 li, lent him for the furnishing of the house with work for spinners, and for the overlooking to the children. The spinners shall have all the year 3.5d, a li, for yarn, and that there be as many children kept awork as the rooms will hold. we shall take into consideration the setting of the poor on work in spinning of worsted and knitting of stockings, and also of setting VP, a trade of making sackcloth. Footnote 269. Ibid pp. 517-8. Schemes for teaching spinning were welcomed with enthusiasm by the economists of the period, because in many districts the poor rates had risen to an alarming height. They believed that if only the poor would work, all would be well. One writer urged that if the poor of the place do not know how to spin, or to do the manufacture of that place, that then there be dames hired at the parish charge to teach them, and men may learn to spin as well as women, and earn as much money at it as they can at many other employments. Another writer calculated that if so employed, ixcal children WH letter 1D9C aspirated daily, was it'll may earn 1 W letter 1D57 another VJid. A week WH letter 1D9C aspirated amount in the year to JMIIJCXXXVLI. Also that JCEX women are able to earn at less some zigid, some XXD, and some IJs, VJid, a week. Footnote 270. Trade of England, p10, 1681. Footnote 271. Tingy, Norwich, Volume Roman 2, p. 355. This zest for teaching spinning was partly due to the fact that the clothiers were represented on the local authorities, and often the extending of their business was hampered by the shortage of spinsters. But the flaw in all these arrangements was the fact that spinning remained in most cases a grant in aid, and could not, owing to the low wages paid, maintain a family, scarcely even an individual, on the level of independence. Children could not live on 6d, a week, or grown women on 8d, a week. And so the women, when they depended wholly upon spinning flax for their living, became paupers, suffering the degradation and loss of power by malnutrition which that condition implies. In a few cases, this unsatisfactory aspect of spinning was perceived by those who were charged with relieving the poor. Thus, when a workhouse was opened in Bristol in 1654, the spinning scheme was soon abandoned as unprofitable. Later, when girls were again taught spinning, the managers of the school soon found that the great cause of begging did proceed from the low wages for labor. For after about 8 months' time, our children could not get half so much as we expended in their provisions. The manufacturers were always complaining the yarn was spun quas, but would not advance above 8d per pound for spinning, and we must either take this or have no work. Finally, the governor took pains therefore to teach them to produce a finer yarn at 2s to 3s, 6d, per pound. This paid better, and would have been more profitable still if the girls as they grew older had not been sent to service or put into the kitchen. Footnote 272. Latimer, Annals of Bristol, p. 249. Footnote 273. Carey, John, Proceedings of Corporation of Bristol, p. 13, 1700. Thomas Furman, after a prolonged effort to help the poor in London, came to a similar conclusion. He explains that the poor of this parish, though many, are yet not so many as in some others. Yet, even here there are many poor people who receive flax to spin, though they are not all pensioners to the parish, nor, I hope, ever will be, it being my design to prevent that as much as may be. There are above 500 more out of other parishes, in and about the city of London, some of which do constantly follow this employment, and others only when they have no better. As, suppose a poor woman that goes 3 days a week to wash or scour abroad, or one that is employed in nurse-keeping 3 or 4 months in a year, or a poor market woman, who attends 3 or 4 mornings in a week with her basket, and all the rest of the time these folks have little or nothing to do. But by means of this spinning are not only kept within doors, but made much more happy and cheerful. Footnote 274. Furman, Some Proposals, p. 19, 1678. Furman began his benevolent work in an optimistic spirit. Had you seen, as I have done many a time, with what joy and satisfaction many poor people have brought home their work, and received their money for it, you would think no charity in the world like unto it. Do not imagine that all the poor people in England are like unto those vagrants you find up and down in the streets. No, there are many thousands whose necessities are very great, and yet do what they can by their honest labor to help themselves, and many times they would do more than they do, but for want of employment. Several that I have now working to me do spin, some 15, some 16, hours in 4 and 20, and had much rather do it than be idle. Footnote 275. Furman Thomas Life pp. 3132, 1698. The work developed until he employed in this manufacture sometimes 1,600, sometimes 1,700 spinners, besides dressers of flax, weavers, and others. Because he found that his poor must work 16 hours in the day to earn sixpence, and thought their necessities and labor were not sufficiently supplied or recompensed by these earnings. Therefore he was wont to distribute charity among them. Without which charity some of them had perished for want, when either they or their children fell ill. Whoever of the spinners brought in 2 pound of yarn might take away with them a peck of coals, because they soiled themselves by carrying away coals in their aprons or skirts. He gave 'em canvas bags. By the assistance and order of his friends, he gave to men, women, and children 3,000 shirts and shifts in 2 years. Footnote 276. Ibid pp. 31 1698. In above 4,000 pounds, laid out the last year, reckoning house rent, servants' wages, loss by learners, with the interest of the money, there was not above 200 pounds lost, one chief reason of which was the kindness of several persons who took off good quantities. At the price they cost me to spin and weave, and the East India Co. gave encouragement to make their bags. But the loss increased as time went on. In 1690, his design of employing the poor to spin flax was taken up by the patentees of the linen manufacture, who made the poor and others, whom they employed, to work cheaper. Yet that was not sufficient to encourage them to continue the manufacture. The poor spinners, being thus deserted, Mr. Furman returned to him again, and managed that trade as he was wont, but so that he made it bear almost its own charges. But that their smaller wages might be comfortable to them, he was more charitable to 'em, and begged for 'em of almost all persons of rank with whom he had intimacy, or so much as friendship. He would also carry his cloth to divers, with whom he scarce had any acquaintance, telling 'em it was the poor's cloth, which in conscience they ought to buy at the price it could be afforded. Finally, he was persuaded by some to make trial of the woolen manufacture, because at this the poor might make better wages than at linen work. But the price of wool advancing very much, and the London spinsters being almost wholly unskillful at drawing a woolen thread after a considerable loss, and 29 months' trial he gave off the project. Footnote 277. Furman Thomas Life pp. 33-6. Footnote 278. Ibid pp. 3940. Furman's experiment, corroborating as it does the results of other efforts at poor relief, shows that at this time women could not maintain themselves by the wages of flax spinning. Still less could they, when widows, provide for their children by this means. But though the spinster, when working for wages, received so small a return for her labor, it must not be forgotten that flax spinning was chiefly a domestic art, in which the whole value of the woman's labor was secured to her family, unaffected by the rate of wages. Therefore, the value of women's labor in spinning flax must not be judged only according to the wages which they received, but was more truly represented by the quantity of linen which they produced for household use. Silk and gold and silver. The history of the silk trade differs widely from that of either the woolen or linen trades. The conditions of its manufacture during the 15th century are described with great clearness in a petition presented to Henry Roman VI. By the silk weavers in 1455, which showeth unto your great wisdoms, and also prayen and besechen the silkwomen and throwesters of the crafts and occupation of silky work within the city of London, which be and have been crafts of women within the same city of time, that new mind renneth unto the contrary. That where it is pleasing to God that all his creatures be set in virtua occupation and labor according to their degrees, and convenient for thu places where their abode is, to the nourishing of virtue and eschewing of vices and idleness. And whereupon the same crafts, before this time, many a worshipful woman within the said city have lived full honorably, and therewith many good households kept, and many gentlewomen and other in great number like as there no be more than a m, have been drawn under thame in learning the same crafts and occupation full virtuously, unto the pleasance of God, whereby afterward they have grow to great worship. And never anything of silk brought into his land concerning the same crafts and occupation in an eye wise wrought, but in raw silk alone unwrought. But now wrought goods are introduced, and it is impossible any longer to obtain raw material except of the worst quality. The sufferance whereof hath caused and is like to cause great idleness amongst yonge gentlewomen and oyer apprentices of the same crafts within ye said city, and also laying down of many good and notable households of them that have occupied the same crafts, which be convenient, worshipful, and according for gentlewomen and oyer women of worship, a swell within ye same city as all oyer places within this realm. The petitioners assumed that every weel-disposed person of this land, by reason and natural favor, wold rather that women of their nation born and owen blowed had the occupation thereof, than strange people of oyer lands. Footnote 279. Rolls of Parliament, v. 325. A petition of silk weavers, 34 Henry Roman 6, c. 55. The petition received due attention. Statute 33, Henry Roman 6 enacting that, whereas it is showed to our sovereign Lord the King in his said Parliament, by the grievous complaint of the silk women and spinners of the mystery and occupation of silk working, within the city of London, how that divers Lombards and other strangers, imagining to destroy the said mystery, and all such virtuous occupations of women in the said realm, to enrich themselves, have brought such silk so made, wrought, twined, ribands, and chains falsely and deceitfully wrought, all manner girdles and other things concerning the said mystery and occupation, in no manner wise bringing any good silk unwrought, as they were wont. Therefore the importation of any merchandise, touching or concerning the mystery of silk women, girdles which come from Genoa only excepted, is forbidden. Footnote 280. Statutes Roman 2, p. 374, 33 Henry Roman 6, c. 5. This statute was reenacted in succeeding reigns with the further explanation that, as well men as women, gained their living by this trade. Few incidents reveal more clearly than do these petitions the gulf separating the conception of women's sphere in life, which prevailed in medieval London, from that which governed society in the first decade of the 20th century. The contrast is so great that it becomes difficult to adjust one's vision to the implications which the former contains. Other incidents can be quoted of the independence, enterprise, and capacity manifested by the prosperous women of the merchant class in London during the Middle Ages. Thus Rose de Burford, the wife of a wealthy London merchant, engaged in trading transactions on a large scale both before and after her husband's death. She lent money to the bishop in 1318 and received 100 marks for a cope embroidered with coral. She petitioned for the repayment of a loan made by her husband for the Scottish wars, finally proposing that this should be allowed her off the customs, which she would be liable to pay on account of wool about to be shipped from the port of London. Footnote 281. By kind permission of Miss Eileen Power. It is, however, a long cry from the days of Rose de Burford to the 17th century, when gentlewomen and other women of worship no longer made an honorable living by the silk trade, which trade, in spite of protecting statutes, had become the refuge of paupers. To obviate the difficulties of an exclusive reliance on foreign supplies for the raw material of the silk trade, James I ordered the planting of 10,000 mulberry trees so that multitudes of persons of both sexes and all ages, such as in regard of impotence are unfitted for other labor, may be set on work, comforted and relived. Footnote 282. SBD Roman 26, 6 Jan. 1607. The unsatisfactory state of the trade is shown in a petition from the merchants, silkmen, and others trading for silk, asking for a charter of incorporation because the trade of silk is now become great whereby customs are increased and many thousands of poor men, women, and children set on work and maintained. And forasmuch as the first beginning of this trade did take its being from women then called silkwomen who brought up men servants, that since have become free of all or most of the several guilds and corporations of London, whose ordinances being for other particular trades, meet not with, nor have power to reprove such abuses and deceits as either have or are likely still to grow upon the silk trade. Footnote 283. SBD CLXXV 102 Nov. 25 1630. A petition from the master, wardens and assistants of the company of silk throwers, shows that by this trade between 40 and 50,000 poor men, women, and children are constantly employed and relieved in and about the city of London. Divers unskillful persons, who never were bred as apprentices to the said trade of silk throwing, have of late years intruded into the said trade, and have set up the same. And dwelling in places beyond the bounds and circuit of the petitioner's search by their charter, do use divers deceits in the throwing and working of the manufacture of silk, to the great wrong and injury of the Commonwealth, and the great discouragement of the artists of the said trade. Footnote 284. Humble petition of the master, wardens and assistants of the company of silk throwers. An act of Charles Roman II, provided that men, women, and children, if native subjects though not apprentices, might be employed to turn the mill, tie threads, and double and wind silk, as formerly. Footnote 285. Statutes 13 and 14, Charles Roman II, c. 15. There are here and there, it was said, a silk weaver or two of late years, crept into some cities and market towns in England, who do employ such people that were never bound to the trade. In all other trades that do employ the poor, they cannot effect their business without employing such as were never apprenticed to the trade. The clothier must employ the spinner and stock carter, that peradventure were never apprentices to any trade, else they could never accomplish their end. And it is the same in making of buttons and bone lace, and the like. But it is not so in this trade, for they that have been apprentices to the silk-weaving trade are able to make more commodities than can be easily disposed of, because there hath not been for a long time any other but this, to place forth poor men's children and parish boys unto, by which means the poor of this trade have been very numerous. Footnote 286. Trade of England, p. 18. During this period, all the references to silk spinning confirm the impression that it had become a pauper trade. A pamphlet calling for the imposition of a duty on the importation of wrought silks explains that the throwsters, by reason of this extraordinary importation of raw silk, will employ several hundred persons more than they did before, as winders, doublers, and others belonging to the throwing trade, who for the greatest part are poor seamen and soldiers' wives, which by this increase of work will find a comfortable subsistence for themselves and families, and thereby take off a burthen that now lies upon several parishes, which are at a great charge for their support. The comfortable subsistence of these poor seamen's wives amounted to no more than one's 6d, or one's 8d, per week. Footnote 287. Answer to a paper of reflections on the project for laying a duty on English wrought silks. Footnote 288. Case of the manufacturers of gilt and silver wire, 1714. There seems here no clue to explain the transition from a monopoly of gentlewomen conducting a profitable business on the lines of family industry to a disorganized capitalistic trade, resting on the basis of women's sweated labor. The earlier monopoly was, however, probably favored by the expensive nature of the materials used and the necessity for keeping in touch with the merchants who imported them, while social customs secured an equitable distribution of the profits. With the destruction of these social customs and traditions, competition asserted its sway unchecked, till it appeared as though there might even be a relation between the costliness of the material and the wretchedness of the women employed in its manufacture. For the women who span gold and silver thread were in the same stage of misery. Formerly, women had been mistresses in this class of business as well as in the silk trade, but a proclamation of June 11th, 1622, forbade the exercise of the craft by all except members of the Company of Gold Wire Drawers. Under this proclamation, the silver thread of one Anne Twiselter was confiscated by Thomas Stockwood, a constable, who entered her house and found her, and others spinning gold and silver thread. The said Anne being since married to one John Bagshaw hath arrested Stockwood for the said silver upon an action of £10, on the Sabbath day going from church, and still prosecuteth the suit against him in Guildhall with much clamour. Bagshaw and his wife maintained that the silver was sterling, and therefore not contrary to the proclamation. Stockwood refused to return it unless he might have some of it, therefore they commenced the suit against him. Footnote 289. Cr. June 16, 1624. Probably few, if any, women became members of the company of gold wire drawers, and henceforward they were employed only as spinners. Their poverty is shown by the frequency with which they are mentioned as inmates of tenement houses, which through overcrowding became dangerous to the public health. It was reported to the council, for example, that Catherine Barnaby entertains in her house in Great Wood Street divers womenkind silver spinners. Footnote 290. SBD CC Clicks returns to council of houses, etc. 1637. These poor women worked in the spinning sheds of their masters, and thus the factory system prevailed already in this branch of the textile industry. The costliness of the fabrics produced forbade any great expansion of the trade, and therefore the masters were not obliged to seek for labor outside the pauper class. The curate, churchwardens, overseers, and vestrymen of the parish of St. Giles, Cripplegate, drew up the following statement. There are in the said parish 85 sheds for the spinning gilt and silver thread, in which are 255 pair of wheels. The masters with their families amount unto. These employ poor parish boys and girls to the number of. There are 118 master wire drawers, who with their wives, children, and apprentices make master weavers of gold and silver lace and fringes. Their wives, children, apprentices, and journeymen 2,120 amount unto. Silver and gold bone lace makers, and silver and gold button makers with their families. Winsters, flatters of gold and silver, and engine spinners with their families. Total. They continue. The poor's rate of the parish amounts to near £4,000 per annum. The parish, at this present, are indebted £1,650. Persons are daily removing out of the parish, by reason of this heavy burthen, empty houses increasing. If a duty be laid on the manufacture of gold and silver wires, the poor must necessarily be increased. Footnote 291. Case of the parish of St. Giles, Cripplegate. Such a statement is in itself proof that gold and silver thread, making ranked among the pauper trades, in which the wages paid must needs be supplemented out of the poor rates. Conclusion. It has been shown that in textile industries, all spinning was done exclusively by women and children, while they were also engaged to some extent in other processes, such as weaving, burling, bleaching, fulling, etc. The fact that the nation depended entirely upon women for the thread from which its clothing and household linen was made must be remembered in estimating their economic position. Even if no other work had fallen to their share, they can hardly have been regarded as mere dependents on their husbands when the clothing for the whole family was spun by their hands. But it has been explained in the previous chapter that in many cases the mother, in addition to spinning, provided a large proportion of the food consumed by her family. If the father earned enough money to pay the rent and a few other necessary expenses, the mother could and did feed and clothe herself and her children by her own labors, when she possessed enough capital to confine herself wholly to domestic industry. The value of a woman's productive capacity to her family was, however, greatly reduced when, through poverty, she was obliged to work for wages. Because then, far from being able to feed and clothe her family, her wages were barely adequate to feed herself. This fact indicates the weakness of women's position in the labor market, into which they were being forced in increasing numbers by the capitalistic organization of industry. In consequence of this weakness, a large proportion of the produce of a woman's labor was diverted from her family to the profit of the capitalist or the consumer. Except in the most skilled branches of the woolen industry, spinning was a pauper trade, a sweated industry, which did not provide its workers with the means for keeping themselves and their families in a state of efficiency, but left them to some extent dependent on other sources for their maintenance. Comparing the various branches of textile industry together, an interesting light is thrown upon the reactions between capitalistic organization of labor and women's economic position. Upper-class women had lost their unique position in the silk trade, and the wives of wealthy clothiers and wool merchants appear to have seldom taken an active interest in business matters. Thus, it was only as wage earners that women were extensively employed in the textile trades. Their wages were lowest in the luxury trades, i.e., silk, silver, and gold, and in the linen trade. The former were now wholly capitalistic, but the demand for luxuries being limited and capable of little expansion, the labor available in the pauper classes was sufficient to satisfy it. The situation was different in the linen and allied trades, where the demand for thread, either of flax or hemp, appears generally to have been in excess of the supply. Although the larger part of the linen manufactured in England was still produced under the conditions of domestic industry, the demand for thread for trade purposes was steady enough to suggest to parish authorities the value of spinning as a means of reducing the poor rates. It did not occur to them, however, that if the wages paid for spinning were higher, the poor would have been as eager to learn spinning as to gain apprenticeship in the skilled trades, and thus the problem of an adequate supply of yarn might have been solved at one stroke with the problem of poverty itself. No attempt was made to raise the wages, and the production of thread for trade purposes continued to be subsidized out of the poor rates. The consequent pauperization of large numbers of women was a greater disaster than even the burthen of the poor rates. Instead of the independence and self-reliance which might have been secured through adequate wages, mothers were not only humiliated and degraded, but their physical efficiency, and that of their children, was lowered owing to the inadequacy of the grudging assistance given by the churchwardens and overseers. The woolen trade, in which capitalistic organization had attained its largest development, presents a more favorable aspect as regards women's wages. Already in the 17th century, a spinster could earn sufficient money to maintain her individual self. In spite of periodic seasons of depression, the woolen trade was rapidly expanding. Often the scope of the clothiers was limited by the quantity of yarn available, and so perforce they must seek for labor outside the pauper class. Possibly a rise was already taking place in the spinster's wages at the close of the century, and it is interesting to note that during this period the highest wages were earned, not by the women whose need for them was greatest, that is to say the women who had children depending exclusively on their wages, but rather by the well-to-do women who could afford to buy the wool for their spinning and hold the yarn over till an advantageous opportunity arose for selling it. Spinning did not present itself to such women as a means of filling up vacant hours, which they would otherwise have spent in idleness, but as an alternative to some other profitable occupation. So numerous were the opportunities offered to women for productive industry within the precincts of the home. Therefore, to induce women of independent position to work for him, the clothier was obliged to offer higher wages than would have been accepted by those whose children were suffering from hunger. Somewhat apart from economics and the rate of wages is the influence which the developments of the woolen trade exercised on women's social position, through the disintegration of the social organization known as the village community. The English village had formed a social unit almost self-contained, embracing considerable varieties of wealth, culture, and occupation, and finding self-expression in a public opinion which provided adequate sanction for its customs and determined all the details of manners and morals. In the formation of this public opinion, women took an active part. The seasons of depression in the woolen trade brought to such communities in the clothing counties a desolation which could only be rivaled by pestilence or famine. Work came to a standstill, and wholesale migrations followed. Many fathers left their starving families in search of work elsewhere and were never heard of again. The traditions of family life and the customs which ruled the affairs of the village were lost, never to be again restored, and with them disappeared, to a great extent, the recognized importance of women in the life of the community. The social problems introduced by the wages system in its early days are described in a contemporary pamphlet. It must be remembered that the term, the poor, as used at this time, signified the pauper class, hard-working, industrious families who were independent of charity or assistance from the poor rates being all included among the common people. I cannot acknowledge, the writer says, that a manufacture maketh fewer poor, but rather the contrary. For though it sets the poor on work where it finds them, yet it draws still more to the place, and their masters allow wages so mean that they are only preserved from starving whilst they can work. When age, sickness, or death comes themselves, their wives or their children are most commonly left upon the parish, which is the reason why those towns, as in the Weald of Kent, whence the clothing is departed, have fewer poor than they had before. Footnote 292. Reasons for a limited exportation of wool, 1677.